Immortal Beast-Taming clan. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 176, Antidote, Inventory of Games, and Methods to Resolve Grudges. 9 Peaks Ridge, Pagoda Peak. How is it? Elder, do you have a way to cure the fire god Jackal's poison? Inside Zhou Ming's cave, as he emerged from the spirit beast chamber, Zhou Chun looked at him with concern and inquired about the fire god Jackal's condition. At this moment, Zhou Chun, due to his own internal injuries which hadn't been treated, and the arduous journey, had barely taken a moment to rest except for meditation to recover his magical power. His complexion was also quite poor. However, he seemed completely oblivious to this, only concerned with whether there was a way to cure the fire god Jackal's poisoning. This attitude caused Zhou Ming, who was already angry about his spirit pet's poisoning, to ultimately swallow his reprimands. He simply shook his head slightly and said, "The poison it's ingested is very potent. I used all my strength to only remove part of it and slightly suppress its spread. To completely remove the poison, it would require the assistance of a golden core cultivator or the acquisition of a high-grade antidote." He then looked at Zhou Chun with a grim expression and said, "Now tell me the details of the situation. How exactly was it poisoned, and who injured it?" Zhou Chun had just returned to his family and brought the injured and poisoned fire god Jackal to him. Due to the urgency of the situation, he hadn't had time to ask about the details before taking the fire god Jackal to the spirit beast chamber for treatment. Now that the fire god Jackal's condition had stabilized somewhat, he had time to ask about the specifics. Hearing his question, Zhou Chun dared not conceal anything and quickly recounted his trip to Lingzhou. After explaining the situation, he said with a self-reproachful expression, "This is all my fault. If I hadn't been so eager for revenge that I deliberately lured Master Zheng here, the fire god Jackal wouldn't have been poisoned and injured. Please punish me, Elder." Hearing this, Zhou Ming was indeed even more furious. According to Zhou Chun, the fire god Jackal's injury was indeed entirely due to his revenge for a personal grudge. However, despite his anger, Zhou Chun was, after all, a high-ranking member of the Zhou family and a junior he greatly admired. Even if punishment was necessary, it couldn't be now. Suppressing his anger, he waved his hand and said, "Now is not the time to talk about responsibility. Since you obtained Master Jiang's belongings, quickly bring me his storage bag so I can take a look. If we can find the remaining poison and know what kind of poison the fire god Jackal was poisoned with, perhaps the antidote will be easier to find." "Yes, the item is here. Please take a look, Elder," Zhou Chun replied, hurriedly taking out the storage bag he had picked up from Master Jiang's corpse and handing it to Zhou Ming. He had been busy traveling and hadn't had time to open the storage bag to check it. At this moment, Zhou Ming personally erased Master Jiang's divine sense imprint from the storage bag and began searching inside with his divine sense. What he found astonished him. Although Master Zheng was only a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, the contents of his storage bag were enough to leave even a purple mansion cultivator like himself speechless. Not to mention the various pills refined by Master Zheng himself and his collection of spiritual herbs and items, there were over 24,000 spirit coins alone. While it's normal to carry a large amount of spirit coins when attending an underground auction, this was still far too much. Although Zhou Ming was surprised by the wealth in Master Jiang's storage bag, he didn't forget his purpose. He immediately took out all the bottles, jars, and jade boxes, opening and examining them one by one. Finally, in a jade box, he found the remaining venom in a porcelain bottle. This seems to be some kind of snake venom. Looking at the tiny amount of grayish-purple venom remaining in the porcelain bottle, Zhou Ming, relying on his rich experience, instantly recognized its approximate origin. Then he capped the bottle and said to Zhou Chun, "Go quickly to the library and find all the records of various snake venoms in the family. Let's search together and see what kind of snake venom this is." "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun replied and hurriedly turned and left the cave, heading to the Fishy Peak Library. Not long after, he returned to Zhou Ming's cave with a pile of books. Then the two of them began to peruse the books, searching for the source of the snake venom in the bottle. After a while, Zhou Ming suddenly said, "I found it. If I'm not mistaken, the fire god jackal should have been poisoned by the purple crow snake." Purple crow snake? Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he quickly recalled the information about this kind of venomous snake. If he remembered correctly, it was a mid-level demon beast, but its venom was enough to kill a purple mansion stage cultivator, and it was also very effective against third-tier demon beasts. This kind of venomous snake could reproduce asexually, and the female snake could lay eggs even without a suitable mate. However, it only lays eggs once in its lifetime, and only before its lifespan is about to end or before it dies. While he was thinking about information about this venomous snake, Zhou Ming had already mentioned a method for detoxifying it. To cure the purple-black serpent's venom, we either need to find a purple leaf Paris or a five-clawed yellow lotus that are over 500 years old, or we need to use an antidote pill made from these two herbs, or we need to ask a golden core cultivator to use their great power to remove the toxins. I remember the three absolute sect used to cultivate purple leaf Paris. Perhaps the leaf family has this herb and related antidote pills. He then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Didn't you obtain an 800-year-old crimson essence Ganoderma? With this herb in hand, the leaf family will definitely be willing to exchange it for any antidote pills and herbs they have. That would be best." Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, then immediately took out the 800-year-old crimson essence Ganoderma in a jade box from his storage bag and handed it to Zhou Ming, saying, "The 800-year-old crimson essence Ganoderma is right here. Elder, please take it to the leaf family and exchange it for antidote pills." Seeing that he so readily handed over the precious spiritual herbs he had bought for thousands of spirit coins in exchange for the antidote, Zhou Ming's anger over the fire god jackal's poisoning and injury completely subsided. He gave him a deep look, then nodded and said, "All right, I will go to the leaf family myself. You should go back and rest well." "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun replied and immediately left the cave and returned to his residence. Upon arriving, Zhou Chun immediately released the still weakened silver lightning python, fed it some fresh food, and let it rest peacefully in the courtyard before returning to his room to rest. After meditating and resting for half a day, Zhou Chun felt better and took out the storage bag he had obtained from the wolf-faced masked cultivator to check it. Master Jiang's storage bag was still with Zhou Ming, and he didn't know what was inside. But the wolf-faced masked cultivator's spoils were all in his hands. He opened his storage bag and found that he had less than 3,000 spirit coins left. Besides the blue treasure bottle magic artifact he had put away, there was also an unrefined second-tier mid-grade magic artifact. This was a magic artifact that had appeared at the previous auction, called the Mysterious Water Chain, a magic artifact used to trap people. Its original price was 4,600 spirit coins. Fortunately, the wolf-faced masked cultivator hadn't had time to refine it either. Otherwise, Zhou Chun might not have even waited for the fire god Jackal to arrive in the previous battle. Apart from the treasure bottle magic artifact, the mysterious water chain, and the spirit coins, the wolf-faced masked cultivator's storage bag was empty, containing only some pills for restoring mana and healing detoxifying, with few other miscellaneous items. However, if he included the dark blue curved blade magic artifact, Zhou Chun's gains were substantial. 2 second-tier high-grade magic artifacts, even if each was inferior to the sun-radiant golden wheel magic artifact he bought at the auction, were worth 8 or 9,000 spirit coins each. Including other gains, the items from the wolf-masked cultivator alone were worth at least 25,000 spirit coins. If he could also get a share from Master Jiang's belongings, his harvest would definitely exceed 30,000 spirit coins. It was a substantial profit. However, Zhou Chun wasn't particularly happy at the moment. The gains and risks were proportional. The wolf-masked cultivator clearly had a powerful background, and Master Jiang was backed by a cultivation family whose influence was significantly greater than Zhou's. Once these two forces discovered that Zhou Chun was the one who killed the man, trouble would likely follow. Therefore, this harvest was a hot potato. He still needed to find a way to resolve these two troubles for his family. Half a day later, Zhou Ming successfully returned to his family from the Li family with the antidote pills. After giving the antidote pills to the fire god Jackal, the purple crow snake venom in its body quickly dissipated. Seeing this, Zhou Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. After instructing the fire god Jackal to rest and recover from its remaining poison, he left the spirit beast chamber and summoned Zhou Chun to his cave. "Alright, Now that the fire god Jackal's poison has been neutralized, it's time to talk about the trouble you've caused. In the cave, after Zhou Chun arrived and exchanged greetings, Zhou Ming explained the purpose of his summons. The trouble he had caused. Zhou Ming's use of these words to begin his explanation revealed his opinion on Zhou Chun's actions. He looked at Zhou Chun and said in a deep voice, "Actually, I know that this matter cannot be entirely blamed on you. After all, it was Master Zhang who harmed you first, and this time, it was the two of them who actively sought to kill you. But you and I both know that in the cultivation world, no one cares who is right, they only care who has the bigger fist. Master Zhang and the other person you killed both have powerful backgrounds. Master Zhang himself is a master alchemist. With two late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators killed, the forces behind them will not let it go easily. If they trace it back to our Zhou family, they will definitely seek revenge. Generally speaking, cultivators from two different cultivation families do not easily become enemies. Because once an enemy is formed, it could escalate into a feud between families. Helping one's own family, not those in the right, is the survival rule followed by various cultivation families in the cultivation world. Unless the enemy has an incredibly powerful background, no family would hand over a member of their family to another family to deal with simply because the enemy family came knocking. If that were the case, a family would lack any cohesion and would be unable to inspire loyalty and devotion among its members. This is why many cultivators, when seeking revenge against a particular family member, don't just target the individual but include the entire family in their vengeance. Moreover, the perpetrators of this killing were Zhou Chun, the vice patriarch of the Zhou family, and the spirit pet of the Zhou family's supreme elder. These 2 points alone ensure that this matter is inextricably linked to the entire Zhou family. Before arriving, Zhou Chun had also considered the potential retaliation from the forces behind Master Zhang and his group. Faced with Zhou Ming's words, he replied in a deep voice, "They also have families and businesses. Even if they want revenge, they can only use methods within the rules. They wouldn't assassinate our Zhou family's key refining stage cultivators without any scruples. Since that's the case, why not try asking the Qinglian Temple for help in mediating this matter? I can have a life or death battle with any non-Foundation establishment stage cultivator they send. To settle our scores, you want to have a life or death battle with them?" Zhou Ming was shocked, staring at Zhou Chun with surprise, not expecting him to say that. A life or death battle is a special method used between two forces of similar strength when several members have a personal grudge that is difficult to resolve. Generally, a life or death arena is set up, allowing the two sides with irreconcilable personal grudges to fight to the death. Regardless of which side loses and dies, the other side's force will not pursue the matter further. To ensure the losing side adheres to this rule, a powerful expert from a major force is usually invited to act as the host. This is the best solution I can think of. Zhou Chun nodded calmly, stating his position with composure. But are you really confident? According to you, you can let the other side send a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator for a life or death battle. What if they also bring a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator who cultivates combat techniques and has a second-tier demonic beast? Zhou Ming frowned as he looked at Zhou Chun, showing no joy at his decision to take full responsibility. Even though he had reservations about Zhou Chun's actions, Zhou Ming had never considered abandoning him. Therefore, he was naturally worried about Zhou Chun's risky solution. Faced with his question, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "Therefore, it's best to postpone the life or death battle for a year. By then, not only will my silver lightning python spirit pet have recovered, but the rock earth turtle might have also successfully evolved." "That's acceptable," Zhou Ming nodded slightly, agreeing with his idea. Then, with a wave of his sleeve, he said, "Then you should personally visit fellow Taoist Mingxia at Qinglian Temple and bring most of Master Jiang's belongings with you. With these things, I think the Zhang family will agree to your proposal for a life or death battle." First update of the day. Chapter 177 Refusing to compromise has caused a huge disaster. Master Zhang possessed far more wealth than Zhou Chun had anticipated. Aside from the more than 24,000 spirit coins, the pills he refined were far from ordinary. Among them were 3 types of pills capable of enhancing the cultivation of Foundation establishment cultivators, totaling 4 bottles, worth over 10,000 spirit coins. In addition, there were several highly effective healing pills. Furthermore, his storage bag contained numerous rare alchemy materials, each item of considerable value. However, The truly important items were a pill refining furnace and several commonly used second-tier high-grade magic artifacts in his storage bag. The pill refining furnace itself was a second-tier or mid-grade magic artifact, its value comparable to a third-tier low-grade magic artifact. The other second-tier high-grade magic artifacts were also rare and exquisite items. Unfortunately, the Zhou family couldn't keep these artifacts. These were all items Master Zhang frequently used, and the Zhang family undoubtedly had them on file. If these items weren't handed over, the Zhang family certainly wouldn't easily agree to Zhou Chun's proposed life-or-death duel solution. Fortunately, aside from these easily known items, the Zhou family could retain most of the pills and spirit coins. Furthermore, the alchemy manuals found in Master Jiang's storage bag, as well as his own recorded alchemy insights, could be copied and kept. Therefore, Zhou Ming generously confiscated 18,000 spirit coins, making them Zhou family property. The pills were distributed to Zhou Chun, including 2 bottles for improving cultivation and some healing pills. The remainder would be kept by Zhou Ming for later reward to Foundation establishment elders who had contributed to the family. As for the wolf-faced cultivator, Zhou Chun was only willing to offer the curved sword as compensation. After all, he himself had paid a considerable price in that battle and couldn't simply give away all the spoils. After making the division, and before the truth about the events in Lingzhou was uncovered, Zhou Chun immediately took his gifts and headed to Qinglian Temple. It had been quite a few years since Zhou Chun had visited Qinglian Temple. Although he had maintained correspondence with Liu Shiyan of Qinglian Temple and frequently sent her Zhou family's specialties as gifts, he hadn't actually seen her in person. Their last contact was 6 months ago, when Liu Shiyan had just broken through to the 12th level of key refining, expressing her joy and mentioning that her master had prepared a Foundation establishment pill for her. Zhou Chun had even written back to congratulate her. Upon arriving at Qinglian Temple, Zhou Chun, as usual, went first to the welcoming Taoist temple. However, unlike before, this time he didn't need to offer any favors to the welcoming cultivators. He simply invoked the name of Taoist Mingxia, expressing his desire to pay his respects. Faced with such a high-level visit, the receiving cultivator dared not be negligent in the slightest. He immediately and warmly invited him to have tea and rest in the upper room, and promptly arranged for someone to go to Qingshuang Cave to deliver a message. Zhou Chun only waited in the room for the better part of a day before Liu Shiyan arrived. It's been many years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Liu, how have you been? Looking at the female cultivator in green robes whose face was still veiled by a light veil, Zhou Chun smiled slightly and greeted her. Hearing his words, Liu Shiyan looked at his young and handsome face, which seemed just like when they first met, and then recalled his current status as the vice-patriarch of the Zhou family and a Foundation establishment cultivator. She was filled with mixed emotions. She murmured, "It's been many years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Zhou, your demeanor remains as elegant as ever." Shiyan, I'm truly envious." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's reply, she continued, "My master, upon learning of fellow Taoist Zhou's visit, specially sent Shiyan to greet you. To avoid keeping her waiting, let's talk as we walk. Fellow Taoist Liu is right. We can reminisce later, business is more important." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately followed Liu Shiyan out of the room. Outside, they saw a magnificent white fox idly grooming its fur. Upon seeing the two, the white fox merely glanced at Zhou Chun before cawing at Liu Shiyan. Zhou Chun knew that this white fox was the beloved mount of Taoist Mingxia, and had been trained into a mid-grade second-tier demon beast. Liu Shiyan's rapid arrival must have been due to the white fox bringing her. Sure enough, upon hearing the white fox's cawing, Liu Shiyan immediately went forward and sat on its back. Immediately, the white fox leaped forward, its body instantly soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately followed suit, also using his ki to fly. After flying for about an hour, the two arrived at the cave dwelling of Taoist Mingxia. Junior Zhou Hengchen greets Senior Mingxia. Inside the cave, Zhou Chun, seeing Taoist Mingxia again after many years, immediately stepped forward and bowed in respect. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, no need for formalities, please sit down and speak." Taoist Mingxia waved her hand, gesturing for him to sit down. After Zhou Chun thanked her and sat down, she looked at him and said, "I have read fellow Taoist Ming's letter, but many details were omitted. Could fellow Taoist Zhou please explain them to me in detail?" "Yes, Junior obeys," Zhou Chun responded and immediately began to recount the reasons for his feud with Master Zhang, and how he later killed Master Zhang, detailing everything. Of course, He would never admit that he bought the 800-year-old Crimson Essence Ganoderma to lure Master Zhang to assassinate him. He would only say that he bought it to gain benefits from the Li family. In fact, that was indeed his intention before he discovered Master Zhang. After hearing his words, Taoist Mingxia stared at him in silence for a while. After a period of contemplation, she nodded slightly and said, "If what you say is true, then you are indeed in the right in this matter. However, the Zhang family of Lingzhou is no small matter. Their family has been rooted in Lingzhou for over 1,000 years, and there are members of their family in our sect. That Master Zhang is an important member of their family. If they insist on not accepting mediation and insist on avenging that Master Zhang, this humble Taoist cannot force them." Her relationship with the Zhou family was merely mutually beneficial, purely based on interests. With only this kind of relationship, she certainly wouldn't go all out to do something for the Zhou family unless the Zhou family offered a very large sum. Zhou Chun was also aware of this. Therefore, he immediately said, "Senior, just do your best. Whether you succeed or not, the Zhou family and I will remember your kindness." But then, Taoist Mingxia suddenly looked at him and asked, "If I may ask, if it really comes to a life or death battle, how confident are you, fellow Taoist Zhou, of winning?" Zhou Chun didn't know why she asked this, but he still answered, "I cultivate the art of combat, and my spirit pet is a second-tier demon beast. If it really comes to a life or death battle, I should have a 70% chance of winning." "A 70% chance, that's quite high." Taoist Mingxia nodded slightly, then fell silent again. After some time, she looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Then I will personally go to the Zhang family in Lingzhou to see if they are willing to accept the life or death battle. Don't rush home yet, wait for me in my cave." "I obey. I entrust everything to you, senior." After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he immediately stood up and bowed deeply. Next, Taoist Mingxia gave his disciples a few instructions and then left the cave. Zhou Chun, meanwhile, received a warm welcome from Liu Xian and her father. To be honest, everything is fine cultivating in King Lian Temple, except sometimes it's so boring. It's not easy to even go out, and there aren't many like-minded fellow Taoists to drink and have fun with. Once Xian successfully establishes her foundation, I, old Liu, am planning to find a safer place to live alone and enjoy the remaining decades of my life. At the dinner table, after several rounds of dishes, Liu Qingshan, whose hair had already turned white, suddenly sighed to Zhou Chun about his current life. Although relatives of inner disciples of King Lian Temple like him were allowed to cultivate within the temple, they had to be accompanied by a relative to enter and leave. This alone made their comings and goings very inconvenient, so they tried to minimize their visits. If it were a pair of cultivators with companions, they might have each other's company and could stay alone in a cave for a long time. But Liu Qingshan was all alone, and clearly, after more than 10 years, he had grown tired of it. Of course, the main reason was that his cultivation had long since reached the 12th level of key refining, and even meditation was no longer effective. He also couldn't obtain a foundation establishment spiritual object to help him build his foundation. And his daughter's future path was bright. She didn't need his care or help anymore. It could be said that the rest of his life had lost its meaning in continuing cultivation. So Zhou Chun wasn't surprised that he had these feelings. He immediately smiled and said, "Brother Liu, if you really find King Lian Temple too boring and want to go out and have some fun, you can come and stay at our Zhou family's residence. I don't need you to do any gatekeeping or guarding duties for the Zhou family. I just hope that in your spare time you can be an instructor for the younger cultivators of my Zhou family and teach them the ways of survival in the cultivation world." Hearing this, Liu Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Then it's settled. After Xian successfully establishes her foundation, I will go to the Zhou family to seek refuge with you, fellow Taoist Zhou." Ha. Then I, Zhou, will be waiting for Brother Liu's arrival at the Zhou family then." Zhou Chun laughed heartily, raised his cup and clinked it with his again. Then tilted his head back and drank it all in one gulp. After the meal, while Liu Xian brewed some tea for the two of them to sober up, Zhou Chun looked at her and said, "Speaking of which, I have a small favor to ask of you, fellow Taoist Liu." "What is it?" "Please speak freely, fellow Taoist Zhou." Liu Xian was slightly taken aback, then readily agreed. "It's like this. I've heard you mention before that your third senior sister is a skilled craftswoman, adept at making magical robes. I recently acquired some excellent leather and would like to ask you to have your senior sister make a magical robe for me." As Zhou Chun spoke, he took out a pelt of the mutated gold-eating rat king from his collection. "This is the pelt of a second-tier demon beast," Liu Qingshan, standing to the side, exclaimed in surprise after only glancing at the pelt in Zhou Chun's hand. It is indeed the pelt of the second-tier demon beast, the mutated gold-eating rat king. Zhou Chun nodded, then looked at Liu Xian. Under his gaze, Liu Xian replied without hesitation, "It's a small matter. My senior sister is currently cultivating in her cave. I'll deliver the items to her for you, fellow Taoist Zhou. She'll definitely be happy to help. Thank you very much, fellow Taoist Liu." Zhou Chun smiled and immediately handed the pelt of the mutated gold-eating rat king to Liu Xian. Liu Xian indeed went to find her senior sister very quickly. Less than an hour later, she returned to her residence and smiled at Zhou Chun, who was waiting there, saying, "Third senior sister said that the materials this time are very good. She needs to think carefully about how to prepare them. It may take 2 or 3 months for fellow Taoist Zhou to receive the robes, I understand. Thank you again for your help, fellow Taoist Liu." Zhou Chun nodded and thanked her again. After staying in Qingshuang Cave for 2 days, Taoist Mingxia, who had gone to Lingzhou, returned. However, when Zhou Chun saw Taoist Mingxia in her cave, his heart sank. Because of her furrowed brows, she didn't look like she had succeeded at all. Sure enough, before Zhou Chun could even bow and inquire about the situation, Taoist Mingxia shook her head at him and said, "I'm truly sorry, I've done my best, but the Zhang family doesn't want to accept a life-or-death struggle as a solution and has stated that they will definitely investigate to the end. Moreover, I've also learned from the Zhang family about the other late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator you killed, fellow Taoist Zhou. That person's background is equally impressive. He's from the Xianjing Manor, a rogue cultivator organization in Lingzhou, and his master is a disciple of the Xianjing Sanren. I'm afraid the trouble is even greater than with the Zhang family." "What? The wolf-faced masked cultivator has such a background?" Zhou Chun's expression changed in surprise, and a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. The Xianjing Sanren is a famous golden core stage rogue cultivator throughout the entire Jing kingdom, and a late-stage golden core cultivator at that. Such an existence is definitely not someone the Zhou family can afford to offend. Moreover, Zhou Chun hadn't forgotten that the Qian Alliance, the rogue cultivator organization in Lanzhou that the 5 major cultivation families had jointly defeated, was founded by Tang Yuan, a disciple of the Heavenly Mirror Hermit. If the wolf-faced masked cultivator's master were to trace it back to the Zhou family, the old and new grudges combined would truly put the Zhou family in danger. How could this be? How could this be? Zhou Chun muttered to himself, already somewhat lost in thought. The Zhang family's refusal to give up wasn't a big deal. The Zhou family had Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon, so they weren't afraid of them. But if the Heavenly Mirror Manor also attacked the Zhou family, even if the Heavenly Mirror Hermit, a golden core cultivator, didn't intervene, the Zhou family would be far beyond their ability to resist. If it really came to that, he would truly become a sinner of the Zhou family. How could he not be panicked? Just as Zhou Chun was terrified by the information revealed by the Mingxia Taoist and didn't know what to do, the Mingxia Taoist looked at him and spoke again. "If fellow Taoist Zhou has no other way to resolve this calamity, I happen to have a method here that can help you and the Zhou family safely overcome this calamity, and guarantee that the Zhang family in Xianjing Manor will not dare to pursue this matter again in the future." "She has a method?" Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, like a drowning man grasping at a straw. He hurriedly bowed to Taoist Mingxia and said, "Please teach me, senior," but Taoist Mingxia waved her hand and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, don't be so happy yet. Although my method can help you and the Zhou family safely overcome this calamity, it is extremely dangerous for you. You must carefully consider whether or not to follow this method." Even so, Zhou Chun couldn't hide his joy and hurriedly replied, "Yes, this junior will listen attentively to your teachings, senior. Please enlighten me. This matter is a closely guarded secret of our sect, fellow Taoist Zhou. You've heard it today, but don't speak of it carelessly after you leave, lest you bring annihilation upon yourself and your family." Taoist Mingxia first warned Zhou Chun before slowly revealing her method. Second update. Chapter 178 The Solution, The Secret of Dragon Transformation. Mingxia Taoist's warning was not just empty talk. What she was about to say truly concerned a crucial secret of the Qinglian Temple. And this matter was related to the Hulong sect. Although the Hulong sect had declined in recent years and hadn't caused any major trouble, the Qinglian Temple and other major sects of Jingguo grew increasingly alarmed and took this resurgent old adversary very seriously as their understanding of the sect deepened. The destruction of the Hulong sect over 800 years ago was due to a confluence of favorable circumstances. Even so, their sect suffered considerable losses in that battle. The blood feud left behind made reconciliation between their sects and the Hulong sect extremely difficult, almost impossible to maintain peaceful coexistence. Therefore, they absolutely could not stand idly by and allow the Hulong sect to continue its growth and expansion. However, now that the Hulong sect had placed its headquarters near Longyidun Marsh, they didn't know the extent of their cooperation with the Dragon Clan within Longyidun Marsh. If they rashly launch a large-scale attack, alarming the Dragon Clan in Dragon Abyss and drawing the demon race to aid the Dragon Transformation sect, the consequences would be dire. Therefore, the various factions of Jin Kingdom are currently stationed on the Yunzhou border, monitoring and preventing the Dragon Transformation sect's border raids, while also busy investigating the sect's foundation and the extent of its cooperation with the Dragon Clan. Meanwhile, King Lian Temple is currently plotting to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation sect. Taking advantage of the sect's current manpower shortage and its efforts to expand its membership through deception and trickery, they plan to plant spies to gather intelligence. Mingxia Daoist's method is to send Zhou Chun to be this spy. Once Zhou Chun agrees, he will be willing to risk everything for King Lian Temple and the entire Jin Kingdom. Faced with such a noble cause, neither the Zhang family nor Xianjing Manor matters. King Lian Temple will absolutely not allow them to jeopardize its grand plan because of personal grudges. The sect offers very generous rewards to cultivators willing to undertake this mission. Not only will their families receive a foundation establishment pill, but they will also receive rewards based on the value of the intelligence they bring back. Furthermore, if the cultivator successfully infiltrates the Dragon Transformation sect, their family will receive special care from the sect and will not suffer any injustice or persecution during the mission. Taoist Mingxia looked solemnly at Zhou Chun and spoke in a deep voice about the benefits of being an undercover agent. For such dangerous missions, the rewards must be substantial, otherwise, no one would be willing to do it. And the best choice for an undercover agent is someone from a cultivation family. These people have families and livelihoods, and their chances of defecting are even lower than those of disciples from their own sect. In Taoist Mingxia's eyes, Zhou Chun was undoubtedly an excellent candidate for an undercover agent. She knew Zhou Chun's importance to the Zhou family, how deep his feelings for the family were, and how great the crisis the Zhou family was currently facing. If Zhou Chun were to become an undercover agent, the possibility of him betraying the sect would be almost non-existent. The most ingenious part is that Zhou Chun himself possesses extraordinary strength and the ability to manage a cultivation family. If he can successfully infiltrate the Dragon Transformation sect, his rise through the ranks will undoubtedly be far faster than that of other cultivators. He will then be able to access deeper and more detailed intelligence about the Dragon Transformation sect and transmit it back to the Azure Lotus Temple. If Zhou Chun, this undercover agent, truly becomes an important pawn for the Azure Lotus Temple, continuously providing valuable intelligence, then Mingxia Daoist, as Zhou Chun's recommender, will certainly benefit greatly. At this moment, after hearing Mingxia Daoist's method, Zhou Chun's joy vanished, replaced by shock and hesitation. He admitted that Mingxia Daoist's method could indeed quell the trouble he had caused. However, the danger of this matter was undeniable. No matter the world or the location, undercover work is always a high-risk profession. Once an undercover agent is exposed, death is the least of their worries. The key question is, even if he successfully infiltrates the Dragon Transformation sect, how long will this undercover mission last? What if it takes 3 years after 3 years, until he's reached the late foundation establishment stage, or even opened his purple mansion and became a protector, and it's still not over? That would be a real headache. But that's not what worries Zhou Chun the most. What worries him most is that all members of the Dragon Transformation sect must cultivate the Dragon Transformation secret technique, and it seems that once they cultivate this secret technique, their life and death will be controlled by the sect's higher-ups. In light of this, he quickly said, I've heard that once one cultivates the Dragon Transformation sect's Dragon Transformation secret technique, their life and death are in the hands of others. If that's the case, how can we even talk about infiltration? However, upon hearing this, Taoist Mingxia smiled and waved her hand, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhou, you can rest assured about that. Our King Lian Temple also possesses this secret technique, the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Only after cultivating it to the 3rd level will the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation sect plant the Dragon Soul Seed, after which one's life and death are in the hands of others. Therefore, as long as you, fellow Taoist Zhou, haven't cultivated to the Purple Mansion stage in the Dragon Transformation Sect and mastered the third level of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, this won't happen at all. At most, if your identity is exposed, you'll have little resistance against cultivators who have cultivated higher levels of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, so that's how it is. Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but press further. Then may I ask, Senior, why do you say that cultivators who practice the lower-level Dragon Transformation secret technique have little resistance against those who practice the higher-level version? This has to do with the very essence of this secret technique, the Dragon Transformation secret technique. The essence of the Dragon Transformation secret technique is the blood of a dragon. Cultivators of the Dragon Transformation secret technique must initially ingest fresh dragon blood to lay their foundation. However, dragon blood is extremely domineering. It forcibly alters the bloodlines of other beings, turning them into its vassals. Therefore, once one has consumed the blood of a particular dragon to cultivate the Dragon Transformation secret technique, it becomes increasingly difficult to resist the dragon's might, and the more profound one's cultivation of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, the stronger the bloodline of that dragon within their body will become, suppressing other cultivators with weaker bloodlines. Under this powerful suppression, the followers of the Dragon Transformation sect find it difficult to resist the same lineage of missionaries. The missionaries find it difficult to resist the protectors. The protectors cannot resist the elders, and the elders cannot resist a vice leader and a leader. It is also because of this that although our various sects all possess the cultivation method of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, we strictly forbid our disciples from practicing this method, let alone spreading it. Mingsha Taoist, to reassure Zhou Chun, further stated, moreover, according to our sect's research, as long as one doesn't cultivate the Dragon Transformation secret technique to the third level and have a dragon soul seed planted within them, there are ways to remove the dragon spirit blood from the body through certain secret techniques, thus freeing them from its control. Therefore, if you successfully infiltrate the Dragon Transformation sect, you don't need to worry about being purged for cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique when you return. Is that so? Zhou Chun nodded, feeling quite enlightened. No wonder the Dragon Transformation sect had such a strict hierarchy. The root cause was actually the Dragon Transformation secret technique. According to Taoist Mingsha, the leaders and vice leaders of the Dragon Transformation sect, as long as they control the dragons that provide fresh dragon blood, naturally hold the lives of the cultivators below them in their hands. Any cultivator above the protector level who dares to betray the sect can be easily killed by detonating the dragon soul seed they have planted. As for cultivators below the protector level who betray the sect, a single protector of the same lineage can easily find and suppress them. So, the leaders and vice leaders of the Dragon Transformation sect, haven't they all cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique? Zhou Chun looked at Taoist Mingsha curiously and suddenly asked this question. No, they have all cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique, and they've even reached the 5th level. Taoist Mingsha shook his head, answering Zhou Chun's question with absolute certainty. Before Zhou Chun could ask further, she waved her hand and said, I understand what you mean. You mean that if they cultivate the Dragon Transformation secret technique, wouldn't their lives be in the hands of the dragon? I can tell you with certainty, absolutely not, but how exactly they are exempt from this, I don't know. After answering her own question, she looked at Zhou Chun and asked, alright, now you've asked all your questions. Have you thought it through whether you want to be an undercover agent or not? Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately looked up at her and said, I have one last question. Is there a time limit for this undercover work? Mingsha Taoist immediately shook her head and replied, the specific time limit hasn't been determined yet, but it shouldn't exceed 100 years, maybe even 20 or 30 years. Hearing this, Zhou Chun also shook his head repeatedly, saying, even if there's no fixed time limit, there should be a mission objective. We can't just stay undercover forever after successfully infiltrating. I don't want to be an undercover agent forever, constantly living in fear. He who walks by the river will eventually get his shoes wet. Zhou Chun truly understood this saying after discovering that the wolf-faced masked cultivator he killed was actually a disciple of the Heavenly Mirror Hermit. Going undercover is inherently dangerous. If the duration of the undercover mission is uncertain, and the objective is unclear, then with constant leaks of information, even the most skilled undercover agent will eventually be discovered and captured. Such an undercover operation is simply suicide. Mingxia Taoist naturally hoped that Zhou Chun would remain undercover for as long as possible and provide as much intelligence as possible. But she also knew that Zhou Chun wasn't stupid. If there were no promises, Zhou Chun definitely wouldn't go undercover. Therefore, after listening to Zhou Chun's words, she remained silent for a while, then looked at Zhou Chun and said, "Well then, I'll take this as a yes, assuming you've agreed to the undercover mission. I'll then go and report this to the abbot of our sect and see what he says." Zhou Chun nodded earnestly and said, "If there's a definite answer, a hope, then I will naturally consider this matter seriously." So, Taoist Mingxia immediately left Zhou Chun in her cave and went personally to the main hall of the Qinglian temple to report Zhou Chun's situation to the abbot. After Zhou Chun waited for another half a day, Taoist Mingxia returned to her cave. After hearing about fellow Taoist Zhou's situation, the abbot greatly admired fellow Taoist Zhou's righteous actions. Therefore, he said that as long as fellow Taoist Zhou successfully infiltrates the Dragon Transformation Sect, regardless of whether he achieves significant merit, he can return within a maximum of 30 years. If he achieves significant merit during this period, the return period can be shortened depending on the magnitude of the merit. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances of his return, upon fellow Taoist Zhou's return, our sect will reward him with 30,000 spirit coins. Are you satisfied with these conditions, fellow Taoist Zhou? Inside the cave, the returning Taoist Mingxia stared intently at Zhou Chun, solemnly stating the results of his recent inquiry. 30 years? Zhou Chun's expression shifted upon hearing Taoist Mingxia's words, and he fell into contemplation without immediately answering. A maximum of 30 years was neither short nor long for a Foundation establishment cultivator. If he truly succeeded in infiltrating the Dragon Transformation Sect, as long as he was careful and avoided frequent communication, the danger should be manageable. Of course, the most crucial point is that, compared to other cultivators, Zhou Chun has a significant advantage if he wants to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Sect. He had obtained the relics of a Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator from over 800 years ago. If used properly, those relics would not only make infiltrating the sect much easier, but also make him more likely to be valued and cultivated by the higher-ups. Furthermore, the underground river tunnel beneath Dragon Abyss is another major advantage. If there's a risk of exposure, he can quickly escape the Dragon Transformation Sect's territory through it. He can also use the underground river tunnel to send messages to his family, who can then relay them to the Azure Lotus Temple, minimizing the risk of being exposed while relaying messages. Thinking this through, Zhou Chun gradually made his decision. He nodded heavily and said, "All right, this junior agrees to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Sect, and I also have something important to report to you, senior." He then recounted how he had obtained the relics of the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator from over 800 years ago. As he expected, upon hearing this, Taoist Mingxia was both surprised and delighted. She looked at him and exclaimed repeatedly, "Excellent! Excellent! This is truly a godsend. Heaven has ordained you, fellow Taoist Zhou, to accomplish this great task." Then, she looked intently at Zhou Chun and said, "Then you shall come with me to see the abbot. Perhaps this will allow the abbot to place you among the most important of these undercover agents, providing you with the best support and assistance." This was precisely Zhou Chun's intention in bringing this up, and naturally, he wouldn't refuse. Thus, led by Taoist Mingxia, Zhou Chun quickly left the Qingshuang cave and entered the Sect Master's Hall, a place rarely visited even by Foundation establishment cultivators of the Qinglian Temple, where he met the abbot of the Qinglian Temple. First update of the day. Finally back to normal time. It was so hard. I only finished writing this chapter at 1 a.m. this morning. Chapter 179, The True Dharma of the Heart Lotus, the Evolution of the Rock Turtle. The abbot of Qinglian Temple was a golden core cultivator, with a Taoist named King Wezi. Such a figure generally did not receive outsiders. Therefore, Zhou Chun's opportunity to meet King Wezi was truly remarkable. He followed Taoist Mingxia into the main hall, where he saw a middle-aged Taoist in a bluish-purple robe seated at the head of the table. The Taoist's face was as white as jade, flawless, with bright eyes that seemed to see through people's hearts. He held a silver-handled whisk in his hand, and upon seeing the two enter, he flicked the whisk slightly, saying, "Let's skip the formalities and get straight to the point." "Yes," Taoist Mingxia replied, immediately saying to Zhou Chun, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please recount that matter in detail to the abbot." This junior obeys, Zhou Chun respectfully replied, and then recounted the discovery of the relics of the Hulong sect cultivators from over 800 years ago. After listening to his words, Qing Wheezy nodded and said, according to the sect's records, after the dragon transformation sect's main altar was breached, quite a few Foundation establishment stage missionaries did indeed attempt to escape in batches, carrying sect's inherited scriptures and spiritual items. However, most of them were intercepted. She then smiled and nodded to Zhou Chun, saying, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Zhou to have such extraordinary fortune, managing to obtain one even after so many years. This junior was just lucky to have stumbled upon it, Zhou Chun replied obediently, lowering his head. Indeed, if you can use this as a pretext to infiltrate the dragon transformation sect, it will indeed be less likely to arouse suspicion and will also benefit your position within the sect. Qing Wheezy nodded, quite approving of Zhou Chun's plan to use this pretext to infiltrate the dragon transformation sect. But then she frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, however, if that's the case, an elder from the dragon transformation sect might personally meet with you to test the truth of your words. To remain silent in front of a golden core cultivator is no easy task. Qing Wheezy herself was a golden core cultivator, and naturally knew how many methods a golden core cultivator could use to make someone tell the truth. Even if the dragon transformation sect elder, value and talent, didn't use violent methods that would greatly harm Zhou Chun, but merely used spells and secret techniques to make someone reveal their true feelings, it wouldn't be easily resisted by a mere Foundation establishment cultivator. While Zhou Chun didn't have as many methods to make someone tell the truth as a golden core cultivator, he knew that a major sect like the Azure Lotus Temple would definitely have ways to make him resist those spells. So he remained silent, simply standing there obediently, awaiting Qing Wheezy's decision. Alright, I'll first test your willpower to see how strong it is, and then decide how to infiltrate you into the dragon transformation sect. After pondering for a long time, Qing Wheezy seemed to have finally made a decision, and immediately told Zhou Chun her plan. Zhou Chun knew he couldn't refuse, so he nodded without much hesitation and replied, yes, Junior obeys. Seeing his agreement, Qing Wheezy immediately formed hand seals and quickly sent a white spiritual light towards him. As the spiritual light touched him, Zhou Chun felt his consciousness sink, and he became dizzy. As if he were drunk, his eyes becoming blurry. At this moment, Qing Wheezy asked him in a low voice, fellow Taoist Zhou, what are the flaws in your cultivation technique? What are its weaknesses? Hearing this, Zhou Chun's consciousness instinctively tightened, and he tried to rub his eyelids, refusing to answer. Seeing this, Qing Wheezy immediately changed the subject, asking, fellow Taoist Zhou, is what you just said about the relics of the dragon transformation sect cultivators completely true? Yes, yes, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, his answer quite firm. Qing Wheezy wanted to ask more questions, but Zhou Chun gradually regained consciousness. This startled Qing Wheezy, who looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and said, it seems your divine will is stronger than I expected, fellow Taoist Zhou. Could it be that you once consumed some spiritual item to strengthen your divine soul? Senior has good eyesight. This junior did indeed consume a soul heart fruit before reaching Foundation establishment. That was a spiritual item I obtained by participating in the Heavenly Spirit trial. Using the Heavenly Spirit token obtained from that relic, Zhou Chun answered Qing Wheezy's question respectfully. But inwardly, he was quite shocked. He tried hard to recall, but couldn't remember what Qing Wheezy had asked, only instinctively feeling that he hadn't said anything detrimental to himself. No wonder, that makes things easier. Qing Wheezy nodded and immediately looked at Zhou Chun, saying, my Kinglian temple has a secret technique for calming the mind and guarding the spirit, called the Heart Lotus Orthodox Method. I can teach you the first level of this technique. If you can successfully cultivate this technique and then consume one of our sect's special purple jade soul lotuses, then most mind-controlling spells will have little effect on you. After saying this, Zhou Chun hadn't thought much of it, but Mingxia Taoist beside him was shocked. Then, with a face full of envy, she said to Zhou Chun, fellow Taoist Zhou, why don't you quickly thank the abbot? That purple jade soul lotus is a rare spiritual item, almost as precious as the soul heart fruit. Even our inner disciples have to make significant contributions to the sect to have a chance to consume it. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly bowed deeply, saying, I am deeply grateful for your kindness, senior. As long as you do your job diligently, that will be the best way to thank me in our sect. Qing Wheezy waved her whisk, and immediately had Taoist Mingxia take Zhou Chun away. The secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox Method would be taught to Zhou Chun by Taoist Mingxia, but the promised purple jade soul lotus could only be given to him after he had mastered the first level of this secret technique. Since you've agreed to go undercover, the abbot's orders to the Zhang family in Xianjing Manor should be delivered soon. You don't need to worry about them retaliating against you and the Zhou family. Next, you can go back to your family first, explain your undercover work to fellow Taoist Ming, and then come here to focus on cultivating the Heart Lotus Orthodox Method secret technique. Inside the Qingshuang cave, after leading Zhou Chun back, Taoist Mingxia explained the upcoming arrangements to him. From the moment Zhou Chun agreed to go undercover, his life was temporarily no longer his own. He had to follow the Qinglian Temple's arrangements and prepare for what an undercover agent should do. The Zhou family's affairs were temporarily irrelevant to him. He had to make sacrifices. He understood this. So he quickly replied, "This junior understands. This junior will return as soon as possible." Then he hurriedly returned to Jilfang Ridge. When Zhou Chun returned to his family and told Zhou Ming about his experiences in the Qinglian Temple, Zhou Ming was also quite shocked. "What a mess." Zhou Ming sighed deeply, then looked at Zhou Chun with a complicated expression and said, "Zhangjin, why did you agree so quickly? Why didn't you come back and discuss this with us first?" Zhou Chun calmly replied, "This trouble was caused by my own actions, so of course I have to make amends myself." He then added softly, "Moreover, although this matter is dangerous, as long as I successfully infiltrate, both the family and I myself will gain enormous benefits. It's fair to say the risk and reward are equal." Zhou Ming remained silent upon hearing this. He knew in his heart that Zhou Chun at that time didn't have many choices. If he and Zhou Chun were in the same situation, he probably would have had no choice but to agree as well. So he could only sigh, "Alice. Since you've already agreed to Qinglian Temple's request, it's too late to say anything now. I just hope you'll be careful and protect yourself. If there's anything the family can help with, don't hesitate to ask." He then seemed to remember something and suddenly said to Zhou Chun, "Since Qinglian Temple has warned the Zhang family in Xianjing Manor against retaliation, you can dispose of everything we were going to return." The Zhang family refused to compromise, and the Zhou family naturally wouldn't return Master Jiang's belongings. That would be aiding the enemy. With Qinglian Temple's warning, even if the Zhang family found out Master Jiang died at the hands of the Zhou family, they would have to swallow this bitter pill. After all, the Zhang family was just a small blade of grass under the big tree of Qinglian Temple. Zhou Chun didn't stand on ceremony and readily agreed. Since he was going to infiltrate the Hulong sect, he might encounter some danger, so he naturally needed to acquire some good magical artifacts for himself. Next, Zhou Chun and the clan leader Zhou Daowei traveled to Longyuans via an underground river, choosing a secluded spot on land near the exit as a communication point. From then on, when Zhou Chun infiltrated the Hulong sect, he could leave letters if he needed the clan's assistance, which Zhou Daowei would collect periodically. After arranging everything, Zhou Chun returned to Qinglian Temple. Once there, he focused on cultivating the secret techniques of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method taught by Mingxia Taoist, while also reviewing the information Qinglian Temple had gathered about the Hulong sect to gain a thorough understanding. During this time, Mingxia Taoist and Zhou Chun discussed how to successfully infiltrate the Hulong sect. After repeated discussions, they decided that Zhou Chun would join the sect as a role cultivator from Fen Kingdom. To ensure this identity could withstand scrutiny, Qinglian Temple arranged for people to impersonate Zhou Chun and operate in certain areas within Fen Kingdom. Once Zhou Chun successfully cultivates the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, he can connect with the people active there and head directly to join the Dragon Transformation Sect. To explain the origin of his cultivation method, the Qinglian Temple added a passage about obtaining the Golden Cauldron Profound technique by slaying an enemy, based on the last words of the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator Zhou Chun had read. At the same time, with his family's permission, Zhou Chun also presented the cultivation methods for the first 2 chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound technique. This way, as long as he can pass the interrogation by the Golden Core cultivator, his undercover work will be considered successful. During his cultivation at the Qinglian Temple, Zhou Chun also used the exchange method to exchange the magical artifacts and relics he obtained from Master Jiang and the wolf-faced masked cultivator for suitable items from the Qinglian Temple. However, most of the magical artifacts he currently uses cannot be taken with him to the Dragon Transformation Sect, as this is completely inappropriate for a rogue cultivator. Only after he establishes a foothold in the Dragon Transformation Sect can he gradually acquire these items through other markets and use them openly. The Silver Lightning Python is an exception. After informing Qing Wheezy, even Qing Wheezy, after careful consideration, concluded that it would be more beneficial than harmful for Zhou Chun to bring the silver lightning python Bai along. Within the dragon transformation sect, dragon-descended demon beasts with the potential to transform into dragons held extraordinary status. Bringing the silver lightning python Bai would enhance Zhou Chun's own value and could also serve as a reason for him to join the dragon transformation sect. In any case, apart from the Zhou family cultivators, few outsiders knew that Zhou Chun possessed a second-tier silver lightning python. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, Zhou Chun had spent a year and a half at the Azure Lotus Temple. Through a year and a half of dedicated cultivation, Zhou Chun had nearly mastered the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method, and Qing Huizi had entrusted the Purple Jade Soul Lotus to Taoist Mingxia, awaiting his consumption at an opportune time. However, on this day, while cultivating in the Azure Frost Cave, Zhou Chun suddenly received news from his family that the rock earth turtle, which had been dormant for almost 2 years, had successfully evolved and awakened. Upon learning this news, Zhou Chun couldn't sit still any longer. He hurriedly asked Mingxia Taoist for leave and returned to his family. As soon as he returned to the Nine Peaks Ridge family gate, he immediately felt the excitement emanating from the rock tortoise. It had sensed his approach. When Zhou Chun saw the rock tortoise again, he was quite surprised by its transformation. The rock tortoise had grown even larger. Its shell was now over 2 zang long and 13 chi wide. Moreover, its original earthen yellow shell had turned bright yellow, as if plated with gold. The ridges on its shell and tail were also golden, like they were made of gold. Even its abdominal carapace had turned golden. This change in color, aside from other aspects, had a very significant effect on its appearance and aura. Its original earthen yellow appearance looked somewhat rustic and unsophisticated. But now it exuded a domineering and majestic aura, possessing a much more noble and mysterious feel. Of course, the biggest change was in its strength. The rock turtle has now successfully broken through to the second tier in cultivation, and its bloodline has also mutated, becoming a mid-level mutated demon beast. This mutation, besides allowing its cultivation to advance, also gave it an additional metal attribute besides earth, awakening and mastering several metal-based spells. At the same time, several of its original earth-based spells have also undergone changes due to this advancement. After communicating with it, Zhou Chun discovered that the number of spells it now masters is almost twice that of the Silver Lightning Python, and it has as many as 5 spells at the second tier level. Second update. Chapter 180 The Powerful Golden Armored Rock Turtle, The Past of Fen Kingdom. The Rock Turtle, now it should be called the Golden Armored Rock Turtle. Zhou Chun gave the mutated and evolved stone race the new name of Golden Armored Rock Turtle. After mutating and evolving into the Golden Armored Rock Turtle, the stone's strength underwent a dramatic change. Its original most basic spell, Stone Skin, has now merged with Stone Armor and Golden Armor to form a brand new second-tier talent spell, Golden Stone Body, a special spell for strengthening physical defense. Its original Stone Wall spell has also merged with a metal element spell Iron Wall, forming a new second-tier talent spell, Steel Rock Barrier, a powerful defensive spell. At the same time, its original Earth Prison spell has merged with Gravity to form a new second-tier talent spell, Gravity Cage, a spell with excellent imprisonment and restriction capabilities. Besides these 3 very distinctive second-tier spells, the Golden Armored Rock Turtle has also awakened and mastered 2 other second-tier spells, one Earth and one Metal. One is the second-tier Earth Element spell Earth Shield, a pure Earth Element defensive spell. One is the second-tier Metal Elemental spell Golden Sword of Sky Rending, and the other is a pure Metal Elemental attack spell. With these 5 highly distinctive second-tier spells, even though the Golden Armored Rock Turtle had just successfully evolved, it possessed the strength to contend with the Silver Lightning Python. In a one-on-one situation, neither could gain the upper hand. The Golden Armored Rock Turtle was well-rounded in both offense and defense, and thanks to its Earth Elemental spells and its own physique's strong resistance to lightning spells, it wasn't too afraid of the Silver Lightning Python's relentless bombardment. The Silver Lightning Python, on the other hand, possessed powerful mobility, making it difficult for the Golden Armored Rock Turtle to hold it back. However, if it came to a fight to the death, the Silver Lightning Python would most likely lose. Therefore, it can be said that after the Rock Turtle evolved into the Golden Armored Rock Turtle, its position as the #1 spirit pet was re-established, once again becoming Zhou Chun's most powerful spirit pet. Wow, Stone, you've really turned your life around this time. Stone is truly amazing. In his own courtyard, Zhou Chun looked at the golden armored rock turtle in front of him with a face full of surprise, also shocked by the powerful strength it possessed after its mutation and evolution. Although he had always known that mutated demonic beasts were extraordinary, it was still rare to see one with such a huge increase in strength as shown. At least Zhou Chun was certain that a normal intermediate-level demonic beast, the Earth Spirit Turtle, which evolved from a rock turtle, was definitely not as powerful as the golden armored rock turtle. If he had the golden armored rock turtle's help when he fought that wolf-faced masked man before, he could definitely defeat or even kill his opponent by himself. It's just a pity that although the golden armored rock turtle is powerful, it probably won't have the opportunity to show its strength in the short term. Zhou Chun was already quite conspicuous to go undercover in the dragon transformation sect with a silver lightning python. If he also brought a golden armored rock turtle, no one would believe that he was really a rogue cultivator before. Therefore, after comforting the golden armored rock turtle, Zhou Chun left the Zhou family again, leaving it on Pagoda Peak to cultivate on its own. Not long after returning to the Kinglian Temple, Zhou Chun consumed the purple jade soul lotus given to him by Taoist Mengxia. This so-called purple jade soul lotus was actually just a lotus seed. The Kinglian Temple had several purple jade soul lotus spiritual plants, which would flower and bear fruit once every 500 years. Just as Taoist Mengxia had said, even inner disciples of the Kinglian Temple rarely had the opportunity to consume this lotus seed. Generally, only exceptionally outstanding inner disciples were bestowed with it. So Zhou Chun had truly benefited greatly this time. After refining the purple jade soul lotus seed, he felt his divine sense increase by more than 10%, and the quality of his divine sense was also refined and improved. This effect of refining the soul and divine sense was something the soul heart fruit did not possess. At this time, when Zhou Chun went to visit King Wheezy again, the spells that had clouded his mind could no longer truly deceive his consciousness. He could easily appear to be blinded, yet actually maintain his principles and not reveal his true secrets. According to King Wheezy, unless someone disregarded the damage to his soul and used domineering secret techniques like soul searching, or encountered a golden core cultivator skilled in interrogation, he could easily withstand the test of a typical golden core cultivator. Considering the Dragon Transformation Sect's trump card, the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, which bound its members, the Golden Core Elders of the Dragon Transformation Sect probably wouldn't be too concerned about whether a newcomer had ulterior motives and wouldn't investigate too thoroughly. Thus, after passing the test at Kinglian Temple, Zhou Chun, carrying the prepared items, quietly traveled to Feng Kingdom. Feng Kingdom was the homeland of Zhou Chun's current incarnation and the Zhou family for generations. This country was still in chaos. The Three Absolutes sect, to which the Zhou family belonged, was forced to leave Feng Kingdom because of a major reshuffling of the upper echelons of power. The Three Absolute sect had chosen the wrong side beforehand and faced the risk of being purged. Now, more than 20 years have passed. Although the reshuffling of the upper echelons has long ended, the middle and lower echelons are still fiercely competing for the vacated territory and resources. This struggle has also caused much suffering for many rogue cultivators in Feng Kingdom, leading to widespread poverty and hardship. Consequently, many rogue cultivators in Feng Kingdom, unable to endure the suppressive environment, have fled to other countries to seek a living. Among them are some Foundation establishment stage rogue cultivators. Before Zhou Chun arrived in Feng Kingdom, the Kinglian Temple had arranged for a substitute for him, who had been operating in a certain area of Feng Kingdom for 1 or 2 years as a newly promoted Foundation establishment rogue cultivator, and had recorded all his experiences in a book for him to read. Now that he has arrived, he first made contact with that substitute and began to travel and operate within Feng Kingdom as a rogue cultivator himself. According to the plan, he will personally operate within Feng Kingdom for at least a few months as an adaptation period. During this time, the Kinglian Temple will not interfere with him. He can act according to his own will. Now that he could act according to his own will, Zhou Chun didn't restrain himself and quickly made his way to the vicinity of the former location of the Three Absolutes sect. He first went to the outside of the former Three Absolute sect's mountain gate to observe the mountain from afar. Perhaps out of deep affection and reluctance to destroy his homeland, or perhaps out of fear of angering the victors, the Three Absolute sect hadn't caused much damage to the mountain gate when they abandoned it, except for taking away the spiritual resources they could carry. So the view that Zhou Chun saw from afar was not much different from the view he remembered. Obviously, the new occupiers had taken over the place smoothly, and there hadn't been any fighting over the spiritual mountain. According to his investigation, the force currently occupying this spiritual mountain was a cultivation family called the Shi family, a vassal of the corpse demon sect, the largest force after the recent reshuffling of the Feng Kingdom's high-level power. Speaking of the corpse demon sect, many cultivators felt extremely disgusted. This was because the corpse demon sect's fundamental technique was the art of refining and controlling corpses. And the material for refining corpses was the corpses of deceased cultivators. Every cultivator in the corpse demon sect dies a terrible death. Even when they pass away within the sect due to exhaustion of their lifespan, they feed their life essence to the powerful corpse refiners within the sect before their death, enhancing their strength. Through this cruel internal exploitation, the corpse demon sect has already cultivated several fifth-tier corpse refiners comparable to nascent soul-stage cultivators. If they are this cruel internally, one can imagine their brutality externally. They not only secretly hunt other cultivators to obtain high-quality corpse refinement materials, but also offer high prices to buy fresh, intact cultivator corpses, inciting other cultivators to kill each other. This recent reshuffling of power in the Feng Kingdom was originally caused by the corpse demon sect's brutal actions, which ignited the emotions of the two major sects and countless smaller forces and even independent cultivators in Feng Kingdom. Their long-simmering resentment led them to launch an attack on the corpse demon sect, preparing to unite and destroy this evil force. However, no one expected that after many years of clandestine cultivation, the corpse demon sect had amassed as many as 5 fifth-tier refined corpses. 5 fifth-tier refined corpses, plus 2 nascent soul-stage elders from the corpse demon sect, made 7 fifth-tier combatants. The two major sects that launched the attack only had 5 fifth-tier combatants combined. Even more terrifying was that, not only were they at a disadvantage in fifth-tier combat power, but the allied forces, who initially thought they had a significant advantage in fourth-tier combat power, also didn't hold much of a lead. The corpse demon sect had secretly accumulated dozens of fourth-tier refined corpses. They had even formed a corpse army composed entirely of second-tier refined corpses, numbering over 3,000. Thus, the allied forces, who initially thought they were destined for victory, ultimately suffered a crushing defeat. Not only did the two leading sects suffer heavy losses, each losing a nascent soul-stage cultivator to the corpse demon sect, but the other participating sects and families also suffered devastating losses. Ultimately, the two leading sects were forced to submit to the corpse demon sect, ceding countless interests to sue for peace. Mid-tier forces like the Three Absolute sect were mostly sold off to the corpse demon sect. Fortunately, the Three Absolute sect mostly rallied supporters at the time, and the number of cultivators they actually sent to fight was not particularly large. Moreover, their mountain gate was located very far from the corpse demon sect's mountain gate, with many other forces that had participated in the war acting as a shield. Therefore, when the corpse demon sect began its large-scale purge of those forces, the Three Absolute sect was able to pack up and escape in time. Now, the corpse demon sect is the largest force in the Feng Kingdom, and it holds an absolute dominant position. Those small and medium-sized forces that had previously relied on the corpse demon sect have naturally seen their status rise accordingly, and their power has increased significantly. For example, the Shi family, which occupies the Three Absolute sect's spiritual mountain, now doesn't even have a single golden core cultivator, only a fourth-tier refined corpse equivalent to golden core cultivator. Such a creature, however, occupies the Three Absolute sect's mountain gate, which previously required several golden core cultivators to occupy. This speaks volumes. After gazing at the Three Absolute sect's mountain gate for a moment to mourn, Zhou Chun quickly turned and left. This time, he went to Zhou City, the place where the Zhou family's mortal members used to live. Although the Zhou family had migrated a number of mortals to Jing Kingdom several times, the vast majority of them still lived in their ancestral home in Feng Kingdom. Upon arriving in Zhou City, Zhou Chun discovered that many of the Zhou family's mortal members had also fled, and the city was no longer as prosperous as it once was. It turned out that after the Shi family occupied the Three Absolute sect's mountain gate, they also cracked down on the mortal members left behind by the original three families in order to make room for their own mortal members. Those Zhou family mortals who fled could not endure the Shi family's bullying and oppression, and had no choice but to abandon their homeland and flee to other places. As Zhou Chun walked through Zhou City, with his powerful divine sense, he easily overheard many Zhou family mortals secretly cursing the Shi family. For example, in order to establish a corpse raising ground, the Shi family forcibly occupied a large cemetery where the Zhou family's ancestors were buried for generations, and also dug up graves and moved coffins on many hilltops, piling up coffins buried in the last 20 years at the corpse-raising ground. For example, the Shi family, in order to expand their clan, forcibly took Zhou family women as concubines, even married women. They also seized the houses of wealthy Zhou family members, occupied the Zhou family ancestral hall, and committed countless other atrocities. Hearing these words, Zhou Chun felt extremely uncomfortable. Many of them contained insults directed at the Zhou family cultivators who had fled Fen Kingdom, accusing them of abandoning their ancestral heritage and failing to fulfill their duty to protect their clan. These were the truth, and therefore all the more hurtful. But despite his distress, Zhou Chun could do nothing. With the Zhou family's current strength, they couldn't even handle the Shi family, let alone the behemoth that the corpse demon Sect stood behind them. For now, the Zhou family didn't care about these worldly clansmen. Although their lives were hard and humiliating, at least they could survive. On the contrary, if the Zhou family were to come and help them, in a battle between cultivators, it would only be the mortals who would suffer. Therefore, after wandering around Zhou City, Zhou Chun prepared to leave. Just as he was about to leave the west gate, a wedding procession suddenly poured in from outside the city with a lot of banging and knocking, heading straight for a small alley not far from the city gate. Strangely, although it was a wedding procession, there was no groom in sight, only a large red sedan chair. Moreover, there were many armored and armed soldiers in the procession, and Zhou Chun even vaguely noticed 2 cultivators mixed in with the procession. What a sin! Using a living person to marry and be buried with the dead, the Shi family is truly heartless. The daughter of the Ji family is truly unfortunate. SHH, 7th uncle, please keep your voice down, don't let them hear. So what if they hear? I'm just an old bone, I'll die if I die. If I could exchange my old bones for you guy's life, I would die 100 times over. What a good girl. Just as Zhou Chun's attention was drawn to this strange wedding procession, his extended divine sense suddenly heard words that made his blood pressure soar. His face instantly darkened, and he couldn't help but look at the 2 Zhou family mortals, one old and one young, huddled in the corner of the alley. At this moment, many Zhou family mortals emerged from various places, standing on both sides of the alley, their eyes filled with anger and resentment as they watched the approaching wedding procession. Some young men clenched their fists tightly and bit their lips hard. Beside them, middle-aged men and women gripped their arms tightly, shaking their heads with sorrowful eyes, signaling them not to act rashly. Don't be impulsive. Haven't we learned our lesson enough? The Shi family dares to come in so brazenly to snatch people. They must have brought cultivators, and Yudai's family wants to use Yudai to exchange for the lives of her 2 younger siblings. Please don't be impulsive. Today's update is a little late, but 2 chapters are definitely in order. Chapter 181, Utterly Inhuman, A Young Girl's Heart. Father, Mother, please forgive your unfilial daughter. I can no longer fulfill my filial duties to you both. Please take good care of yourselves. In a courtyard deep in Zhao Chang Alley, a girl of about 13 or 14, dressed in white, knelt before her parents, tears streaming down her face, as the joyous music drew nearer. She knew that once the procession entered the courtyard, she might not even have time to say goodbye to her parents. Seeing his sensible daughter, Zhou Jimin, his eyes also filled with tears, rushed forward, pulled her up, and hugged her, his voice choked with sobs, saying, "Yudai, my good daughter, you are the most filial child in the world." Hearing this, the woman beside them could no longer hold back and hugged her husband and daughter, weeping uncontrollably. "Why, Butterfly, my dear Butterfly, why are you so unlucky? Heaven is truly blind. Why does it always make good people suffer?" The family of 3 embraced each other and wept uncontrollably. This scene was witnessed by Zhou Chun, who was standing outside the alley. He looked at this family about to be separated from their loved ones, their lives hanging in the balance, and his eyes burned with fury. Indeed, he couldn't save the hundreds of thousands of ordinary people in and around Zhou City. But he absolutely couldn't let such a tragedy unfold before his eyes. But just as Zhou Chun was thinking about how to act without provoking a large-scale retaliation from the Shi family against these ordinary people, a scene that made his blood pressure soar again appeared. At that moment, the weeping family of 3 was forcibly separated by the Shi family members who broke into their home. Then, in an almost abduction manner, 2 strong women dragged the girl out of the house and forcibly put her into a bridal sedan chair and locked her up. Seeing this, Several hot-blooded young men from the Zhou family roared and tried to rush forward to save the bridal sedan chair. However, before they could even touch it, they were shot down by over a dozen crossbow bolts. My son, Shenjie. Give me back my Shenjie, I'll fight you to the death. Several Zhou family women and men, who had witnessed their sons die before their eyes, screamed in rage, wanting to fight back. But they were met with spears and crossbow bolts from the Shi family warriors. Soon, over a dozen corpses piled up on the ground. Come on. I want to see how brave you lowly Zhou family commoners are. A young man from the Shi family, holding a crossbow, shouted arrogantly at the other Zhou family members with a sneer. The other Shi family warriors laughed, their eyes filled with bloodlust. The Zhou family members clenched their fists tightly, glaring angrily at these madmen, their teeth clenched. At this moment, an elderly man from the Zhou family, with a full head of white hair but a ruddy complexion, jogged into the alley. He glanced at a dozen or so corpses lying in a pool of blood on the ground, and a tear welled up in his eye. Then he roared at the Zhou family mortals, "Go back. All of you, go back. Who let you out? Get back to your own homes now." As he roared, he swung his cane, beating and cursing the young men, driving them all out of the alley. The old man seemed to be of high status. None of the Zhou family mortals he beat and cursed dared to resist, many running out of the alley with tears in their eyes. After driving all the Zhou family mortals out of the alley, the old man gave the Shi family warriors a deep look, then expressionlessly left the alley. Seeing that the Zhou family mortals had all fled, the Shi family warriors seemed to have lost interest and quickly escorted the bridal sedan chair out of the alley, retracing their steps out of Zhou City. After everyone left, Zhou Chun concealed his face and identity, and followed the old man from the Zhou family to courtyard. "Who are you? Why are you hiding like this, afraid to show your face?" To Zhou Chun's surprise, the old man who saw him after he suddenly appeared over the high wall in the courtyard didn't panic, but instead looked at him warily and questioned him in a deep voice. This courage was truly extraordinary. No wonder he had been able to drive away those furious Zhou family mortals earlier. So Zhou Chun replied in a deep voice, "You don't need to know who I am. I will rescue Zhou Jimin's eldest daughter and the kidnapped children. I can rescue them, but I don't know how to settle them down and prevent them from suffering further persecution from the Shi family. Do you have any suggestions?" If he weren't worried about implicating these Zhou family mortals and causing a greater tragedy, he would have acted directly when the Shi family warriors started killing. But he couldn't. He knew very well that the Shi family warriors did that to provoke the Zhou family mortals into attacking them, so they could have a legitimate reason to kill. If he had used his cultivation techniques to save them on the spot, those saved would likely not have survived, and many Zhou family mortals would have also perished in the Shi family's subsequent retaliation. Therefore, he could only watch helplessly as the Zhou family mortals were killed by the Shi family warriors. It wasn't until the old man appeared that Zhou Chun saw a solution. At this moment, facing his question, the old man seemed to realize something, a deep look of surprise flashing in his eyes as he looked at him and said, "You are a cultivator." "Yes," Zhou Chun nodded slightly, readily admitting it. Upon seeing this, the old man's face first lit up with excitement, but then, as if remembering something, his expression darkened, and he said in a low voice, "If you can truly rescue the children of the Ji family, I can arrange for them to leave Zhou City and never return." Hearing this, Zhou Chun seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and said softly, "It seems you are indeed a clever man. I thought you would ask me to help you fight against the Shi family." Hearing this, the old man smiled bitterly and said, "I am not clever, but I know that the tide of history is unavoidable. Even so many cultivators of my Zhou family have had to abandon their ancestral heritage and flee to distant lands, which shows just how powerful the Shi family and the forces behind them truly are. If we mortals submit to the Shi family's rule now, we still have a chance to live and continue the Zhou family bloodline. If we overestimate ourselves and attempt revenge, I fear the number of those who die will be countless times greater than what we have now." These insightful words, filled with bitterness and helplessness, moved Zhou Chun deeply. He looked at the old man before him and suddenly said, "I know you don't entirely believe me, but I still have to tell you. The corpse demon sect behind the Shi family is now the largest cultivator force in Fen Kingdom, and for the time being, no one can rival them. So if you really can't bear the Shi family's oppression, then you should split up and flee towards Jin Kingdom. Even if you die on the run, it's better than being wantonly slaughtered here." Without waiting for the old man's reply, he quickly jumped over the courtyard wall and left. Next, Zhou Chun followed the wedding procession to a newly built mountain city more than 20 miles from Zhou City, which was where the Shi family's mortals mainly lived. The family that forcibly married Zhou Jimin's daughter, Zhou Yudi, was quite influential within the Shi family. 3 generations back, one of their ancestors was a foundation establishment cultivator. After Zhou Yudi was brought into the Shi family compound, Zhou Jimin's son and youngest daughter were brought before her by members of the Shi family. "You little slut, watch out. If you dare cause even the slightest trouble, not only will you be joining the 3rd young master, but your younger siblings will also be going with you," a woman from the Shi family whispered a warning to Zhou Yudi before leading her towards the mourning hall. Yes, the mourning hall. Although it was a joyous day, the groom was already a corpse, and his body had been lying in state for several days. However, the Shi family had its own methods for preserving corpses, so the body in the coffin was now made up with groom's makeup and dressed in groom's attire. At this moment, as the bride entered the mourning hall, under the control of a Shi family cultivator, the corpse in the coffin suddenly stretched its hands out of the coffin and sat up abruptly. Ah! Upon seeing this, Zhou Yudi screamed in terror and reflexively tried to back away. But her hand was tightly held by the woman beside her. "What are you afraid of? This is your husband." The woman glared at Zhou Yudi with a ferocious expression and hissed, seemingly unfazed by the sight of the corpse coming back to life. But Zhou Yudi, witnessing this for the first time, was completely unprepared. She knew the Shi family intended to marry her off to a corpse, and that she would be killed and buried alive with it. But she never imagined the Shi family would actually make her marry a corpse. "Behave yourself, think of your younger brother and sister outside, they're all counting on you to live," the Shi family woman warned the girl in a low voice, grabbing her shoulders from behind to prevent her from moving. Hearing her warning, the girl's struggles lessened considerably. At this moment, the groom's corpse completely crawled out of the coffin and walked towards the girl. Seeing this, the girl immediately closed her eyes in terror, unable to bear watching any longer. But just then, a strange laugh suddenly echoed inside and outside the mourning hall. "Hey, a spirit maiden born in the year, month, and hour of Yin, this is excellent material for corpse refining. Your Shi family is truly lucky, but since I've stumbled upon this opportunity belongs to me." The laughter had barely begun when several golden beams suddenly shot towards the Shi family cultivators inside the mourning hall, instantly killing them on the spot. A cloud of black poisonous smoke then flooded the courtyard, quickly poisoning all the Shi family mortals inside. When the black poisonous smoke dissipated, other Shi family mortals who had witnessed the commotion rushed to investigate, only to find a pool of corpse fluid on the ground. Not a single body was visible. This incident quickly alerted the cultivators within the Shi family's mountain gate, and a foundation establishment cultivator arrived to investigate. When this foundation establishment cultivator learned those 2 sentences from a mortal who had heard the strange laughter outside, his expression instantly darkened, revealing displeasure. "What a bunch of bastards, with their pathetic skills, they dare to use a spirit maiden born in an unlucky year, month, and hour to refine a corpse. Serves them right to die." After angrily cursing them, the foundation establishment cultivator from the Shi family had no further intention of investigating the aftermath and went straight back to the Shi family's mountain gate to report. What was there to investigate? A spirit maiden born in an unlucky year, month, and hour was an extremely valuable material for refining corpses. Since she had been discovered and abducted by others, she certainly wouldn't stay in the vicinity. Furthermore, after Zhou Chun rescued the people that day, he quietly returned to a wilderness outside Zhou City with the 3 mortals he had rescued. His original intention was to leave the 3 behind so that the girl Zhou Yudi's parents could come and take them away. But unexpectedly, when he revealed his plan, the girl Zhou Yudi suddenly knelt down before him. "I beg the Immortal Master to accept my humble daughter as your disciple. I am willing to serve you as your servant for life." In the desolate wilderness, the girl knelt on the ground strewn with pebbles and withered branches, repeatedly banging her head against the ground until her forehead bled. She remained oblivious, simply repeating her words. This scene completely surprised Zhou Chun. He frowned and used his sleeve to release a burst of magic, pulling the girl back and stopping her self-harming act. "Stop banging. Get up." At the same time, the little girl beside her finally came to her senses and rushed forward to hug her sister, crying, "What, sister, you're bleeding." The little boy, seeing this, quickly stepped forward and said, "Sister, get up quickly, let me wipe it for you." He then waved his sleeve to help wipe her wound. "Sister is all right. You two be good, go play somewhere else." Zhou Yudi looked at her younger siblings, comforted them softly, and then pushed them away. Then, gazing expectantly at Zhou Chun, she said, I know that immortal masters don't like to easily accept disciples, but please believe in my sincerity and determination. As long as you accept me as your disciple, I will do anything you ask without hesitation. Why are you so determined to become my disciple? Is it to seek revenge against the Shi family? Zhou Chun asked calmly, looking at the girl. Hearing this, the girl immediately nodded without hesitation, saying, yes, I want revenge. To avenge my deceased brothers, Hu Zi, Kaiangzi, Aunt Chunhua, and Uncle Yao Ke. To avenge those clansmen who were killed by the Shi family. Commendable courage, Zhou Chun said lightly. Then, looking at the girl with a deep gaze, he said, but do you know how powerful the Shi family is? Do you know how difficult and arduous the cultivation of immortality is, even if you cultivate for 10 or 100 years, compared to the powerful Shi family? It's nothing more than a moth drawn to a flame, utterly overestimating your abilities. He wasn't trying to scare the girl, he was stating the facts. Let alone the girl alone, even the entire Zhou family would have a slim chance of catching up with the Shi family within 100 years. After all, the Shi family currently possesses vast resources, and with these resources to sustain them, it's hard to say that their family won't produce a golden core cultivator, or even a few more purple mansion cultivators, within 100 years. Not to mention, their family currently has a 4th-tier refined corpse suppressing their foundation. However, faced with his disheartening words, the girl said without losing heart, I know I can't fight the Shi family alone, but as long as I cultivate immortal techniques and divine abilities, I can stop the Shi family's mortals from harming other Zhou family members. Naive, Zhou Chun shook his head, giving the girl only these 2 words as a reply. Second update delivered. Chapter 182 The Three-Yin Body, Transforming into a Dragon. Although he scolded the young girl Zhou Yudi for being naive, Zhou Chun still decided to take her away. It wasn't easy for the Zhou family to have a member with spiritual root talent. Now that they had discovered her, they couldn't let her talent go to waste. Moreover, Zhou Yudi's 3-yin body was indeed unsuitable for staying in Fen Kingdom, which was currently ruled by the corpse demon sect. It was fortunate that he encountered this situation, otherwise, Zhou Yudi might have become a powerful trump card for the Shi family in the future. Because a human with spiritual root talent, born in a yin year, yin month, and yin hour, the 3-yin body, was an excellent material for corpse refining. Corpses with a special physique had extremely high growth potential. With proper refining methods, they could be cultivated to the 2nd tier with a little nurturing. If a large amount of resources were invested in nurturing them, they might even have the opportunity to form a corpse core and become a 4th tier corpse refining. However, this was also Zhou Yudi's luck. If those few Shi family cultivators hadn't been so weak and incompetent that they had to resort to rituals like a ghost marriage to control her, she might have been buried alive the moment her 3-yin body was discovered. After deciding to take Zhou Yudi away, Zhou Chun took her to see her parents for a final farewell. After Zhou Yudi tearfully said goodbye to her parents and relatives, Zhou Chun looked at her and said, I'm sending you to the Zhou family in Jing Kingdom now. Cultivate diligently there. The cultivators there all share the same ancestor as you, and they will help you. Ah! Master, don't you want your disciple anymore? Zhou Yudi exclaimed, looking at Zhou Chun pitifully with panicked eyes. Don't call me master. That title isn't used carelessly in the cultivation world, Zhou Chun reprimanded her sternly. The master-disciple relationship is extremely deep in the cultivation world, comparable to father-son relationship. No respectable cultivator would easily accept a disciple. Although Zhou Yudi's aptitude was quite good, she possessed a mid-grade spiritual root and a 3-yin body. Zhou Chun had no intention of taking her as a disciple. After scolding her, he explained in a low voice, I'm going to a dangerous place to do something dangerous. I won't have time to teach you cultivation, and it's not a suitable place for you. Since you know it's dangerous, why are you still going? The girl looked at Zhou Chun with confusion and asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun sighed deeply, because once you're in the cultivation world, you're not in control of your own destiny. Hearing this, the girl instantly recalled her own experiences and fell silent. Seeing this, Zhou Chun shook his head and said, See? I told you before, the path of cultivation isn't as idyllic as you imagine. Cultivators endure far more suffering than ordinary mortals. He then waved his hand and said, Alright, once you become a true cultivator and experience the cruelty of the cultivation world, you'll understand what I'm saying. He then took the girl and left Fen Kingdom, heading straight for Jing Kingdom. After more than 10 days of travel, Zhou Chun arrived near Jilfang Ridge. He then changed his appearance and went to the mountain gate to present a visiting card, requesting an audience with Zhou Daowei, the head of the Zhou family. While he was traveling to Feng Kingdom, Zhou Daowei had announced internally that he was going to follow the third elder, Zhou Daoquan, on a journey. Therefore, he couldn't appear before the Zhou family cultivators in the short term. Upon receiving Zhou Chun's visiting card, Zhou Daowei quickly led him into the Zhou family. Zhangjin, what's going on? Why are you back in the family so soon? Inside the living room, Zhou Daowei stared at the disfigured Zhou Chun with a look of surprise and astonishment at his sudden return. When I was traveling in Feng Kingdom, I visited the family's ancestral land and encountered some things. Zhou Chun looked at Zhou Daowei and slowly recounted his experiences in Zhou City, including his encounter with Zhou Yudi and its outcome. After hearing his account, Zhou Daowei's expression instantly turned grave, and he remained silent for a long time. Often, the same words spoken by different people, in different situations, and at different times have completely different effects. The Zhou family cultivators who had migrated to Feng Kingdom to recount the tragic experiences of the family's mortals who remained there. But at that time, the Zhou family had only recently established itself in Jilfang Ridge, its foundation not yet firmly established, and it was in constant danger of collapse. Even if Zhou Daowei, the patriarch, heard those words, he had no time or inclination to pay attention. Now that the Zhou family's foundation is solidified and its revival is beginning to show, Zhou Daowei, having heard from Vice-Clan Chief Zhou Chun about the plight of the family's mortals who remained in Feng Kingdom, was deeply moved and pondered. After a long silence, Zhou Daowei finally spoke in a low voice. Abandoning them so hastily and fleeing Feng Kingdom back then was indeed a mistake on our part. If we had arranged for some to stay and organized their early relocation from their ancestral land, we could have completed the migration before the Shi family's mortals arrived, preventing them from suffering the Shi family's ravages, but saying this now was undoubtedly hindsight. Under those circumstances, which Zhou family cultivator would have dared to stay? The corpse demon sect not only killed people, but also refined their corpses into zombies. Although many cultivators' bodies were destroyed by the enemy after they died in battle, compared to having their bodies refined into zombies and used against their own relatives and friends, destruction of evidence was nothing. Therefore, even if the Zhou family had considered these things at the time, few would have dared to stay and do such a thing. So Zhou Chun didn't take Zhou Daowei's word seriously. Zhou Daowei quickly realized this and nodded slightly, saying, "How about this? I'll see if I can arrange for a few clansmen to take some secular members to the border between the two countries for a period of time. If they encounter any clansmen who have fled from Feng Kingdom, we can help them transfer to the family. If that's the case, that would be best." Zhou Chun replied softly, knowing this was the limit of what the Zhou family could do at the moment. Migrating people deep into Feng Kingdom was definitely something they couldn't do anymore. It would easily lead to their capture. After discussing the arrangements for Zhou Yudi with Zhou Daowei, Zhou Chun left the family's mountain gate. He returned to Zhou Yudi's side, who was waiting, and nodded gently to the girl, saying, "All right, I've already spoken to the Zhou family patriarch about you. He'll arrange for someone to come and take you to see him soon." He then added in a deep voice, "You must remember, do not reveal my existence to anyone. After you meet the Zhou family patriarch, follow his instructions completely." "Yes, I will obey my benefactor's orders." Zhou Yudi nodded obediently, remembering the matter. Not long after, Zhou's Hengyong was sent by Zhou Daowei to pick him up. Zhou Chun watched Zhou's Hengyong take the person away from afar before returning to Feng Kingdom. In the following months, Zhou Chun made numerous appearances and activities in a certain area of Feng Kingdom, leaving behind many traces of his deeds. Once he confirmed that these deeds were enough to attract the attention of the Dragon Transformation Sect's investigators, he killed a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Corpse Demon Sect during a conflict, then fled Feng Kingdom in fear of punishment, heading towards the desolate land where the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters was located. The true headquarters of the Dragon Transformation Sect was located deep within the wilderness, a straight line distance of 6 or 7,000 miles from the border of Jingguo Yuntao. However, there were few people left at that headquarters now. Most of the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators had dispersed and migrated towards the border of Jingguo Yuntao. The unique environment of the wilderness allowed a Dragon Transformation Sect to avoid confining all its members to one place for cultivation, unlike the Kinglian Temple. In addition to the headquarters, They had established 5 branch altars in areas rich in spiritual energy within the wilderness, where members mainly cultivated. The cultivation families that relied on the dragon transformation sect established their mountain gates and settled around these 5 branch altars. Zhou Chun didn't have a detailed map of the wilderness. Such a map was probably only possessed by the dragon transformation sect. He simply headed in one direction, hoping to encounter cultivators from the dragon transformation sect. However, the wilderness was indeed extremely dangerous. This time, venturing alone without any useful magical artifacts, he still encountered many dangers. The first time, while meditating to recover his magical power, he was targeted by a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast. Just as he unleashed the silver lightning python to battle the mid-grade second-tier demonic beast, he attracted another low-grade second-tier demonic beast, resulting in a two-way attack. Although he and the silver lightning python ultimately killed the low-grade second-tier demonic beast and scared away the mid-grade second-tier demonic beast, he was completely exhausted, a narrow victory. The second time, he discovered a 400-year-old golden star grass in the wilderness. When he tried to harvest it, a high-grade second-tier demonic beast, the golden needle hedgehog, suddenly emerged from the ground. This beast hid underground, its aura completely concealed, and Zhou Chun's divine sense failed to detect it. Therefore, despite being well prepared to harvest the herb, he was still ambushed by the beast, and multiple needles pierced his golden cauldron profound-like protection and penetrated his body. In that situation, an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator would likely have died instantly. Because once the golden needle hedgehog's quills strike a target, they release a venomous, sharp metallic force that damages nearby organs, tissues, and meridians. If hit by multiple quills simultaneously, ordinary cultivators simply cannot suppress and eliminate this alien power while continuing to fight the golden needle hedgehog. But Zhou Chun is different. His cultivation technique, the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, is a top-tier cultivation method for metal elemental magic, giving him resistance to alien metal energy far superior to that of ordinary cultivators. The alien power belonging to the golden needle hedgehog was barely released within his body before he used his own magic power to envelop and suppress it. Then, enduring the beast's subsequent attacks, he quickly fled the battlefield. By the time he completely expelled the alien power from his body and returned to seek revenge, the golden needle hedgehog had already eaten the golden star grass and escaped. This experience taught Zhou Chun a lesson. He shouldn't underestimate these second-tier demonic beasts of the wilderness. The third time, which is now. This time, Zhou Chun was the unluckiest. He only roasted some meat, yet he attracted 2 pig-faced demonic apes roaming the wilderness, one of which was a second-tier high-grade demonic beast. As a result, he could only summon his flying magic weapon and flee at breakneck speed, while the 2 pig-faced demonic apes relentlessly pursued him. Fortunately, apart from some demonic beasts that were naturally adept at flying or renowned for their speed, most second-tier land-dwelling demonic beasts were no match for a Foundation establishment cultivator wielding a second-tier flying magic weapon. Zhou Chun flew swiftly for hundreds of miles, finally shaking off the 2 pig-faced demonic apes. However, his high-flying flight was quite conspicuous, easily revealing his presence. Therefore, before he could even breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice at having shaken off the 2 pig-faced demonic apes, he was surrounded by 2 human cultivators. Both human cultivators wore cyan dragon pattern robes, clearly missionaries of the dragon transformation sect. One was at the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and the other at the early Foundation establishment stage. These 2 were clearly up to no good, Zhou Chun saw greed in their eyes. They obviously coveted the low-grade second-tier flying magic weapon beneath his feet. However, he had come to join the dragon transformation sect and naturally didn't want to fight them. So, before they could approach and attack, he preemptively called out, "Are you 2 fellow Daoists missionaries of the dragon transformation sect? I am Zhou Yuanyang, a rogue cultivator from Fen Kingdom. I have come to this wilderness specifically to join your esteemed sect." Hearing this, the 2 paused, their faces showing surprise. After exchanging a few words telepathically, they abandoned their hostility. One of them immediately smiled and said, "So it's fellow Daoist Zhou from Fen Kingdom. Since you've come to join our sect, you are our honored guest. We will take you to the branch altar to pay your respects to the Dharma Protector." The other nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, once you join our sect, we'll be family." Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with a strange light, and then he bowed to the 2 with a joyful expression, saying, "Then I, Zhou, thank you both in advance After speaking, he waved his sleeve to put away the azure flying boat magic artifact beneath his feet and flew towards the two of them. The two of them smiled even more broadly upon seeing this. But just as Zhou Chun flew to within a few dozen feet of the two of them, they suddenly attacked simultaneously, using their magic artifacts to strike at Zhou Chun. But just as they were smiling, thinking they had succeeded in their attack, golden spiritual light suddenly spread out from Zhou Chun's body, instantly forming a golden light shield that protected him. The two magical artifacts struck the golden light shield, causing it to flicker wildly, but they failed to break through the shield itself. Zhou Chun, inside, coldly stared at the two and asked, "What do you two mean by this?" Hearing this, the two, initially stunned by his immense power, trembled. The mid-foundation establishment cultivator hurriedly coughed twice, saying, "Ahem, fellow Taoist Zhou, please don't misunderstand. We were merely testing your strength. After all, our dragon transformation sect is a major sect, and not just anyone can join." The other quickly echoed, "Yes, yes, fellow Taoist Zhou, your strength is indeed extraordinary. You are fully qualified to join our sect." Both were utterly shocked, knowing they had kicked a hornet's nest. So, as they spoke, they unconsciously retreated, distancing themselves from Zhou Chun, prepared for his sudden attack. But to their surprise, Zhou Chun seemed to genuinely believe their words. Zhou Chun's expression relaxed, and he nodded slightly, saying, "I see. I misunderstood you too." With that, he waved his sleeve, dispelling the golden light shield. Seeing this, the two men opposite him felt even greater respect for him. After what had just happened, they no longer thought Zhou Chun was a fool. Since he dared to act this way, it meant he was truly fearless and unafraid of their malicious intentions. They were indeed intimidated by the strength Zhou Chun had just displayed. From then on, they were filled with trepidation and forced smiles, obediently leading Zhou Chun to the nearest branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect. First update of the day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183: Successful Induction into the Cult, Golden Dragon Hall. The nearest branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect to Zhou Chun was the Azure Dragon Branch, which was also the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Hall. Led by two Azure Dragon Hall missionaries, Zhou Chun quickly and smoothly arrived outside the Azure Dragon Branch. The Azure Dragon Branch was built on the shore of a large lake, and less than 100 miles from the branch's headquarters, on the lakeshore plain, lay a vast area inhabited by mortals. Zhou Chun could tell from a glance in the sky that there were probably no fewer than 1,000,000 mortals living there. "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please wait a moment. We will enter the branch to inform the Dharma Protector on your behalf." Outside the Azure Dragon Branch's gate, the two Azure Dragon Hall missionaries, after leading Zhou Chun there, greeted him with smiles and asked him to wait outside, preparing to enter the gate to explain the situation. Throughout the journey, although Zhou Chun had been polite and courteous, the two missionaries, feeling guilty, remained wary, constantly worried that Zhou Chun would suddenly attack and kill them. Therefore, they were now exhausted and didn't want to stay by Zhou Chun's side for even a moment longer. Of course, then I'll trouble you two fellow Daoists." Zhou Chun smiled and cupped his hands towards the two, readily agreeing. Only after witnessing the two enter the gates of the Azure Dragon Branch did Zhou Chun's smile fade, and he became slightly nervous. The next moment was crucial, determining his life or death. If he could pass the tests of the Azure Dragon Protectors and Elders currently guarding the Azure Dragon Branch, he would successfully infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Sect with his abilities, plus the support and cooperation of the Azure Lotus Temple and his family. It wouldn't be difficult for him to thrive within the Dragon Transformation Sect. This was one of the great advantages of infiltration. High risk, higher reward, that was the reality of infiltration. Zhou Chun didn't have to wait long. About half an hour later, he saw the mid-foundation establishment cultivator who had gone in run out again. The man approached him, a smile on his face, and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, please follow me. Protector Peng, having heard of your deeds, specifically sent me to invite you to the branch altar for a chat. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Taoist." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and followed the man into the Azure Dragon Branch altar's mountain gate. Although it was just a branch altar, Because there were no other forces vying for it in this desolate place, the spiritual energy concentration inside the Azure Dragon Branch Altar's Mountain Gate was actually not much worse than that of the Azure Lotus Temple's Mountain Gate. In terms of cultivation conditions, it was definitely several levels better than the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. Zhou Chun followed the Azure Dragon Hall's missionary, flying through the mountain gate for over 100 miles before landing halfway up a majestic mountain peak 1,000 feet high. They then entered a palace on the mountain. At the head of the palace, a middle-aged man dressed in blue leaned against the dragon throne, holding a book and reading. As soon as the two entered the hall, the Qinglong Hall missionary who had brought Zhou Chun knelt down on one knee, raised his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, reporting to Protector Peng, fellow Taoist Zhou has been brought here. Zhou Chun, standing beside him, also bowed and said, Junior Zhou Yuan greets Senior Peng. At this moment, the middle-aged man reclining on the dragon throne put down his book and looked at the two in the hall. He stared intently at Zhou Chun for a moment before gently waving his hand and saying, all right, fellow Taoist Zhou, stay. Instructor Wang, you may leave now. Yes, your subordinate takes his leave, Instructor Wang responded, hurriedly leaving the hall and closing the door behind him. After the man left, Protector Peng, seated on the dragon throne, looked at Zhou Chun and asked softly, according to Instructor Wang, fellow Taoist Zhou offended the corpse demon sect in Fen Kingdom and had no choice but to come and seek refuge with our sect. That's part of the reason, but not entirely? Zhou Chun nodded first, then shook his head. Oh? What do you mean? Is there another reason? Protector Peng's face showed surprise, and he looked at Zhou Chun with interest, gesturing for him to explain. This junior had already formed a connection with your sect before even reaching Foundation Establishment. After successfully reaching Foundation Establishment, I also struggled with whether to come and seek refuge with your sect. This time, in a fit of anger, I killed the members of the Corpse Demon sect. Knowing that there was no place for me in Fen Kingdom, I no longer hesitated. As he spoke, Zhou Chun recounted how he discovered the remains and relics of a cultivator from the Dragon Transformation sect more than 800 years ago. In his account, he only changed the location took place within the Fen Kingdom and omitted the matter of the secret foil. Everything else was a true story. Protector Peng listened with increasing astonishment and growing solemnity. After Zhou Chun finished speaking, he stared intently at him and demanded in a deep voice, are you sure what you've said is true? Do you know the consequences of deceiving this protector and this sect? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately replied with a serious expression, Senior, you are wise. Everything I just said is true, without the slightest falsehood, and I have evidence to prove it. Very well, then bring out everything for this protector to see, Protector Peng said, getting up and walking down. Seeing this, Zhou Chun unhesitatingly reached into his storage bag and took out everything he had prepared. After deciding to join the Dragon Transformation sect, he had already made another trip to the cave deep within the underground river to retrieve the jade box he had discarded and the remains of the Dragon Transformation sect's ancestor cultivator. He also brought out the thousands of dragon coins, various original texts, the flying dragon seal he had used for refining, and a heavenly spirit token that he had previously kept at the Zhou family's residence. Seeing the ancient artifacts Zhou Chun had retrieved, Protector Peng immediately grabbed the skeleton and began examining it without hesitation. After inspecting the skeleton, he also took out the texts and perused them. Finally, he looked at Zhou Chun and said, fellow Taoist Zhou, do you dare accompany me to the Deputy Hall Master and be questioned by him? Of course I dare, Zhou Chun replied without hesitation. Upon seeing this, Protector Peng immediately exclaimed, good, then put these things away first. I will take you to see the Deputy Hall Master of this hall. Junior obeys. Zhou Chun replied, immediately putting away all the things, and then followed Protector Peng out of the main hall and headed towards the mountain top. The Azure Dragon Hall had a Hall Master and a Deputy Hall Master, as well as 3 elders. However, the Hall Master generally did not handle affairs. It was mainly the Deputy Hall Master who managed the affairs of the Azure Dragon Branch and the Azure Dragon Hall. Zhou Chun, led by Protector Peng, went up the mountain and soon arrived at the outside of a main hall called the Azure Dragon Hall. Protector Peng then told him to wait outside while he went into the main hall to report to the Deputy Hall Master. Not long after, he came out and waved to Zhou Chun, saying, Deputy Hall Master Deng already knows about this matter. Fellow Taoist Zhou, please come with me to pay your respects to him. Following him into the Azure Dragon Hall, Zhou Chun soon saw Deng Hai, the Deputy Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect. This Deputy Hall Master Deng looked quite old, with much of his hair turned white, but his complexion was rather ruddy, and his energy was in no way inferior to that of a young person. Junior Zhou Yuan greets Senior Deng, just as he had done when meeting Protector Peng. Zhou Chun bowed first upon seeing him. His aura is powerful and profound, his foundation is solid and firm, indeed a promising talent. Deputy Hall Master Deng nodded slightly, having already discerned at a glance the extraordinary nature of Zhou Chun's cultivation technique. Then, staring intently at Zhou Chun, he said, Protector Peng has already relayed what you told him before. If what you said is true, then you truly have a deep connection with our sect. Our sect also thanks you for returning the remains and relics of our ancestors. However, as you probably know, our sect has an irreconcilable feud with the various factions in Jingguo. They have always wanted to destroy our sect, and they will stop at nothing to achieve this. Therefore, if you truly wish to remain in our sect and be valued by us, you must pass my lie detector test. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful divine pressure enveloped Zhou Chun. Faced with this powerful divine pressure, Zhou Chun felt as if he were carrying a heavy burden, experiencing immense discomfort. He didn't resist the pressure of divine sense. Instead, he knelt down and respectfully replied, "This junior understands. This junior is willing to accept senior's test. Very good." Vice Hall Master Deng nodded slightly, his eyes shining brightly as he looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Raise your head and look directly at me." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately looked up and met his gaze. Then, he felt his consciousness become hazy. But soon, the secret technique of the Heart Lotus Orthodox method he was cultivating automatically activated, helping him resist the erosion of his soul by external forces. After regaining some clarity, Zhou Chun controlled the power of the secret technique, maintaining himself in a semi-conscious state, and slowly responded to Vice Hall Master Deng's questions. This Vice Hall Master Deng was indeed very cautious. While influencing Zhou Chun's mind and asking various questions, he also quietly removed the storage bag and spirit beast bag from Zhou Chun's waist, checking their contents. Then he returned them to Zhou Chun, making it impossible for anyone to notice anything amiss. Moreover, he didn't completely trust this secret technique, and tried several other methods to interrogate Zhou Chun. However, faced with Zhou Chun's mixed answers, he didn't gain much insight. In the end, Zhou Chun deliberately revealed the strength of his soul and actively broke free from the control of his secret technique. Your soul is much stronger than that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. What is the reason for this? Vice Hall Master Deng looked at Zhou Chun with a surprised expression and asked in a deep voice. Zhou Chun was prepared for this and immediately replied respectfully, "Senior, you are wise. Before I reached foundation establishment, I was fortunate enough to obtain a 7-leaf soul core grass in the Zhuanyin land. Because it was too precious, I dared not sell it at the time, so I consumed it myself." The 7-leaf soul core grass he mentioned was also a spiritual herb that could strengthen a cultivator's soul after consumption. This spiritual herb only blooms 1 leaf every 100 years, so 7 leaves meant it was 700 years old. Its effects were much stronger than the soul heart fruit. Therefore, Vice Hall Master Deng was also surprised after hearing his words. Then, frowning, he asked, "The 7-leaf soul core grass can indeed strengthen a cultivator's soul, but it must be protected by something extraordinary. You were only at the key refining stage at the time, how could you have obtained it?" Zhou Chun had naturally anticipated this question and immediately replied respectfully, "Senior is wise. At that time, the 7-leaf soul core grass was indeed protected by a second-tier ghost. However, ghosts fear lightning, and my tamed spirit pet, the silver lightning python, was already a first-tier high-grade demon beast, possessing powerful lightning spells like the lightning strike technique. It was with its help that I scared away the ghost and successfully obtained the 7-leaf soul core grass." This answer was perfectly reasonable, and Vice Hall Master Deng couldn't find any fault with it. He wanted to ask Zhou Chun how he obtained the silver lightning python, but stopped himself before speaking. He knew that since he hadn't noticed anything amiss when asking about other matters, Zhou Chun's answer to this question was even less likely to contain any flaws. He could only nod slightly and say, "I understand. Then you shall stay at this altar and write down your experiences over the years and give it to Protector Peng. He will send someone to verify it." He paused slightly, then continued enticingly, "If your background is truly innocent, our sect will naturally give you an important position and will certainly not mistreat you. Yes, Junior obeys, Zhou Chun respectfully replied and immediately withdrew with Protector Peng. The relics of the dragon transformation Sect's ancestors that he had brought were left with Deputy Hall Master Deng. After arranging for Zhou Chun to stay in a courtyard so that he could write down his experiences in peace, Protector Peng returned to Deputy Hall Master Deng. Protector Peng, you brought this person here. Is there anything you wish to say? Inside the Azure Dragon Hall, Deputy Hall Master Deng looked at Protector Peng, who had returned, and asked him in a low voice what he meant. Upon hearing this, Protector Peng hesitated for a moment before replying in a low voice, Vice Hall Master, you are wise. I cannot find any flaws in this man's words. The skeleton he brought is indeed from someone who has cultivated our Sect's dragon transformation secret technique, and it is indeed a skeleton from hundreds of years ago. Those dragon coins, scriptures, and magical artifacts are things that the various sects of Jin Kingdom can produce, but if they can truly produce this kind of skeleton, then they are truly terrifying. They were prepared so many years ago. Yes, the skeleton is indeed undeniable, and that magical artifact is indeed very old. Vice Hall Master Deng nodded slightly, having no objection to Protector Peng's answer. However, he quickly shook his head and said, but it is also very possible that the person who obtains this opportunity is actually from one of the Jin Kingdom sects. That Zhou Yuanyang is a spy they sent. Then what does the elder mean? Protector Peng cautiously looked at Vice Hall Master Deng, somewhat unsure of his meaning. Deputy Hall Master Deng glanced at him, then slowly said, isn't he cultivating a top-tier metal element technique? Even if he's an undercover agent, killing such a talent would be a waste. The Golden Dragon Hall is newly established, and they need manpower to expand into the wilderness. Right, let's hand him over to the Golden Dragon Hall. We can even gain favor with Hall Master Li. Hearing this, Protector Peng's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flattered Deputy Hall Master Deng. Brilliant. Deputy Hall Master, your move is truly brilliant. Even if he really is an undercover agent, he won't be able to obtain many of our sect's secrets. He'll only be contributing to our sect for nothing. But facing his flattery, Deputy Hall Master Deng simply waved his hand. Alright, enough with the flattery. Go and get to work. Have the cult members lurking in Fen Kingdom investigate him. Protector Peng hurriedly replied, yes, Your Majesty, I understand. Second update. Chapter 184 Cultivating the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. Instructor Zhou, this will be your residence within the sect from now on. Familiarize yourself with the sect's rules and practice its secret techniques. If you have any questions, feel free to seek my help. I will answer them to the best of my ability. In a rocky valley, Zhou Chun and a middle-aged man in a silver-white dragon-patterned robe were settling in. Zhou Chun glanced at the simple stone hut built from the available rocks, his eyes twitching slightly before he bowed to the man beside him, saying, I understand. Thank you for your help, Instructor Zhou. Hearing this, the middle-aged man quickly returned the bow, saying, not at all. Instructor Zhou is a favorite of Protector Guan, a rising star of our sect. I hope Instructor Zhou will continue to look after me. After offering a few more words of flattery, he turned and left the valley. After watching the middle-aged man leave, Zhou Chun looked back at the stone hut behind him and gave a wry smile. More than a month had passed since he joined the Dragon Transformation Sect after meeting Deng Hai, the deputy head of the Azure Dragon Hall. At the Azure Dragon branch altar that day, he wrote down his fabricated experiences and handed them to Protector Peng. He then waited for news within the Azure Dragon branch altar. Unexpectedly, after waiting for more than half a month, Protector Peng returned with Deng Hai's reward. Deng Hai was quite generous, replacing all the dragon coins he brought with the spirit coins now issued by the Dragon Transformation Sect, and returning the Flying Dragon Sea's magic weapon. However, Protector Peng then led him away from the Azure Dragon branch altar, deep into the wilderness for thousands of miles to the present-day Golden Dragon branch altar. This Golden Dragon branch altar was located in a desolate, uninhabited area, a completely newly established territory. The Golden Dragon Hall's manpower was far inferior to the 5 previously established halls. After arriving at the Azure Dragon branch altar, Zhou Chun, because he cultivated a top-tier metal element technique and had a deep connection with the Dragon Transformation Sect, gained the appreciation of Li Xiangxing, the head of the Golden Dragon Hall, who bestowed upon him a second-tier mid-grade defensive magic weapon. Then he was assigned to serve under Guan Chang, the Grand Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall. Guan Chang, as the Grand Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall, was a late-stage purple mansion cultivator with extraordinary strength. After arranging several duels between Zhou Chun and several Golden Dragon Hall envoys, he greatly admired and favored Zhou Chun's strength. When he learned that Zhou Chun also needed to refine some golden energy for his daily cultivation, he arranged for Zhou Chun to cultivate in this valley. This valley contained a black iron mine underground, with very rich golden energy, making it impossible for ordinary cultivators to even meditate and cultivate here. However, it was just right as a cultivation place for Zhou Chun. But at this moment, Zhou Chun was not happy at all about the arrangement made by Grand Protector Guan Chang. With his intelligence, after learning a little about the situation of the Golden Dragon Hall, how could he not know the intentions of Deputy Hall Master Deng of the Azure Dragon Hall? This was clearly using him as a laborer for pioneering work. The Golden Dragon branch of the Golden Dragon Hall was only at the stage of setting up its gates. There was still so much to be done. These matters are all related to the construction of the Golden Dragon Hall and its branch altars, and have nothing to do with the Dragon Transformation Sect's plans to deal with the various factions in Jingguo. It's also difficult to access any of the Dragon Transformation Sect's secrets. Tragically, even having realized this, Zhou Chun is now powerless to resist. The Dragon Transformation Sect is not a place where he can run rampant. Now that his name is on the Golden Dragon Hall's register, unless he escapes back to Jingguo now, there will be no place for him in the Dragon Transformation Sect. Sigh, since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. With a soft sigh, Zhou Chun sorted out his thoughts and went into the stone house ahead to examine the Dragon Transformation Sect's rules and regulations. He had already obtained the benefits from the Green Lotus Temple, and there was absolutely no way he could go back now. Even if he gained nothing from the Golden Dragon Hall, he would still have to stay for 30 years. The Dragon Transformation Sect's rules were not particularly noteworthy, being largely the same as those of other sects and forces. However, the rules of this sect specifically stipulated several points. One must not harm the dragons inside or outside Dragon Abyss Swamp, one must not hunt the demonic beasts within Dragon Abyss Swamp, and one must not set foot on the territories of Jing Kingdom and Fen Kingdom without authorization. After Zhou Chun memorized all the rules, he focused his attention on a classic text. This text was none other than the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, which he had previously been incredibly curious about. After officially becoming a missionary of the Golden Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect, he obtained this Dragon Transformation Secret Manual from the Grand Protector Guan Chang. Of course, of the 5 levels of the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, only 2 levels were recorded here. The remaining secrets would only be taught to him after he opened his Purple Mansion. His next task was to master the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual as soon as possible. Only after successfully mastering the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual could he be allowed to leave the Golden Dragon Branch altar. At this moment, Zhou Chun opened the fundamental secret manual of the Dragon Transformation Sect and was quickly captivated by its contents. To be honest, Zhou Chun had come into contact with quite a few secret techniques and had even practiced several of them. Even the secret techniques recorded in the outer 4 chapters of the Golden Cauldron Profound Art, and powerful secret arts like Ancestral Revival, are completely incomparable to the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. This Dragon Transformation Secret Technique is no longer just a single secret technique, but a secondary cultivation method. Just as Zhou Chun had previously understood, to begin cultivating the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, one must consume fresh dragon blood as a catalyst. Once successfully cultivated, the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique will transform and strengthen the cultivator's physical body, making it more powerful and enhancing their 5 senses, such as eyesight and hearing. This transformation of the physical body is merely a side benefit of cultivating the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. When the power of the dragon blood within the body is activated according to the methods within the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, the cultivator will experience partial limb mutations, gaining significant enhancement and acquiring some of the dragon's supernatural powers. The more profound and higher the level of cultivation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, the more intensified these mutations become, and the more powerful the dragon's supernatural powers gained become. It seems that those Dragon Transformation Sect protectors who have cultivated the 3rd level of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique can generally wear full armor, obtaining a powerful, close-fitting dragon-scale battle armor. They can also breathe fire and water, and cast some dragon-specific spells out of thin air. Even when injured, their recovery ability is as formidable as a dragon's. They can even use the dragon transformation secret technique as a foundation to unleash various powerful secret techniques, such as the dragon transformation ascension technique. It can be said that, apart from not helping much in improving magical power cultivation, the dragon transformation secret technique is definitely not much less effective than top-tier techniques like the Golden Cauldron profound art in enhancing the strength of cultivators. However, its cultivation difficulty is far less than that of the Golden Cauldron profound art, and it can be practiced by everyone. Such a secret technique is truly a fundamental secret technique capable of laying the foundation for a great power. As long as one cultivates such a secret technique, even those cultivators who practice techniques for rapidly improving magical power can have the strength to fight against cultivators of the same level who practice combat techniques. If a cultivator who has mastered combat techniques were to cultivate this secret method, their strength would be even greater. After burying himself in the cultivation manual for several days, Zhou Chun put down the manual and began preparing his dwelling. He wasn't the kind of ascetic who could simply dig a cave and live there for decades or even centuries. Although this valley was suitable for his cultivation, his dwelling couldn't remain so simple. Therefore, he quickly demolished the stone house and, using local materials, spent about 5 days building a large courtyard with walls. After rebuilding his dwelling, Zhou Chun left the silver lightning python bye-bye to guard the courtyard and went to pay his respects to Guancheng, the Grand Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall. Guancheng, the Grand Protector, was the third most important figure in the Golden Dragon Hall, after the Hallmaster and Deputy Hallmaster. Because the Golden Dragon Hall was newly established, it currently didn't have a single Golden Core Elder. Therefore, Guancheng's cave was built on Golden Dragon Peak, the most central location of the Golden Dragon branch. This Golden Dragon Peak, nearly 2,000 feet high, pierces the sky like a sword pointing to the heavens. Its majestic and precipitous terrain, rich in spiritual energy, makes it an excellent place for cultivation. Guancheng's cave dwelling is built halfway up the mountain, carved into a rock face. Compared to Zhou Chun's simple residence, his cave dwelling is far superior. Not only is the interior lavishly decorated, but several graceful and charming maids attend to him around the clock. Zhou Chun, having received permission from outside, was led to the reception room of the cave dwelling by a maid in a yellow dress. Following behind the maid, he looked at her slender and alluring figure, shaking his head inwardly. These maids were also cultivators, though their cultivation levels were not high, only at the early or middle stages of key refining. It was rather tragic that cultivators, supposed to be dignified immortals, were confined to this cave dwelling, serving as slaves and maids, with less freedom than ordinary mortals. Zhou Chun wondered if he could endure such a life if he were in their shoes. But this was just his opinion. The maids themselves might not find this life unpleasant. Besides, he had no right to comment. So he quickly suppressed his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. Upon entering the reception room, he immediately saw Guancheng, the Grand Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall, sitting inside drinking tea. As a protector, Guancheng wore a light gold robe, clearly distinguishable from the silver robes worn by Zhou Chun and the other disciples. He was a large, burly man with a thick beard. Seeing such a person sitting there sipping fragrant tea gave Zhou Chun a very incongruous feeling. However, he dared not show any unusual expression. Instead, he respectfully stepped forward, knelt on one knee, and bowed, saying, "This subordinate greets the great protector." Guancheng indeed valued Zhou Chun, a subordinate with great potential, and immediately waved his hand, smiling as he greeted him. "Instructor Zhou, you're too kind. Please sit down and have a cup of tea. We can discuss the matter later." "Yes, sir," Zhou Chun responded, then unceremoniously sat down in the lower seat, picked up the tea handed to him by a maid, took a sip, and said, "Good tea." His carefree demeanor pleased Guancheng, whose smile widened, and he immediately picked up his teacup and drank it all in one gulp. It turned out that he actually preferred drinking tea this way. After drinking tea, Guancheng asked Zhou Chun about the purpose of his visit. Zhou Chun naturally revealed his purpose without any concealment. "Oh, you've already grasped the cultivation method so quickly." A look of surprise flashed across Guancheng's face, as if he found it hard to believe. Although the cultivation difficulty of the dragon transformation secret technique is not high, and the initial steps are not difficult either, Zhou Chun's application for dragon spirit blood cultivation in less than 10 days was far too fast. Faced with Guancheng's questioning, Zhou Chun responded in a low voice, "This junior has always had fairly good comprehension, and in the past, My cultivation speed for other secret techniques was also quite fast. In reality, it wasn't that his comprehension was exceptionally strong, but rather that many of the introductory cultivation methods of the dragon transformation secret technique could be omitted for him. His golden cauldron profound technique already had a strong tempering effect on the physical body, and although he had only cultivated this technique for less than 5 years, his physical strength was already comparable to some late-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Therefore, he simply wanted to feign a highly intelligent genius to gain more favor and reliance from Guancheng. Upon hearing his answer, Guancheng nodded thoughtfully and said, "Indeed, given your status as a role cultivator, your success in establishing your foundation at such a young age, and the mastery of a top-tier cultivation technique, indicates your comprehension is far superior to that of ordinary cultivators." He then stood up and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, "Then this protector will go to the hall master now to retrieve the dragon spirit blood for you. You wait here for me and do not wander off." Zhou Chun immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, your subordinate obeys." He then watched Guancheng leave the cave. After leaving the cave, Guancheng quickly ascended to a higher point on Golden Dragon Peak and arrived at the cave of Li Xiangxing, the hallmaster of the Golden Dragon Hall. When he explained his purpose, Li Xiangxing was slightly surprised. "That old bastard Deng Hai said this kid might be a spy sent by the Jing Kingdom, so I assigned him to your command and asked you to keep an eye on him, but would the Jing Kingdom really be willing to send such a promising talent as a spy?" Li Xiangxing said, then suddenly clapped his hands and laughed. "Interesting. Regardless of whether he's a real spy or not, I'll treat him as one for now, give him some opportunities, and see how far he can go." After saying that, he instructed Guancheng, "Guardian Guan, keep a close eye on him from now on, give him more tasks, and don't be stingy with rewards for good work, but punish him according to the sect rules if he does bad work." Upon hearing this, Guancheng immediately replied respectfully, "Yes, subordinate understands what to do, then I'll go and get the dragon spirit blood," Li Xiangxing said, and left the cave. Not long after, he returned to the cave and handed a dark red jade gourd magic artifact containing fresh dragon spirit blood to Guancheng. Having obtained the dragon spirit blood, Guancheng quickly returned to his cave with a dark red jade gourd artifact. Upon arriving, he tossed the gourd to Zhou Chun and said solemnly, "The dragon spirit blood is in here. Instructor Zhou, you shall now cultivate in my cave. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask me." "Yes, Your Majesty, thank you for your kindness," Zhou Chun respectfully replied. He then settled into a stone chamber under Guancheng's arrangement and began cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique. First update of the day. Chapter 185 Zhou Chun's third spirit pet. Including the Golden Dragon Hall, the Dragon Transformation Sect now has 6 main halls: Azure Dragon Hall, Crimson Dragon Hall, Black Dragon Hall, White Dragon Hall, Blood Dragon Hall, and Golden Dragon Hall. These hall names correspond to specific types of dragons. For example, members of the Azure Dragon Hall draw blood from Azure Dragons when cultivating the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. The Crimson Dragon Hall draws blood from Crimson Fire Dragons, and the Golden Dragon Hall draws blood from Golden Dragons. Dragons vary in strength. At the same cultivation level, Golden Dragons are stronger than Azure and Black Dragons. Therefore, the Golden Dragon Hall has great potential. However, the Golden Dragon in the Golden Dragon Hall is only at the 3rd rank, a significant difference compared to the 4th-ranked dragons in the other halls. It's important to understand that the cultivation speed of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique is heavily dependent on the strength of the dragon from which the blood is drawn. Using the spiritual blood of a 3rd-rank Golden Dragon to cultivate the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique will make further progress very difficult once you reach the 3rd level. Therefore, Li Xiangxing, the head of the Golden Dragon Hall, and Ma Bao, the deputy head, actually cultivated using the spiritual blood of the Azure Dragon and the Crimson Fire Dragon. Only the Grand Protector Guancheng truly completed the secret technique's transformation using the spiritual blood of a 3rd-tier Golden Dragon. This is another major characteristic of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique. Even if one previously used other dragon spiritual blood for foundational cultivation, one can later replace it with new dragon spiritual blood. However, this transformation method is never taught to ordinary instructors or protectors, only Golden Core stage elders can master it. Guancheng was able to complete the secret technique's transformation because the newly established Golden Dragon Hall needed manpower, Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the chance to master this secret technique. At this moment, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged in the secret room, removed the stopper from the blood-red jade gourd in his hand, and probed it with his divine sense. He discovered that the palm-sized jade gourd contained a full half-jar of dragon spiritual blood. After examining the dragon spiritual blood inside for a while, he put the gourd mouth to his mouth and began to drink the dragon spiritual blood in large gulps. The dragon spiritual blood was extremely potent. Even just drinking it was like drinking boiling water, immediately beginning to erode and assimilate the body. Zhou Chun, following the cultivation methods of the dragon transformation secret technique, slowly refined this dragon spiritual blood. Just as he had expected, with his powerful physique, he could completely withstand the discomfort caused by the dragon spiritual blood transforming his body. His cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique went very smoothly. In just 3 days, he successfully completed the initial transformation and entered the first level of cultivation. At this time, there were still 1 or 2/10 of the dragon spiritual blood in the gourd unused. However, because several days had passed, this dragon spiritual blood had lost its activity and could no longer be used as a foundation. Therefore, Zhou Chun did not linger and immediately got up to go out and meet Guancheng. "You've entered the first level in just 3 days. When Guancheng learned that Zhou Chun had already entered the first level of the dragon transformation secret technique, he looked at him with disbelief, shocked by this result. "I have indeed successfully mastered the basics," Zhou Chun nodded, then demonstrated the dragon transformation secret technique to Guancheng. With a slight exertion of his internal energy, the 5 fingers of his right hand rapidly bent and transformed into a dragon's claw. The first layer was the appearance of claws, the second the growth of scales, and the third the appearance of horns. These were the characteristics of the first 3 layers of the dragon transformation secret technique. Now that Zhou Chun had mastered the first layer of the dragon transformation secret technique, he could freely transform his claws into dragon claws, gaining powerful close combat attack capabilities, and even being able to use his claws to block attacks from second-tier magic weapons. Seeing this, Guancheng had no more doubts. He looked at Zhou Chun with a complex expression and nodded slightly, saying, "All right, put it away." "Yes," Zhou Chun responded, immediately dispelling the secret technique, and the dragon claws quickly returned to their original form as hands. "Now that you have successfully mastered the fundamental secret technique of our sect, you can now contribute to the great cause of our sect. I will give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will assign you a task." Guancheng waved his hand, indicating that Zhou Chun could leave. "Yes, subordinate takes his leave." Zhou Chun bowed respectfully and immediately left Guancheng's cave. After he left, Guancheng looked at the blood-red jade gourd magic artifact he had returned and couldn't help but mutter to himself, "What a pity. If it weren't for your questionable background, based on your performance in these 3 days of entry, you could have been trained as a true disciple of our sect." Back at his residence, Zhou Chun first played with the silver lightning python bye-bye in the courtyard before returning to his room to ponder Guancheng's words. Guancheng's words and his previous speculations were undoubtedly correct. With his identity under suspicion, the dragon transformation sect would definitely keep assigning him tasks. This was both to exploit his strength and to test him. This was to be expected. If he weren't with the Golden Dragon Hall, the Green Lotus Temple would have even created opportunities for him to earn merit. But where he was now was 5 or 6,000 miles away from the border of Yunzhou, and the Green Lotus Temple couldn't possibly reach him. Therefore, he had to earn his own merit. After resting at his lodgings for half a day, Zhou Chun went to the library within the Golden Dragon branch. Each branch of the Transformation Dragon sect was equivalent to the mountain gate of a sect, with complete functional buildings. Although the Golden Dragon branch was short-handed due to its recent establishment, places like the library had already been built. This library not only housed various cultivation techniques and secret manuals brought from the main altar, but also various materials summarizing the Transformation Dragon sect's exploration of the wilderness. The cultivation techniques and secret manuals required the payment of contribution points within the Transformation Dragon sect to exchange for cultivation, but other general knowledge materials were free from missionaries like Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun stayed in the library for 2 days. When he emerged, he not only had a much better understanding of the wilderness, but had also made a rudimentary map of the area surrounding the Golden Dragon branch altar. With half a day remaining, he rushed to the Internal Affairs Hall inside the branch altar's gate to visit the instructor Yu, who had escorted him to his lodgings, and inquired about the typical tasks of the Golden Dragon Hall's instructors. Because Guancheng openly favored Zhou Chun, Instructor Yu was very welcoming and immediately told him everything he knew. It turned out that the Golden Dragon Hall was currently short-handed, and the instructors had heavy workloads. The most common tasks were clearing out monsters around the branch altar, exploring for resources, and some instructors were being sent out to recruit new followers. Zhou Chun knew that recruiting new followers was definitely not a task he would be assigned to. Most of the work he would be doing would involve fighting and killing. Sure enough, after the 3-day period had passed, he received orders from the Great Protector Guancheng, instructing him to accompany another envoy to raid a sacred mountain and seize the spiritual herbs guarded by demonic beasts. Having accepted the mission, he dared not delay and quickly went to the rendezvous point near the mountain gate exit to meet up with the others. When he arrived outside a stone pavilion, he saw a fair-skinned middle-aged man sitting inside, dressed in the same silver robes as himself, with a cultivation level of mid-foundation establishment. Upon seeing him arrive, the pale-faced middle-aged man immediately put away the scroll he was carrying, then clasped his hands in a respectful bow and said, "You must be Instructor Zhou Yuanang. I am Jin Wenlong, and I have been waiting for Instructor Zhou for quite some time. Indeed, it is I, Instructor Jin. I apologize for keeping you waiting." Zhou Chun returned the bow, then said softly, "This is my first mission since joining the Sect. If I have done anything improper, please forgive me, Instructor Jin." Hearing this, Instructor Jin immediately smiled faintly and said, "Instructor Zhou, you are too kind. Apart from the Sect rules, our Sect doesn't have any other complicated rules. As long as the mission is completed, the protectors generally don't care about the details." The implication was that they didn't care about the process, only the result. Zhou Chun had already learned this from the other Instructor Yu, and was merely using it to test Instructor Jin. The result of the test was satisfactory. At least the other party had basic goodwill and willingness to cooperate, so this mission should not be difficult to complete. After exchanging a few more words about the mission, the two went to the Beast Garden at the mountain gate to retrieve a crimsonite dragon vulture mount. They then rode together to the mission location. The Dragon Transformation Sect tamed various types of dragons, and through these dragons, they naturally cultivated many dragon-born demonic beasts. The crimsonite dragon vulture was one of them. This flying demonic beast was enormous, capable of carrying 3 or 4 people for thousands of miles, making it an excellent mount. Generally, members of the Dragon Transformation Sect who left their branch altars for missions would ride the crimsonite dragon vulture to conserve their mana. Zhou Chun and his companions' mission location was about 700 miles from the Golden Dragon branch altar. The crimsonite dragon vulture could deliver them directly there after a short rest. However, the journey was not peaceful. The wilderness was teeming with demonic beasts, and many powerful ones disliked other demonic beasts flying overhead, let alone human cultivators. Some flying demonic beasts that consider the sky their territory would regard any demonic beasts or cultivators entering their airspace as intruders and attack them relentlessly. Therefore, Zhou Chun and Jin Wenlong were forced to fight many times along the way, expending a considerable amount of their magical power. By the time they finally arrived at their destination, both of them only had about 70% of their magical power left. On a mountain peak, the crimsonite dragon vulture landed smoothly under Jin Wenlong's control. Jin Wenlong then fitted several large pieces of fresh meat and put it into his spirit beast pouch. He then said to Zhou Chun, "The target of this mission is a second-tier or mid-grade demon beast, the Golden Sword Tiger. Outside its den grows a blood spirit grass over 900 years old. This must be transplanted back to the branch altar intact. Instructor Zhou, although your cultivation is a small realm lower than mine, your strength is greater. I suggest you lure the Golden Sword Tiger out of its den, and then I will go up and transplant a medicinal herb." Actually, it was Jin Wenlong who first discovered the blood spirit grass. However, he alone did not have enough strength to obtain it, and he failed several times. If you were to ask someone for help privately, then the question of how to distribute the resources would arise. So he reported the matter to the Grand Protector Guancheng, offering to donate the item to the sect. Upon learning of this, Guancheng decided to transplant the blood spirit grass back to the sect's branch altar and harvest it only after it had become a 1,000-year-old spiritual herb. This task fell to Zhou Chun and Jin Wenlong. Hearing Jin Wenlong's words, Zhou Chun hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, "All right, then we'll do as Instructor Jin says. Thank you for your understanding, Instructor Zhou. Jin Wenlong's face lit up with joy, and he immediately clasped his hands in thanks to Zhou Chun. Following his instructions, Zhou Chun concealed his aura and walked forward, heading towards the tiger's den dozens of miles ahead. Although demonic beasts lack divine sense, their spiritual perception, hearing, and sense of smell are extremely keen, allowing them to detect enemies from a great distance. When Zhou Chun arrived at the foot of the mountain where the tiger's den was located, a tiger's roar echoed from the mountain. A roar, filled with murderous intent, echoed from the mountain. Zhou Chun's extended divine sense instantly locked onto its target. It was a giant golden tiger, 4 or 5 zang long, resembling a saber-toothed tiger with 2 long, sharp, golden fangs, exuding ferocity. It stood atop a boulder, looking down at Zhou Chun's location, clearly having discovered him as an intruder. However, what slightly changed Zhou Chun's expression was that he didn't find the blood spirit grass that Jin Wenlong had mentioned outside the tiger's den. Could it be that Jin Wenlong had deceived him? This thought had barely formed in Zhou Chun's mind before he dismissed it. Jin Wenlong didn't have the guts. After all, the blood spirit grass was the target of their mission. Whether the golden sword tiger was killed or released was unimportant. Could it be that the golden sword tiger had already consumed the blood spirit grass? Thinking this, Zhou Chun decided to retreat and discuss the situation with Jin Wenlong. Before he could even act, the golden sword tiger pounced down, charging towards him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly took to the air, flying towards the outside of the mountain. But the golden sword tiger followed suit, unleashing a golden blade of light that slashed towards him. In mid-air, Zhou Chun patted his storage pouch, and a dragon-scale golden shield magic weapon suddenly flew up, blocking the golden blade. This dragon-scale shield magic weapon was a second-tier mid-grade defensive magic weapon previously rewarded to Zhou Chun by Li Xiangxing, the leader of the Golden Dragon Hall. Its quality was excellent. However, the golden sword tiger seemed determined to capture Zhou Chun. It quickly opened its mouth again, golden light condensing within, forming a thick golden beam that slammed into Zhou Chun. This golden beam was extremely powerful, instantly blasting the dragon-scale golden shield away, and then, with its remaining force, striking the golden cauldron profound light protective shield that Zhou Chun had erected. Affected by this attack, Zhou Chun, though unharmed, could no longer continue his escape. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun the golden sword tiger's magic. He simply released the silver lightning python and engaged the golden sword tiger in fierce combat. Jin Wenlong, seeing Zhou Chun lure the golden sword tiger out, assumed his plan had succeeded and quietly made his way towards the tiger's den from the other side. However, upon reaching the vicinity of the den, a quick scan with his divine sense caused his expression to change drastically. What happened? Where's the blood spirit grass? His divine sense enveloped a patch of gravel not far from the den. The ground there was a dark red, as if stained with blood. And indeed, it was. The blood spirit grass had been able to grow normally for over 900 years because the golden sword tiger regularly watered it with the blood of its prey. But now, the 900-year-old blood spirit grass was gone. Could Zhou Chun have stolen it? This thought flashed through Jin Wenlong's mind immediately. But he quickly realized that Zhou Chun couldn't possibly be so bold as to renege on the spiritual item that Grand Protector Guancheng had specified for his first mission. Had the golden sword tiger eaten the blood spirit grass beforehand? Jin Wenlong thought of this again. But he quickly shook his head, dismissing the idea. If the golden sword tiger had eaten that blood spirit grass, it would definitely be a second-tier high-grade demon beast now. Where did the blood spirit grass go? Jin Wenlong panicked. If he didn't even know where the blood spirit grass had gone, how could he fulfill his duty to Guancheng? In his anxiety, he rushed towards the tiger's den on the mountain, preparing to investigate. But just as he was about to reach the den, his expression suddenly changed. He quickly stopped, raised his hand, made a hand seal, and pointed forward, conjuring a golden shield in front of him. Immediately, a foot-long azure wind blade struck the golden shield, shattering it instantly. Then, a flash of blue light appeared in the tiger's den, and another tiger demon appeared, a giant blue-furred tiger with 2 wings. A winged tiger. Jin Wenlong's expression changed, instantly recognizing the giant blue-furred tiger. There's a saying, like a tiger with wings. This means that if a highly skilled person gains a new ability, they become as powerful as a tiger with wings. The winged tiger, a rare species among tigers, is among the strongest of all tiger demons. What frightened Jin Wenlong even more was that although this winged tiger's aura was somewhat weakened, it still seemed to be a high-grade second-tier demon beast. Second update delivered. Chapter 186 Snatching the Child from the Tiger's Mouth. The discovery that a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, the winged tiger, was lurking in the tiger's den filled Jin Wenlong with shock. His last visit here was half a year ago, and he hadn't seen the winged tiger then, only engaging in a fierce battle with the golden sword tiger, which ended in mutual destruction. After recovering, he felt he couldn't possibly snatch the prey from the tiger's jaws alone, so he recently informed the great protector Guan Chang. Now, half a year later, it's not surprising that the golden sword tiger has healed. But what about this winged tiger? How did it appear in the golden sword tiger's lair? Jin Wenlong's mind was filled with questions, but the winged tiger gave him no time or opportunity to find answers. With a flap of its wings, two orbs of azure spiritual light surged from them, merging into a azure gale that swept towards Jin Wenlong. Seeing this, Jin Wenlong didn't have time to think and hurriedly summoned a yellow round umbrella-shaped magic weapon to block it. However, the fierce wind instantly dispersed the protective aura emanating from the yellow umbrella, sending Jin Wenlong and the umbrella flying. Before Jin Wenlong could even land and regain his footing, the winged tiger flapped its wings and pounced on him. Fortunately, he was a battle-hardened mid-foundation establishment cultivator, and he quickly activated his yellow umbrella magic artifact to block the tiger's claws rip. The umbrella, made of some kind of animal hide, along with its inner spirit gold ribs, was instantly torn apart by the tiger's claws. A rather exquisite second-tier low-grade defensive magic artifact was thus destroyed. Jin Wenlong, the artifact's owner, couldn't care less about the loss. Taking advantage of the artifact blocking the tiger's attack, he quickly retreated. Simultaneously, during his retreat, he reached into his storage pouch and instantly summoned a golden battle axe, slashing it at the pursuing winged tiger. Sensing danger instinctively, the winged tiger didn't dare to use its claws to directly block the golden battle axe, instead instantly abandoning its pursuit and dodging. Having forced the winged tiger back, Jin Wenlong finally gained a moment to catch his breath. He subtly channeled his energy, instantly unleashing the second level of the dragon transformation secret technique, his hands transforming into pale golden dragon claws, and a layer of slightly ethereal pale golden dragon scales sprouting from his body. A flash of golden light appeared in his eyes, as if he had gained immense courage, and Jin Wenlong let out a low roar, immediately engaging the winged tiger that pounced again in fierce combat. He knew that against a flying beast like the winged tiger, he had no chance of escape, he simply couldn't outrun it. So now, he had no choice but to fight with all his might. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun quickly discovered the presence of the winged tiger. He was also greatly surprised by the sudden appearance of this tiger-like beast. Clearly, the winged tiger's appearance was entirely unexpected. If Jin Wenlong had known about the winged tiger's existence beforehand, he would never have suggested that Zhou Chun lure the golden sword tiger away. Normally, in the face of such unexpected circumstances, the mission would have to be temporarily suspended, with a plan to be devised later. However, Jin Wenlong was now firmly pinned down by the winged tiger and unable to escape. So Zhou Chun obviously couldn't flee alone. After all, Guan Chang knew his strength. If he didn't rescue Jin Wenlong and instead ran away, he wouldn't be able to explain himself back home. Therefore, Zhou Chun no longer held back, directly ordering the silver lightning python to launch a fierce attack in coordination with him. Lightning erupted in the sky, and several silver-white bolts of lightning struck the golden sword tiger, tearing its skin and paralyzing it. At this moment, Zhou Chun used Flying Dragon's Claw to fiercely grab its head. The sharp claws descended, and the golden sword tiger's eyes widened instantly. Golden light emanated from its head, attempting to defend against the claw attack. However, the claw light emanating from the crimson gold talons easily tore through the golden light, sweeping across its head. This combing-like motion directly rips open the golden sword tiger's scalp, leaving a long, bloody claw mark on its head, with cracks appearing in the skull beneath. Roar! A roar filled with pain erupted from the golden sword tiger's mouth. The intense pain forced it to quickly recover from its paralysis. Blood gushed from its head, quickly staining half of its head red, making it look even more ferocious, like a hellish blood tiger. But its actions were vastly different from its current appearance. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden light bullet, which blasted towards Zhou Chun. Then, it turned and fled, escaping towards the winged tiger's location. It's said that wounded beasts are the most dangerous. But in reality, unless cornered, wounded beasts will usually choose to flee for their lives. After all, they are afraid of death too. Zhou Chun, of course, wouldn't let the golden sword tiger escape, and immediately ordered the silver lightning python to launch a long-range lightning attack. However, the silver-white lightning was blocked by a suddenly appearing cyan windshield. It turned out that the winged tiger, having heard the golden sword tiger's roars of pain, had also quickly come to its aid. At this moment, Zhou Chun turned to look at Jin Wenlong, only to find that he was covered in blood from multiple wounds, looking no better than the golden sword tiger. In contrast, the winged tiger only had a few small wounds, seemingly inflicted by Jin Wenlong's claws. Seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately shouted, "Instructor Jin, something's wrong. Let's evacuate first." "That's exactly what I was thinking. Please help me, Instructor Zhou." Jin Wenlong nodded repeatedly, naturally eager to oblige. While the two were communicating, the winged tiger and the golden sword tiger were also exchanging low growls. The winged tiger then glared fiercely at Jin Wenlong before pouncing on Zhou Chun. The golden sword tiger, on the other hand, fled towards its den, guarding the outside and tending to its wounds. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, seemingly lost in thought. Jin Wenlong, overjoyed, immediately shouted, "Instructor Zhou, hold them off. I'll treat my injuries first and then come to your aid." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's reply, he turned and fled the battlefield. "Damn it," Zhou Chun cursed inwardly. He then transformed his golden cauldron mystic light into a giant golden sword, slashing at the charging winged tiger, before quickly turning and fleeing. If he used the ancestral revival secret technique, he wouldn't be afraid of the winged tiger. But that would completely expose his identity. Without using this technique, he and the silver lightning python alone couldn't defeat this second-tier high-grade demon beast. The winged tiger seemed fixated on him, relentlessly pursuing and attacking him. Zhou Chun was incredibly frustrated. Of course, he couldn't outrun the winged tiger. Finding it relentless, he could only fight and flee with the silver lightning python. Bye-bye. Fortunately, the dragon scale shield, a powerful defensive artifact bestowed upon him by the Golden Dragon Hall Master Li Xiangxing, protected Zhou Chun. Combined with the protection of this artifact, along with the dual protection of his Golden Cauldron Mystic Light and the 5-element Spirit Armor technique, he temporarily withstood the winged tiger's onslaught. Seeing that its attacks on Zhou Chun were ineffective, the winged tiger quickly shifted its target, pouncing on the silver lightning python, bye-bye, which had been interfering with it. "You beast!" Zhou Chun's face darkened, and he hurriedly used Flying Dragon Strike to attack the winged tiger. At the same time, Bye-bye's body flashed with lightning, instantly activating the lightning flash spell, shooting out like a bolt of silver lightning and landing behind Zhou Chun. Immediately, Zhou Chun formed hand seals and cast a spell, unleashing another beast-taming secret technique he had cultivated. Beast Spirit Battle Armor, golden and silver spiritual light flashed across Bye-bye's body, and soon, over the silver-white dragon scales, a suit of golden and silver spiritual armor appeared. This beast spirit battle armor technique greatly enhances the defense of demonic beasts, but it also consumes a great deal of energy, so Zhou Chun rarely uses it. At this moment, because the winged tiger was truly troublesome, he was worried about Bye-bye's safety and could only use this technique to boost its defense. Damn it! If my other magical artifacts and the golden armored rock turtle weren't around, I would definitely skin you alive and tear your tendons apart today. Feeling the dwindling magical power within him, Zhou Chun was filled with resentment. If his hands and feet weren't restricted, with his current trump card strength, he wouldn't truly fear this winged tiger. But as resentful as he was, he could only continue fighting and retreating with the winged tiger, trying to create as much distance as possible from Jin Wenlong. If he were truly forced into a corner, for the sake of his own life, he would have no choice but to use the ancestral revival secret technique. However, just as Zhou Chun and the winged tiger had been fighting and retreating for about 70 or 80 miles, a roar filled with shock and anger suddenly rang out from the tiger's den. Upon hearing this roar, the winged tiger, which had been chasing Zhou Chun, immediately froze. Then it also let out a roar of extreme shock and anger, and immediately flapped its wings violently, rushing back. What was going on? Zhou Chun looked at this scene with a puzzled expression. After watching the departing winged tiger for a while, he finally shook his head, gave up the idea of going back to find out the reason, and quickly left the place. After flying 200 or 300 miles away, Zhou Chun found a place to land again, then had the silver lightning python protect him, and sat down to meditate and recover his magical power. By the time he had fully recovered his magical power, half a day had passed. By this time, it was completely dark, and Zhou Chun's mental and physical state wasn't very good, so he went back to sleep. The next morning, after being awakened by the silver lightning python, bye-bye, Zhou Chun put his beloved pet away and flew straight to the meeting point Jin Wenlong had agreed to meet before his escape. However, when he arrived, he couldn't find Jin Wenlong, nor any clues about his letter. What is Jin Wenlong doing? Did he sneak back to the branch altar, on a mountain peak? Zhou Chun used his divine sense to search every part of the mountain several times, and his expression immediately turned grim. He could overlook Jin Wenlong's previous actions, but this act of standing him up was absolutely unacceptable. Having searched the mountain several times without finding Jin Wenlong, Zhou Chun stopped wasting his energy and immediately left the mountain, heading towards the tiger's den. He was still very curious about the winged tiger's sudden departure yesterday and wanted to know the reason. But when he returned to the vicinity of the tiger's den, his expression suddenly changed. A strong aura of Jin Wenlong still lingered there, and numerous traces of a fierce battle were visible. Could it be that the winged tiger had turned back halfway yesterday because Jin Wenlong had launched a surprise attack? Zhou Chun recalled the roar of the golden sword tiger and immediately made this guess. He quickly discovered that the aura of the two tiger demons was no longer present in the den, they seemed to have moved. Upon realizing this, Zhou Chun immediately spread his divine sense, focusing all his efforts on probing the situation on the mountain. After a while, he determined from some scraps of flesh and bones he collected that Jin Wenlong had indeed been killed. He then discovered digging marks outside the tiger's den, finding a buried golden battle axe in a pit. This was Jin Wenlong's magical weapon, still bearing some teeth marks. Clearly, the golden sword tiger or the winged tiger had attempted to destroy this weapon, but finding it difficult to completely destroy, they buried it. Looks like this guy really did die in the tiger's jaws. Shaking his head, Zhou Chun put away the golden battle axe and the scraps of meat and bones he had found, so he could report back to the great protector Guan later. Then he walked into the tiger's den. The tiger's den, located inside the mountain, was large, but not deep. Zhou Chun took out a piece of sunlight stone for illumination and soon made a discovery. In a corner deep inside the tiger's den, there were many animal hides, with tiger fur scattered on them, obviously where the tiger demon often slept. Zhou Chun, with his sharp eyes, easily spotted some special wet marks and bloodstains on some of the animal hides, as well as some fine hairs. It seems my guess yesterday was right. That winged tiger recently gave birth, which explains its abnormal aura, and the golden sword tiger, even severely injured, guarded the tiger den, undoubtedly to protect its newborn cubs. It seems Jin Wenlong also remembered the golden sword tiger's unusual behavior, which is why he returned to try and take advantage of the situation. If these speculations are true, then the blood spirit grass was probably eaten by the winged tiger to quickly recover from its postpartum weakness. Zhou Chun's eyes gleamed, and he quickly deduced many things based on these clues. Then, he couldn't help but have some ideas. You see, winged tigers, these exotic tigers, have a characteristic, like the wolf-bear beasts he had hunted before, they can mate with any tiger demon to produce offspring, and the offspring are highly likely to be winged tigers as well. And winged tigers, these exotic tigers, are undoubtedly excellent mounts. They possess powerful combat abilities, an extraordinary appearance, and excellent speed. Although Zhou Chun's silver lightning python could now fly, it relied entirely on consuming mana, making it unsuitable as a long-distance mount. The golden armored rock turtle was even worse, its massive size required an enormous amount of mana to fly. Therefore, he couldn't help but consider the cub born to the winged tiger. If he could obtain a winged tiger cub, with a few years of nurturing, even before it advanced to the second tier, he could have a very good mount. I can give it a try. Zhou Chun's mind raced, and he quickly made a decision. He swiftly left the tiger's den, searching for the aura left by the golden sword tiger. Sure enough, as he expected, the golden sword tiger, severely injured yesterday, had still left from the ground. Because less than a day had passed, its aura remained. Zhou Chun followed the aura, tracking it for about 300 or 400 miles before finally finding the two tiger demons' lair again. This time, the two tiger demons moved their lair to a valley with towering ancient trees. While not a place rich in spiritual energy, it was quiet and secluded, perfect for recuperation. Zhou Chun, who had tracked them down, was quickly discovered by the alert winged tiger. Roar! A furious roar echoed as the winged tiger appeared in Zhou Chun's sight. In the blink of an eye, streaks of azure wind blades shot towards him. "Well done," Zhou Chun shouted, immediately raising a protective shield to block the windblade attacks. He then released the silver lightning python, bye-bye, and unleashed the ancestral revival secret technique. Roar! A dragon's roar resounded as the lightning python bye-bye reappeared. Soon, the azure tiger and the silver python were locked in a fierce battle in midair. After transforming into the lightning python, bye-bye's combat power more than doubled, no less than that of the winged tiger after giving birth. A dragon and a tiger engaged in a fierce battle in midair, their wind and thunder forces clashing and creating a spectacular sight. Zhou Chun observed for a while, and after confirming that the silver dragon bye-bye was temporarily safe, he ignored the aerial battle and charged straight towards the tiger's den. Roar! The winged tiger, noticing Zhou Chun's actions, roared angrily and immediately tried to abandon bye-bye to pounce on him. However, bye-bye was prepared and wouldn't give it the chance. A silver lightning dragon flashed through the air and instantly pounced on the winged tiger, causing it to explode and emit plumes of smoke. By the time it had finally recovered from its paralyzed state, the lightning dragon bye-bye, carrying several lightning orbs, had already crashed into it, delivering another devastating blow. Boom! Zhou Chun heard the thunderous explosions behind him but didn't turn around. Having tested it in actual combat, he now had complete confidence in Lei Jiao bye-bye's strength and didn't believe that a winged tiger not at its peak could defeat it before its transformation ended. His current task was to snatch the winged tiger cub before Lei Jiao bye-bye's transformation ended. After speeding forward for a while, Zhou Chun's divine sense detected the golden sword tiger. The golden sword tiger was in dire straits. Although the wound on its head inflicted by Zhou Chun yesterday had stopped bleeding, a new, gruesome wound had appeared on its right foreleg, seemingly inflicted by Jin Wenlong's golden battle axe. Both wounds had caused significant blood loss and damaged its bones and tendons. Facing the approaching Zhou Chun, although it still managed to roar and howl, its weakened state was undeniable. Zhou Chun didn't waste any time and immediately unleashed Flying Dragon Strike to attack. Yesterday, at its peak, the golden sword tiger could barely withstand the Flying Dragon Strike attack. But now, weakened beyond repair, it only managed a few exchanges with Zhou Chun before a claw struck its injured leg, nearly dislocating it entirely. With that leg no longer providing support, how much fighting power could the three-legged tiger possibly unleash? In less than 200 breaths, the golden sword tiger lay in a pool of blood. Zhou Chun didn't kill it. Although the corpse of a mid-grade second-tier demon beast was worth a considerable sum, Zhou Chun wasn't short of money. He still had a conscience. Since he intended to take the cubs born from the golden sword tiger and the winged tiger as spirit pets, he wouldn't kill them. After taking down the golden sword tiger, Zhou Chun rushed into their newly established den. Inside a newly dug cave, two fluffy tiger cubs, their eyes not yet fully open, were fast asleep, completely undisturbed by the deafening noise outside. To Zhou Chun's surprise, one of the tiger cubs was a winged tiger, and the other a golden sworded tiger, perfectly matching their parents' bloodlines. That's even better. I'll take one cub and leave the other behind, so you can have something to remember them by. He nodded slightly, then immediately grabbed the two cubs by the scruff of their necks and lifted them up. Meow. Meow. Startled awake, the two cubs cried out in Zhou Chun's hands. With their fate held in their grasp, they dared not struggle. Zhou Chun quickly carried the two cubs out of the den. Outside the den, seeing Zhou Chun carrying its cubs out, the golden sworded tiger, lying in a pool of blood, burst into tears and howled, its eyes filled with pleading, as if begging him not to harm its two cubs. Don't worry, I won't hurt them, Zhou Chun said calmly, not caring whether the golden sword tiger understood or not, and immediately flew towards the winged tiger carrying the two tiger cubs. At this time, the winged tiger, who was also fighting with the thunder flood dragon bye-bye, arrived near the tiger's den. When it saw Zhou Chun carrying the two tiger cubs, the winged tiger roared angrily at him. But Zhou Chun stopped fighting at this moment, and then threw the golden sword tiger cub he was holding in his right hand away. Meow. Meow. The tiger cub, flying in midair, cried out in panic, but was quickly caught by its mother, the winged tiger, who flew over at high speed. Zhou Chun then said to the winged tiger in a deep voice, I will spare your lives, and I will take one of your children with me. After saying that, he turned and left with a winged tiger cub in his arms. At the same time, The thunder flood dragon bye-bye, surrounded by orbs of lightning, flew behind Zhou Chun to cover his retreat. Seeing this, the winged tiger immediately wanted to give chase. But just as it made a move, a bolt of silver lightning struck it. The thunder serpent's cold gaze was fixed on it and the tiger cub in its mouth. This was a warning. The winged tiger quickly understood its opponent's meaning. If it continued to pursue, it feared it wouldn't only fail to rescue the tiger cub Zhou Chun had taken, but the cub it was carrying would also die. So, despite its reluctance, it could only land on the ground, put down the cub it was carrying, and let out a mournful roar in the direction Zhou Chun had left. Meow. The little tiger cub in Zhou Chun's arms seemed to sense something, struggling and squirming in his arms. But as Zhou Chun flew further away, and as the winged tiger's roar faded, it gradually stopped struggling, as if it had accepted its fate. After flying for dozens of miles, Zhou Chun finally put the weakened thunder serpent, bye-bye, into his spirit beast pouch, then, carrying the little tiger cub, found a quiet place to rest. The tiger cub's eyes weren't fully open yet, and it hadn't developed any independent consciousness, making it the perfect time to form a contract. Zhou Chun stayed in a mountain forest for 2 days, feeding the cub with honey he collected in the mountains mixed with other animal milk. The cub quickly became accustomed to his scent and no longer resisted him. Then, he set up a soul control blood array, successfully establishing a contract with the cub. With this mental connection, the cub became even more dependent on Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, like caring for a child, made a swaddle for it out of animal hide, carrying it in his arms or on his back, never leaving its side. 2 more days passed before Zhou Chun returned to the Golden Dragon branch alone. 5 or 6 days had passed since he and Jin Wenlong went on their mission, more than double the initial estimate of 2 or 3 days. At the branch, the Grand Protector Guancheng was also very anxious, specifically instructing the cultivators guarding the mountain gate to summon the two immediately upon their return. Upon returning to the branch altar and learning of this, Zhou Chun hurriedly went to Guancheng's cave to pay his respects. Why are you the only one who returned? Where is Jin Wenlong? What are you carrying on your back? Inside Guancheng's cave, Zhou Chun was met with 3 questions before he could even bow. Seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly bowed and replied, Your Excellency, the mission information was seriously flawed, causing us to not only fail to complete the mission, but also resulting in the death of Instructor Jin due to underestimating the enemy and acting rashly. Jin Wenlong is dead. Guancheng's already gloomy face darkened further upon hearing this news. The Golden Dragon Hall was already short-handed, and Jin Wenlong was a capable instructor. His death was undoubtedly a great loss to the branch altar. But that wasn't the key point. The key point was that Jin Wenlong was dead, while Zhou Chun, suspected of being an undercover agent, had returned alive. This situation inevitably led Guancheng to certain conclusions. His eyes turned cold as he stared at Zhou Chun and said, Speak, what exactly happened to you, and how did Jin Wenlong die? Zhou Chun naturally felt a coldness in his gaze, but fortunately, there was little need to hide this time. Therefore, he quickly recounted his experience and his speculation about the whereabouts of the blood spirit grass. However, he described the ancestral revival secret technique as a beast blood frenzy beast-taming technique that would greatly deplete the lifespan and vitality of spirit pets, and he changed the story of letting the 2 tiger demons go to forcibly taking the tiger cubs and running away. This beast blood frenzy technique was also a widely circulated beast-taming technique, which could stimulate the life potential of spirit pets, unleashing even greater strength, but would also leave the spirit pets very weak afterward. Frequent use of this technique would not only greatly reduce the lifespan of spirit pets, but would also completely eliminate the possibility of evolving into higher-level demon beasts. On the other hand, the ancestral revival secret technique was much more sophisticated. Apart from the unavoidable after effects, its impact on the lifespan of spirit pets was very small and negligible. After recounting his mission, Zhou Chun reached into his storage pouch and retrieved the belongings he had collected from Jin Wenlong. Guardian, please look. These are the relics of Instructor Jin that I found, a golden battle axe branded with teeth marks, along with shredded and chewed flesh and bone fragments. These were the last things Jin Wenlong left behind. Guancheng looked at these items, then at the winged tiger cub sleeping soundly on Zhou Chun's back, and fell silent. With his preconceived notions, he didn't entirely believe Zhou Chun's account. But he also knew he couldn't possibly discern the truth from Zhou Chun's words. And sending someone to investigate the scene again would likely yield nothing. What a clever tactic. Guancheng stared intently at Zhou Chun, his voice low and menacing. So, in this mission, Master Jin sacrificed himself, and the blood spirit grass wasn't brought back. The only gain, the winged tiger cub, has become your contracted spirit pet. How do you think this should be accounted for? Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately knelt on one knee to plead guilty. This subordinate failed in his duties. Please punish me, Protector, since Master Jin's sacrifice was due to an error in information. I, Protector, cannot blame you for this. However, even if you failed to complete the mission and obtain the blood spirit grass, you should have brought back this winged tiger cub as a substitute and presented it to me. That would not only have been without fault, but would have been a merit. But now you have privately contracted this winged tiger cub, which is tantamount to embezzling public property of the sect. How should this crime be dealt with according to the sect's rules? Guan Chang's tone now carried a hint of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart sank. He could only brace himself and reply, reporting to the Protector, according to the rules, if a sect leader is found to have embezzled public property, he shall be fined double the amount, receive 100 lashes, and be sentenced to 10 years of hard labor. The blood spirit grass is less than 1,000 years old. Let's say it's worth 5,000 spirit coins. The double fine would be 10,000 spirit coins. Although our sect is currently short of people, given your abilities, 10 years of hard labor would be a waste of your talents. How about I convert it to 100 lashes? Guan Chang finished speaking and looked at Zhou Chun with a half-smile. Chapter 187 Born Mutant. Every country has its laws, and every religion has its rules. The Dragon Transformation Sect, being such a large sect, naturally had strict rules. Zhou Chun had violated these rules, not only forfeiting all the spirit coins he had received after joining the sect, but also enduring 200 lashes of poison whips. The whip used to lash him was a special magical artifact that could easily draw blood from his body. Moreover, this whip contained a mixed toxin that greatly intensified the pain of the whipped, making it even more agonizing than rubbing salt into a wound. After the 200 lashes, Zhou Chun was practically half dead. His chest, back, arms, and thighs were all covered in raw flesh. The pain was even more intense than when he had used golden energy to temper his meridians. Furthermore, due to the effects of the toxins, even after applying healing medicine, his wounds took many days to heal. It was only after enduring this pain for a full month that he was able to walk again. Little tiger, I got beaten up this time because of you. You must be more determined in the future. In the courtyard, Zhou Chun leaned back in a grand chair, holding a tiger cub that was now the size of a normal hunting dog. He fed it animal milk while gently stroking its fluffy head. Just as he himself said, if it weren't for this tiger cub, Guan Chang wouldn't have had a reason to beat him, even if he had a bad impression of him from the start. But because the tiger cub currently lacked the ability to survive outside and couldn't be kept in a spirit beast pouch, he could only choose to bring it back to the branch altar to care for it, which gave Guan Chang a legitimate reason to beat him up. The 10,000 spirit coins issued by the Dragon Transformation Sect were also a price he paid for this. However, the tiger cub, which had only recently opened its eyes, had no idea how much its master had paid for it. It tightly hugged the milk bottle in Zhou Chun's hand with its paws, greedily sucking the delicious honey animal milk inside, as if it could never get enough. Indeed, compared to the milk produced by a second-tier high-grade demonic beast like the winged tiger, the nutritional value of ordinary wild animal milk is far inferior, and can only be compensated for by quantity. Fortunately, this wouldn't have much impact on the cub's growth. After feeding the cub, Zhou Chun let it rest on a nearby animal skin mat, then pondered as he watched its soundly sleeping state. Initially, Zhou Chun thought the cub was just an ordinary winged tiger. But after more than a month of feeding, as the cub grew and its fur began to change, he made a subtle discovery. The cub's fur was now a bright yellow with a golden tinge, showing a tendency to resemble its father, the golden sword tiger. Even its pair of curled, undeveloped wings had pale gold fur. The winged tiger's wings weren't like a bat's wing membrane, but rather like an eagle's wings, but without feathers, only long manes. The adult winged tiger that Zhou Chun had seen before had dark blue fur. The striking difference in fur color led Zhou Chun to suspect that the little tiger cub wasn't a purebred winged tiger, but rather a naturally mutated species. A naturally mutated species, as the name suggests, is a mutated demon beast from birth. Such naturally mutated species are extremely rare, far rarer than mutated demon beasts like the golden armored rock turtle. Generally speaking, The probability of such naturally mutated species appearing among low-level demon beasts is much higher than among mid-level or high-level demon beasts. In the Zhou family's more than 1,000 years of history, there have been several examples of such naturally mutated species, all occurring among low-level demon beasts. What they had in common was that, like the little tiger cub, their parents were demon beasts of the same species but with different power attributes. Similarly, in terms of strength, naturally mutated species are generally much stronger than their normal counterparts. Basically, the strength of a naturally mutated species is comparable to that of a demon beast of the same rank from a higher-ranking species. That is, if the little tiger cub grows into a second-rank demon beast, then at the second rank, it will possess the strength of a second-rank high-level demon beast. However, the bloodline level of a naturally mutated species does not actually increase. Even if the tiger cub is a born mutant, it still has the bloodline of a mid-level demon beast and won't directly become a high-level demon beast. Moreover, this kind of mutant bloodline cannot be inherited, even if it has offspring. They will either be winged tigers or golden sword tigers. But even so, for Zhou Chun, it's like finding a treasure. Whether it's truly a born mutant or not, we'll know when its bloodline awakens and it masters magic, Zhou Chun muttered to himself, then stopped thinking about it. What he needed to worry about now was how to inform the King Lian Temple and his family about his current situation, at least letting them know where he had been assigned. However, the Golden Dragon branch was too far from the Yunzhou border, and the several methods they had planned to use for contact were now unusable. The Dragon Transformation Sect's control over its envoys was much stricter than the King Lian Temple's control over its inner disciples. New envoys like Zhou Chun could go on adventures alone, but each trip was limited to 3 days. Failure to return within that time would have serious consequences. Only those cult leaders trained by the Dragon Transformation Sect themselves were granted longer periods of time to travel. This tiered control was clearly a deliberate measure to prevent the enemy from planting spies. And this tactic was indeed effective, at least in Zhou Chun's case. Let's wait a bit longer. Once Bai Bai recovers from his weakness, I'll find a way to take on a mission that allows for extended travel. With a glint in his eyes, Zhou Chun decided to play it safe and wait until the Silver Lightning Python Bai Bai had fully recovered before considering making contact. His biggest trump card right now was the ancestral revival technique. Without it, even traveling alone in this wilderness would be quite dangerous. But to Zhou Chun's surprise, less than 3 months after his defeat, the Great Protector Guancheng assigned him a new mission. Judging by the time, your injuries should be almost healed. Just recently, a new batch of followers transferred from the main altar to our branch has gathered at the White Dragon branch. You and the other 2 envoys should make a trip there and safely bring those new followers back to the branch. In the cave, Guancheng looked Zhou Chun up and down before calmly stating the purpose of his summons. Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat. Of the contact information King Lian Temple had given him, one from the White Dragon branch was indeed usable. This task had come at the perfect time. However, he feigned reluctance and said, "Your Excellency, although my external injuries have healed, my spirit pet has not yet recovered from its weakened state. I fear my own strength is insufficient and may delay important matters for the sect. I know your strength well. Even without the help of your spirit pet, you are no less than an ordinary mid-foundation establishment cultivator. You are more than capable of undertaking this task." Guancheng waved his hand, completely ignoring his excuses. Jinlong Hall Master Li Xiangxing also said that Zhou Chun should be given more tasks to test his abilities. This escort of new followers was a good test. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately lowered his head and replied in a deep voice, "Since the Protector trusts me so much, I will do my best to complete this task, then go and prepare. You will depart with the team tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty." The next day, Zhou Chun, fully prepared, left the Jinlong branch altar gate with a tiger cub on his back, riding a red-eyed dragon vulture with the other 2 envoys to the White Dragon branch altar. The tiger cub was still young and only had a trace of spiritual power in its body, making it unsuitable to be kept in a spirit beast pouch. Zhou Chun was also worried about leaving it alone at the Jinlong branch altar, so he had to take it with him. However, the tiger cub, which was only 3 months old, already weighed 30 or 40 pounds, and carrying it on his back looked quite strange. So, not long after leaving the mountain gate, one of the accompanying envoys looked at him and said, "I heard that envoy Zhou was recently whipped 200 times because of this winged tiger cub." "Yes, Protector Guan believed that Zhou had embezzled public property by privately contracting the winged tiger cub, so he fined Zhou 10,000 spirit coins and 200 whips. Zhou Chun nodded, readily admitting the matter. Then he changed the subject, looking at the envoy who had asked him, and said, "Envoy Yang, tell me, if you were in Zhou's shoes, would you have chosen to bring the winged tiger cub back to Protector Guan, or would you have contracted it yourself?" The envoy, whose face changed after being questioned by Zhou Chun, remained silent for a long time. Seeing this, Zhou Chun couldn't help but smile, then turned to another envoy and asked, "Envoy Song, what about you? If you were in my shoes, what would you have done?" He used the honorific "you" because this envoy Song was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator and their leader on this trip. Upon hearing his words, Instructor Song replied with a serious expression, "If it were me, I would naturally offer the winged tiger cub to Protector Guan." Zhou Chun, hearing this, chuckled self-deprecatingly. "How, it seems I was indeed wrong. This beating wasn't unjustified." Instructor Song then said in a deep voice, "Of course not. I would also like to advise Instructor Zhou that since you've joined our sect, you must act according to our rules and regulations. Don't continue to think of yourself as a rogue cultivator, only considering your own needs." "I will remember Instructor Song's teachings." Zhou Chun nodded, saying nothing more. However, he was quite satisfied. At least from Instructor Song's words. These instructors had no doubts about his former rogue cultivator status. If he continued to act like a rogue cultivator in certain matters, Guan Chang, Li Xiangxing, and the others' suspicions should gradually diminish. After all, a true undercover agent couldn't be a rogue cultivator. The Golden Dragon Branch was 2,000 to 3,000 miles away from the White Dragon Branch as the crow flies, but Zhou Chun and his companions couldn't fly in a straight line. This was because the wilderness wasn't just home to second-tier demonic beasts, it also contained third-tier and even fourth-tier beasts. Areas inhabited by some third-tier and fourth-tier demonic beasts were forbidden zones that even the Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators dared not enter. Moreover, most of these beasts were protected by the Flood Dragon clan within the Dragon Abyss, prohibiting high-level Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators from indiscriminately slaughtering or eliminating them. Therefore, when encountering areas inhabited by such high-level demonic beasts, they had to detour. Fortunately, Zhou Chun and his companions were 3 Foundation establishment cultivators traveling together, so even with a long journey and a map for reference, the danger wasn't too great. After 3 days of flying on their crimson-eyed dragon vultures, the 3 arrived at the White Dragon Branch. The White Dragon Branch was also a branch of the Dragon Transformation Sect established many years ago. Like the Azure Dragon Branch, it also had a large area inhabited by mortals, housing no fewer than 1 million people. Zhou Chun and his 2 companions entered the White Dragon Branch altar, presented the personal letter and token from Grand Protector Guan Chang, and were then led by a White Dragon Hall missionary to a courtyard outside the branch altar. Pointing to the courtyard, the missionary said, "There are 67 new followers here, most of whom were brought in from outside. You 3 will have to be careful on the journey to ensure nothing happens to them, otherwise you'll be responsible." Hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances, and the missionary said, "We understand, but we haven't had a proper rest on our journey. Could we rest before coming back to fetch the new followers?" "That's no problem," the White Dragon Hall missionary replied, immediately leading the 3 to the rest area within the branch altar and arranging rooms for them to rest. The various branch altars of the Dragon Transformation Sect cooperate and compete with each other. For example, once Zhou Chun and his companions, cultivators from the Golden Dragon Branch altar, left the Golden Dragon Branch altar and were not allowed free entry or exit to any other branch altar. To obtain supplies and rest, one must first apply for and obtain approval. However, once one successfully enters the branch altar to rest, many public areas are still accessible, such as shops selling pills and talismans. After Zhou Chun finished meditating and recovering his mana, he went to the neighboring courtyard to meet Instructor Song. "Instructor Song, I wish to go to the pharmacy to buy some rejuvenation pills and healing pills. Would you like to come along?" Upon hearing this, Instructor Song immediately waved his hand and said, "No need. I have quite a few of these 2 medicines left over. Instructor Zhou, you can go by yourself, I understand." Zhou Chun nodded and immediately went alone to the small market within the White Dragon Branch altar. There are almost no independent cultivators within the Dragon Transformation Sect, so there are naturally no large markets. Instead, each branch altar has established an internal small market within its mountain gate for the sect's members and their affiliated immortal cultivation families to trade. The spirit coins they issue can only be used in these internal small markets. Although the market was small, the quality of its goods wasn't necessarily inferior to those in the larger markets of Jing Kingdom. In fact, one could even buy many items that weren't openly sold in the larger markets. Before paying the double fine, Zhou Chun had considered using his tens of thousands of spirit coins to fleece the Hulong sect. Unfortunately, before he could implement this plan, all those spirit coins were confiscated. Now, he only had less than 1,000 Hulong sect issued spirit coins left, which he had exchanged himself using Fen Kingdom spirit coins. At this moment, he entered the small market of the White Dragon Branch altar, wandered around for a bit, and then went into the only pharmacy in the market. The pharmacy was quite large. As Zhou Chun entered, 2 or 3 shop assistants standing behind the door immediately came out. One of them bowed to him and said, "This subordinate greets the master. What does the master require? This is my first time visiting your White Dragon Branch, and I don't know what medicines you have here. Besides the rejuvenation pill, please tell me about all the healing pills you have." As Zhou Chun stated his needs, he seemed to remember something and then asked, "By the way, do you have any 300-year-old Gan Yuzi?" Upon hearing this, the shop assistant quickly bowed and said, "Master, please forgive my ignorance. I am not familiar with such medicines. I've heard of the medicinal herb Gan Yuzi." But before he could finish speaking, another shop assistant beside him suddenly said, "Gan Yuzi is a special spiritual herb that grows in the shrubs and grasses of high mountains. It has a sweet taste and warm properties, and is an excellent remedy for restoring vital energy. Even if our shop manages to acquire such a herb, we generally don't sell it." At this point, the assistant bowed to Zhou Chun and said, "If you, master, need this, I'm afraid you'll have to use your sect contribution points to exchange for it with the protectors. Is that so?" "I understand. Then you can entertain me." Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately walked towards the private resting room for customers inside the pharmacy. The assistant he had mentioned gave the first assistant an apologetic smile and followed Zhou Chun into the resting room. After the two entered the private room, Zhou Chun looked at the shop assistant and said, "Since you know Gan Yuzi, you should know what type of healing pills this cult leader needs. Pick out some mid-priced pills and tell me." "Yes, sir," the shop assistant replied, and immediately began introducing Zhou Chun to the various healing pills in the shop that restored vitality. After listening to him, Zhou Chun immediately asked him to bring over several samples of the pills for inspection. After inspecting them, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Not bad, not bad. The quality is even better than what I bought in the pharmacies in Fen Kingdom. These will do." He then left over 700 spirit coins and took 3 rejuvenation pills and some healing pills with him. The next day, after resting fully, Zhou Chun, along with cult leader Song and cult leader Yang, went to meet the 67 new followers and led them to the Golden Dragon Branch altar. In the desolate wilderness where the grass was taller than a person, 3 enormous, dark blue-green lizards, each over 6 zang long, sprinted across the ground. Above their heads flew a gigantic, red-eyed dragon eagle. These dark blue-green lizards were called dragon claw lizards, a type of beast of war tamed by the dragon transformation sect. They possessed great stamina and an extremely high carrying capacity, capable of carrying 20 or 30 people for hundreds of miles a day across the wilderness. Zhou Chun and his group were now using these 3 dragon claw lizards to transport the new followers. To be honest, Zhou Chun was incredibly envious of the dragon transformation sect's diverse array of beasts used for transportation. Although the Zhou family was also a beast-taming family, passing down their skills through generations, they were far inferior to the dragon transformation sect in terms of true expertise in this area. The dragon transformation sect, possessing countless resources in the wilderness, could achieve far greater results than the Zhou family, even with just a slight effort in this area. Zhou Chun even had a thought: once he had truly established himself within the dragon transformation sect, he would try to obtain eggs of the crimson-eyed dragon vulture or the dragon claw giant lizard and send them back to the Zhou family for hatching and cultivation. With Zhou Daoi's azure flood dragon present, the Zhou family had more than enough resources to cultivate these dragon-blooded demon beasts. Even if they couldn't obtain ready-made eggs of these 2 types of demon beasts, they could try to get some eggs of their own kind before their mutation, and then return to the Zhou family to use the azure flood dragon to slowly mutate the hatched demon beasts. In short, The Zhou family absolutely had to find a way to get a share of the resources of this wilderness. After traveling through the wilderness for a day, as night fell, Zhou Chun and his group set up camp to rest. "Master, your roasted meat is ready." In the dim light of night, Zhou Chun was holding a tiger cub and resting with his eyes closed when he suddenly heard a report from outside the tent. "Come in," he replied, and a middle-aged man entered carrying a large platter of roasted meat on a wooden board. The roasted meat was still steaming hot, and it smelled delicious. Zhou Chun took a sniff of the aroma and then ordered the middle-aged man, "Try a few pieces first." "Yes, Your Majesty," the middle-aged man replied, immediately placing the plate on the wooden table inside the tent. He then used a small knife to cut off a few slices of roasted meat and tasted them. After waiting for about 15 minutes and seeing that the middle-aged man showed no signs of distress, Zhou Chun waved his hand and said, "All right, you may leave." "Yes, Your Majesty, I take my leave." After the middle-aged man left, Zhou Chun immediately stepped forward and began to enjoy the roasted meat. But after eating only a few pieces, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked at the wooden plate below. On the plate were 2 lines of tiny characters, no bigger than grains of rice. "Please summon me to your tent tomorrow night. I have important matters to report." Interesting. Looking at the 2 lines of characters on the wooden plate, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Chun's face. After finishing his roasted meat, he carried the wooden tray to Instructor Song's tent. "Instructor Song, the cultist who brought me the roasted meat left this with me." "What do you think he meant by that?" Inside the tent, Zhou Chun exchanged a few pleasantries with Instructor Song, then, without further ado, pointed to the small print on the wooden tray and explained his purpose. "Is that so?" Instructor Song was taken aback at first, then looked at the small print. After reading this, his expression quickly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "I understand. In my opinion, that person is likely a spy sent by our enemies. Instructor Zhou, you might as well play along with him for now and see what he really wants to say. After we return to the branch altar, we can then report to the Dharma Protector for handling." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately chimed in, "Instructor Song's words are interesting. If he is a spy sent by our enemies, why would he seek out me, Zhou? Does he think I am also a spy?" This, Instructor Song's expression changed slightly, and he was speechless. Zhou Chun continued, "I am not a fool, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level as a rogue cultivator. Please tell the Protector that he suspects me of being a spy, which is understandable. After all, Foundation establishment cultivators like me who are willing to risk danger to join our sect are rare, but please don't insult my intelligence. Such simple tricks should be used less often in the future." Having said that, he turned and left the tent without waiting for Song's reaction. Watching Zhou Chun's departing figure, Song's face immediately turned ugly. In fact, this test of Zhou Chun was indeed arranged by Song. However, he only received the task from the Protector of the White Dragon Branch after arriving at the White Dragon Branch. After receiving the task, he was quite pleased, believing that Guan Cheng's decision to pass it on to him through the White Dragon Protector showed his trust in him. He even hoped to find out that Zhou Chun was indeed a spy, so he could subdue and capture him on the spot, making a great contribution to the sect. However, reality was far from what he had expected. Not only had his probing failed to yield the desired result, but Zhou Chun had also exposed him mercilessly, slapping him hard across the face. How could he possibly be in a good mood? For the next few days, Instructor Song maintained a gloomy expression, rarely interacting with Zhou Chun. This left the unsuspecting Instructor Yang filled with doubt, wondering what conflict had erupted between the two to cause such a commotion. What Instructor Song didn't know was that Zhou Chun had already made contact with a Kinglian temple while at the White Dragon Branch. The shop assistant he had met at the pharmacy that day was a Kinglian temple spy planted in the Dragon Transformation sect years earlier. When he and Instructor Song escorted the ordinary followers safely back to the Golden Dragon Branch, news finally reached the Kinglian temple. So he was sent to newly established Golden Dragon Branch? No wonder we haven't heard from him for so long. Inside the Kinglian temple, Abbot Qing Wheezy's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the latest intelligence report from the undercover agent. As a highly regarded undercover agent, Zhou Chun's whereabouts had been closely monitored. However, no one had been able to make contact with him until now. Now that someone had finally done so, the intelligence they received was not good news. This gave him a headache. In fact, It wasn't just Zhou Chun's situation that was bad, the other undercover agents planted by the Qinglian Temple were also not making much progress. The higher-ups of the Hulong sect weren't stupid, they knew that various factions in Jingguo would plant undercover agents within the sect, so they were very vigilant in this regard. All Foundation establishment cultivators who joined, whether they joined voluntarily or were introduced by the Hulong sect's missionaries, were strictly controlled and not given much trust. Many, like Zhou Chun, were being exploited as laborers, constantly assigned various tasks. The people truly trusted by the higher-ups of the Dragon Transformation sect are those they've nurtured from childhood within the sect. Their current large-scale recruitment of outside cultivators is simply a way to dump the dirty work on these individuals, allowing their trustworthy followers to focus on cultivation. After all, the area where the Dragon Transformation sect is located lacks independent cultivators and numerous small and medium-sized cultivation families to exploit. Even knowing that sending these people wouldn't quickly gain the trust of the sect's leadership, the Green Lotus Temple had no other options. After all, if they started supporting and nurturing key refining cultivators, the time it would take for one to successfully establish Foundation establishment and gain access to the sect's secrets would be far too long. Furthermore, key refining cultivators themselves don't have many opportunities to leave the branch sect, meaning that finding a legitimate way to offer them opportunities would require considerable effort. The manpower and resources spent would be far less cost-effective than sending Foundation establishment cultivators as spies. Alice. It seems the hope of these undercover agents playing a significant role is slim. Now we can only hope that the elders can make some progress. Qing Wheezy sighed deeply and immediately summoned Mingxia Daoist to inform her of Zhou Chun's situation, asking her to pass on the news to the Zhou family. Less than 2 days later, Zhou Mingde and Zhou Daoyi also learned that Zhou Chun had been assigned to the Golden Dragon Hall. Upon receiving this news, they were both pleased and worried. Zhou Mingde immediately said, according to fellow Taoist Mingxia, the Golden Dragon Hall where Zhang Chun is now is a newly established branch of the Dragon Transformation sect, located deep in the wilderness, far from the border of Yunzhao. This outcome may not be a bad thing for Zhang Chun. Being in a remote place means he won't have access to any confidential matters, reducing the risk of exposure. However, his magical artifacts are all left with the family, which may significantly impact his strength. We must find a way to get these things into his hands. Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Yes, said Zhou Mingde, not only should the magic artifact be sent to Zhang Chun as soon as possible, but Zhang Yuan should also start refining the demon spirit pill immediately. If Zhang Chun's Silver Lightning Python can advance to a mid-grade second-tier demon beast, and he then uses the ancestral revival secret technique, few in the Foundation establishment stage will be able to threaten him. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde immediately said, then Daoyi, go and urge Zhang Yuan. His successful Foundation establishment this time is entirely thanks to Zhang Chun. Now it's his turn to repay Zhang Chun. This junior will go and talk to him, Zhou Daoyi replied, and immediately left Pagoda Peak for 100 Herbs Peak. At that time, because Zhou Chun agreed to go undercover, Qinglian Temple not only helped the Zhou family withstand pressure from the Jiang family of Lingzhou and Xianjing Manor, but also rewarded the Zhou family with a Foundation establishment pill. This Foundation establishment pill enabled Zhou Zhengyuan of 100 Herbs Peak to successfully establish his foundation, becoming the Zhou family's 8th Foundation establishment cultivator. After successfully establishing his foundation, Zhou Zhengyuan was busy cultivating a new technique and had no time to refine pills. However, now the clan leader, Zhou Daoyi, had personally visited and instructed him to successfully refine the demon spirit pill within a year. Although Zhou Daoyi didn't explain the reason, this requirement put immense pressure on Zhou Zhengyuan. Looking at Zhou Daoyi's solemn face, which seemed to leave no room for negotiation, he could only grit his teeth and reply, please rest assured, clan leader, this junior will do my utmost to complete the task you have entrusted to me. Zhengyuan, it's good that you have confidence. Zhou Daoyi nodded slightly, then patted his shoulder and said, work hard, don't let me and all the clan elders who support you down. Chapter 188 Golden Winged Tiger, Purple Striped Golden Peach Tree. Leaving aside the reactions of Qinglian Temple and the Zhou family upon learning that Zhou Chun was at the Golden Dragon Branch altar, let's turn to Zhou Chun and his 2 companions, the 3 Golden Dragon envoys, who had escorted 67 new followers through the wilderness for 9 days before finally arriving at the Golden Dragon Branch altar. Along the way, perhaps due to the size of their group and the fact that they had followed a pre-discovered route, They encountered few attacks and suffered no losses. It could be said that they had successfully completed their mission. Excellent, you did a good job on this mission. This is your reward. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, Grand Protector Guancheng greeted the returning trio. Upon learning of the successful completion of the mission, he nodded in satisfaction and immediately distributed rewards to the three. Zhou Chun's reward this time was neither spirit coins nor sect contribution points, but 2 dragon blood spiritual items. When handing the 2 dragon blood artifacts to Zhou Chun, Guancheng looked at him meaningfully and said, "Instructor Zhou, you still need to cultivate your dragon transformation secret technique to the 2nd level as soon as possible. Only then can this protector and the hall master feel at ease and trusting you with more important tasks. Do you understand?" "Yes, your subordinate obeys." Zhou Chun bowed slightly and responded respectfully. "Then you may all leave. If there are any more tasks, this protector will send someone to inform you." Guancheng waved his hand, dismissing the group. But in reality, only Zhou Chun and Instructor Yang truly left. Instructor Song returned shortly after leaving. He then reported the process and results of the day's probing to Guancheng. After listening to his explanation, Guancheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully, saying, "It seems I was overthinking things." He then said to Instructor Song, "Instructor Song, you should also return. Remember to keep this matter strictly confidential and don't let more people know, understand?" "Yes, Your Majesty, I will not betray your trust," Instructor Song replied and immediately left the Golden Dragon Hall. After he left, Guancheng's expression darkened, and he muttered to himself again, "You've passed this time. I hope your performance in the future will be just as good." Meanwhile, Zhou Chun returned to his residence and slept soundly. After waking up, he took out the 2 dragon blood spiritual items Guancheng had given him and pondered them. The early stages of cultivating the dragon transformation Sect's dragon transformation secret technique heavily relied on external aids. Without a sufficient number of dragon blood spiritual items to assist him, even the most talented person would be like a skilled cook without ingredients, unable to cultivate this secret technique to a higher level. Therefore, the dragon transformation sect also relied on monopolizing dragon blood spiritual objects to make ordinary members obediently work for the sect. After all, the improvement in strength of ordinary members from this secret technique was visible to the naked eye, and once they tasted the benefits, it was difficult to give it up. But Zhou Chun knew that the higher he cultivated this secret technique, the harder it was to break free from the dragon transformation sect's shackles. So he was somewhat undecided about whether to cultivate this secret technique to the 2nd level as soon as possible. "Fine. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. Since I've already entered the wolf's den, I might as well dance with the wolves." Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and finally made the decision to dance with the wolves. He quickly consumed a dragon blood ginseng that was over 200 years old, and then began to cultivate using the cultivation method of the dragon transformation secret technique. Time slowly passed, and soon another 2 months had gone by. During this time, Zhou Chun refined both dragon blood spiritual objects, and his cultivation progress of the dragon transformation secret technique increased significantly. During this time, he finally mastered the flowing golden rainbow secret technique, which he had been diligently practicing without success. While out hunting for the tiger cubs, Zhou Chun secretly tested the power of the flowing golden rainbow technique. The results were very satisfying. Although he had only just begun to master the technique and still faced many obstacles, its power was extraordinary. Zhou Chun especially liked its effect on escape. Enveloping himself in the golden rainbow during escape allowed his speed to increase several times over in a short period, reaching a flight speed comparable to Purple Mansion stage cultivator. Although the escape distance wasn't very long, currently only a few dozen miles at a time, it was enough to save his life in certain situations. After witnessing the powerful effects of this secret technique, Zhou Chun became even more dedicated to its cultivation, immediately deciding to focus on it and master it to its limit. However, the thing that made Zhou Chun happiest during this period wasn't the mastery of the flowing golden rainbow technique, but the growth of the tiger cubs. 6 months after its birth, the little tiger cub finally successfully awakened its bloodline, officially becoming a first-tier low-grade demon beast. This awakening also confirmed its status as a naturally mutated species. Not only did it awaken the wind magic wind blade technique and wind control technique, but it also awakened the metal magic sharp metal technique and golden arrow technique. At this time, the little tiger cub's golden fur shone brightly, and its 2 saber teeth were sharp and pointed, displaying its kingly might. With such an appearance, the name winged tiger was no longer enough to describe its power, so Zhou Chun gave it a new racial name, golden winged tiger. After officially becoming a first-tier low-grade demon beast, the golden winged tiger could be put into the spirit beast pouch, which saved Zhou Chun a lot of trouble. Moreover, the golden winged tiger could be weaned at this time, and from now on, it only needed to be fed raw meat, which also saved Zhou Chun a lot of trouble. However, this good fortune did not last long. Zhou Chun had only been cultivating in peace for less than 3 months when Guancheng assigned him a new task. Outside the branch altar, there's a purple-veined golden peach tree whose golden peaches are almost ripe. To prevent the guardian beasts from eating them after they ripen, we need 2 instructors to take turns guarding it. Instructor Zhou, you and Instructor Yang will take on this task. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, Guancheng looked at the 2 instructors, Zhou Chun and Yang Qi, who had come to answer the call, and solemnly announced the details of the mission. Your subordinates obey, Zhou Chun and Instructor Yang responded and immediately left the hall. The 2 then took the map given to them by Guancheng and left the branch altar. They traveled more than 700 li in the wilderness before arriving at the location marked on the map. It was a fissure canyon, the bottom of which was 30 or 40 zang below the ground. The canyon was sparsely vegetated, filled with reddish-brown stones and soil. The purple-veined golden peach tree that Guancheng mentioned was located on a cliff in the middle of the canyon. The peach tree was less than 2 zang tall, with purplish-red bark, and 7 large golden peaches were hanging on it. After Zhou Chun and Yang Kai's gaze lingered on the peaches on the tree for a moment, they both looked down at the canyon floor below. On the reddish-brown gravel, a venomous snake, its color perfectly matching the ground, was hidden among the pebbles, secretly guarding the peach tree on the cliff. A second-tier low-grade demonic beast, the rusty spotted viper, can't possibly guard those 7 peaches. No wonder the protector had us take turns watching over them, Yang Qi said calmly, turning his gaze away from the snake. Zhou Chun chimed in, since this rusty spotted viper is guarding the peach tree, we can relax a bit. We can remove it when the peaches are truly ripe. Good idea, that's what I was thinking too, Yang Qi nodded, readily agreeing. So the 2 agreed to rotate every 3 days, with 1 person guarding the peach tree every 3 days. Zhou Chun didn't know what Yang Qi would do with a 3-day rotation, but he certainly didn't stay there obediently. Although 3 days wasn't enough time for him to contact the outside world, it was sufficient for him to explore the area surrounding the Golden Dragon Branch and collect spiritual herbs from the wilderness. The region where the Golden Dragon Branch was located was rich in various spiritual herbs. Those herbs that were 100 or 200 years old weren't exactly everywhere, but with careful searching, they weren't difficult to find. Perhaps ordinary dragon transformation sect missionaries wouldn't bother with such common herbs that could be found everywhere. But Zhou Chun was different. He himself didn't need them, but the Zhou family could. Collecting these things and giving them to the Zhou family when the opportunity arose would be a contribution to the Zhou family. Not only did he not overlook spiritual herbs, but when he occasionally discovered egg-laying demonic beasts, Zhou Chun would also collect the demonic beast eggs, which were equally useful to the Zhou family. They were all money. In this way, using his time away guarding the purple-veined golden peach tree, Zhou Chun collected over 200 spiritual herbs, more than 20 low-level demonic beast eggs, and many ordinary spiritual fruits that could be used to brew wine in just 5 months. These things filled most of his storage bag, making him feel like a diligent little squirrel. That day, Zhou Chun, who had just returned to the vicinity of the earth-splitting canyon to prepare for his handover with Yang Qi, suddenly discovered that the rusty spotted poisonous python, which had previously been hidden on the canyon floor, had somehow climbed up the purple-veined golden peach tree. Despite its name containing the word python, the rusty spotted poisonous python was actually not very large. It was only a little over 10 feet long and about the same thickness as Zhou Chun's arm, just a large snake. However, this snake contained potent venom. Its poisonous clouds could even kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. During the 5 months Zhou Chun had been staking out the area, he had witnessed it repeatedly spewing poison arrows and poisonous clouds, easily killing first-tier demonic beasts that came to steal the fruit. Are the purple-veined golden peaches almost ripe? Zhou Chun looked at the rusty spotted poisonous python coiled on the tree, a realization dawning on him, as if he understood why it had suddenly climbed from the canyon floor to the treetop. So when Yang Qi arrived to take over his shift, Zhou Chun quickly shared his guess. After listening to his words and seeing the rusty spotted venomous python indeed on the tree, Yang Qi quickly nodded and said, I agree with Instructor Zhou's guess. Let's not switch shifts anymore. Let's deal with this rusty spotted venomous python first, and then wait for the spirit peaches to ripen together. That's the way to go. Zhou Chun responded and immediately discussed with Yang Qi how to lure the rusty spotted venomous python down from the spirit peach tree. After this discussion, Zhou Chun, with his early foundation establishment cultivation, took on the task. There was no other way. If Yang Qi, with his mid-foundation establishment cultivation, had gone instead, the rusty spotted venomous python might realize it couldn't protect the spirit peaches and would eat or destroy them prematurely. Neither of these scenarios was acceptable to Zhou Chun and the others. So, only Zhou Chun, with his early foundation establishment cultivation, could do it. Zhou Chun strode towards the top of the cliff where the spirit peach tree was located, immediately startling the rusty spotted venomous python on the tree. In an instant, a hiss rang out, and a reddish-brown poison arrow shot towards Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun had already witnessed the power of this poison arrow and dared not underestimate it. He immediately raised his hand and unleashed a golden sword aura to intercept it. The poison arrow and the sword aura collided in mid-air, instantly dispersing into a cloud of poisonous liquid that spilled onto the ground. Wherever the poison touched, whether stone or vegetation, it was instantly dissolved into red poison. After dispersing the poison arrow with the sword aura, Zhou Chun, without waiting for the rusty spotted python to attack again, preemptively struck, condensing golden cauldron mystic light into golden sword and slashing at it on the treetop, seemingly intending to cut it and the tree in one fell swoop. This instantly enraged the rusty spotted python. It opened its mouth and spat out a highly condensed arrow of venomous water that struck the golden sword, instantly dissolving it in midair. Then, with a swift movement, the snake leaped from the tree and hurtled towards Zhou Chun. Now, a cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes, and he immediately unleashed his flying dragon snatch magic weapon, attacking the swooping rusty venomous python. Simultaneously, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, and the recovered silver lightning python, bye-bye, made its dazzling appearance. The poor rusty venomous python finally realized it had been tricked. But it was too late. The poisonous cloud it spewed was easily pierced by the crimson gold flying claw, which gripped its body tightly, its sharp claws piercing through it. Immediately afterward, a bolt of silver-white lightning struck it, slamming it to the ground. In just a few short moves, the rusty venomous python on the ground was already dead. Yang Qi, who had retreated to a distance to observe, saw the scene and his expression changed slightly. He had heard of Zhou Chun's reputation before and knew that Zhou Chun's strength was no less than that of a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. However, without witnessing it firsthand, he naturally harbored doubts. Having witnessed the combined strength of Zhou Chun and his servant, he now felt that the rumors might have underestimated Zhou Chun's abilities. Instructor Zhou is indeed formidable. Even if I, Yang, were to personally intervene, I fear I would have struggled to defeat this rusty spotted venomous python in such a short time. As he approached and watched Zhou Chun skinning and extracting the python's gallbladder, he exclaimed sincerely, Instructor Yang flatters me. My swift victory was merely due to a lucky accident, Zhou Chun replied, quickly finishing off the python's carcass. Only the skin, gallbladder, fangs, and venom sacs of this type of snake were useful to cultivators. The rest of its flesh and bones likely contained toxins and were of little practical value. Therefore, after retrieving the useful items, Zhou Chun burned the corpse. Then, gazing at the spirit peach tree on the cliff, he murmured, I wonder when this purple-veined golden peach will truly ripen. I hope it won't cause any more trouble. It should be in the next few days, Yang Qi replied somewhat uncertainly. Then he and Zhou Chun took turns guarding the purple-veined golden peach tree on the cliff. My editor suddenly contacted me today saying that one update a day is no longer acceptable, as it's not good for our dear readers and would cause me to lose my beloved readers. Therefore, starting today, we'll resume 2 updates a day, with another update around 10 p.m. tonight. Chapter 189 The Use of the Golden Peach, and the Expedition Against the Foreign Tribes. After killing the rusty spotted venomous python that guarded the purple-veined golden peach tree, Zhou Chun and Yang Qi waited for 7 more days until the peaches ripened. When the spiritual fruit ripened, a rich fragrance wafted from the tree. Zhou Chun smelled the aroma and his mouth watered. He longed to pick a peach and eat it. Looking at Yang Qi, who was guarding the cliff, he seemed to feel the same way. Seeing this, Zhou Chun exclaimed in amazement, Instructor Yang, Do you think we can pick these peaches now? They should be ready. Pick them, Yang Chi replied, immediately flying up to the tree and taking out the jade box he had brought to pick the fruit. However, just as he picked 4 peaches, a loud eagle's cry rang out from the sky. Immediately afterward, a pale golden figure swooped down, directly towards the purple-veined golden peach tree below. Oh no! Zhou Chun's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly unleashed his flying dragon claw attack towards the figure. However, the flying crimson gold claw was directly swatted away by a powerful force. Fortunately, Yang Chi noticed something was wrong and instantly erected a silver-white protective shield, protecting himself and the spirit peach tree below. In the end, the figure crashed into the shield and was intercepted. It turned out to be a pale golden giant eagle with a wingspan of nearly 2 zang. So it's a golden-winged iron-feathered eagle. Zhou Chun recognized its origin immediately upon seeing the pale golden giant eagle. It was a mid-level demonic beast, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, evolved from a low-level demonic beast, the iron-feathered eagle, and was quite powerful. This golden-winged iron-feathered eagle had now grown to the mid-grade of the 2nd tier. Zhou Chun had always known that after Zhou Jiapen, the 6th elder of the Zhou family, successfully established his foundation, his greatest wish was to raise his spirit pet, the iron-feathered eagle, into a mid-level demonic beast, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle. Could it be that this purple-veined golden peach has the effect of evolving low-level demonic beasts? Zhou Chun pondered to himself, then hurriedly released the silver lightning python to join forces with Yang Chi to deal with the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle. Faced with a combined attack of the 2 of them and the python, the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle was quickly outnumbered and fled the battlefield in a sorry state. After defeating the golden-winged iron-feathered eagle, the 2 quickly put the remaining spirit peaches into a jade box and stored them in their storage bags. Instructor Yang, do you know what the purple-veined golden peach is used for? On the way back to the Golden Dragon Branch, Zhou Chun couldn't help but ask Yang Chi, who was traveling with him, about the effects of the purple-veined golden peach. There are countless exotic fruits in the cultivation world, and even golden core cultivators wouldn't dare say they know the effects of all exotic fruits. In any case, Zhou Chun had never heard of the purple-veined golden peach tree. Faced with Zhou Chun's question, Yang Chi shook his head and said, I don't know either. If Instructor Zhou wants to know, we can ask when we hand the golden peaches over to Protector Guan. That's true, Zhou Chun replied and said nothing more. After the 2 successfully returned to the Golden Dragon Branch altar, they went to the Golden Dragon Hall to report to Protector Guan Chang. Reporting to Protector Guan Chang, we have successfully completed our mission and brought back the right purple-veined golden peaches. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, after Zhou Chun and Yang Chi bowed to Guan Chang, Yang Chi respectfully explained the purpose. Upon hearing this, Guan Chang's face lit up with joy, and he immediately said, Oh, quickly bring the items here so I can see them. Yes, Yang Chi replied and took out all 7 jade boxes from his storage bag, opening them one by one for Guan Chang to inspect. Indeed, they are all ripe and of excellent quality. Guan Chang inspected the spiritual fruits in the jade box briefly, then nodded repeatedly before swiping them all into his storage bag. He then looked at the 2 and said, You've waited for over 5 months, you've worked hard. I, the Protector, will reward you handsomely. Each of you will receive 500 contribution points and 2 low-grade dragon blood spiritual items. 1 contribution point in the dragon transformation sect is roughly equivalent to 1 spirit coin, but contribution points can only be obtained by completing sect missions, making them more valuable and useful than spirit coins within the sect. A reward of 500 contribution points is already quite substantial, not to mention the 2 low-grade dragon blood spiritual items. Therefore, Zhou Chun and the other were overjoyed upon hearing Guan Chang's words and quickly expressed their gratitude, saying, Your subordinates thank you for your reward, Protector. Well, you can go and rest now. I will summon you again when I need you. Guan Chang nodded slightly and then dismissed them. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun immediately spoke up, Guardian, please forgive me. I have a question I'd like to ask you to answer. Oh, what do you want to know? Guan Chang's gaze shifted to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun bowed slightly and said, Guardian, as you know, I am a rogue cultivator with limited knowledge. I have never heard of the purple-veined golden peach, a rare fruit. What is its use? So that's it. Guan Chang smiled faintly and explained, the purple-veined golden peach is just a name I gave it. I don't know its real name, however, the known uses of this fruit are quite clear. Direct consumption has a chance to help some low-level demonic beasts with a metal element evolve and break through. And it can also improve the cultivation of second-tier demonic beasts or Foundation establishment cultivators, just as I thought. Zhou Chun thought to himself, and quickly bowed to express his gratitude. I understand. Thank you for your explanation, Guardian. Then he and Yang Qi left the Golden Dragon Hall. Once outside, he and Yang Qi parted ways and returned to their respective residences. Even back at his residence, Zhou Chun was still thinking about the purple-veined golden peach. If Guan Cheng's words were true, this purple-veined golden peach would be extremely useful to the Zhou family. Whether it was the iron feather eagle of the 6th elder Zhou Jiapen, or the Vajra monkey currently guarding this Hongping Hall for the Zhou family, they could all use it. Even the Crimson Flame Vajra monkey might be able to use this purple-veined golden peach to evolve and break through. However, this spiritual object was now in Guan Cheng's hands, making it somewhat difficult to obtain. But after careful consideration, Zhou Chun still thought of a potentially feasible method. Guan Cheng may suspect me, but he certainly doesn't suspect that Crimson Dragon Protector Lin Hongyu. If I can get the message back to the family and have the Supreme Elder contact Lin Hongyu to exchange for this item, then everything will be fine. With this in mind, Zhou Chun made a plan. In the following days, Zhou Chun, in addition to his daily cultivation, also visited Yang Qi and other envoys, ostensibly to make more friends. He even contacted some ordinary members of the sect during casual conversations with these envoys and members. He intentionally or unintentionally mentioned the purple-veined golden peach, describing how enticing its fragrance was when ripe, seemingly showing off his knowledge. No one thought much of it. After all, it's normal for cultivators to show off their knowledge during casual conversations. Furthermore, this matter didn't involve sect secrets, and Guan Cheng had never forbidden mentioning it to others. 3 more months passed, and Guan Cheng summoned Zhou Chun and 4 other envoys to the Golden Dragon Hall. In the main hall, Guan Cheng looked at the 5 Golden Dragon cult masters below and said in a deep voice, "In less than a year, it will be Hall Master Li's 800th birthday. Our Golden Dragon branch will celebrate this event in a grand manner, and many elders and protectors from the sect will come to offer their congratulations. Therefore, I have called you here today to send you to the Scaled Frog tribe near Dragon Abyss Marsh to plunder. If you can find some rare aquatic treasures to present, it will bring honor to Hall Master Li and our Golden Dragon Hall." At this point, his gaze fell on a long-faced man in the hall and said, "This mission will be led by Cult Master Guo. The other 4 cult masters will follow his arrangements." "Yes, Your Majesty, we obey," Zhou Chun and the other 5 cult masters responded in unison, and then left the main hall together to prepare. Leaving aside how the others prepared, Zhou Chun, after returning to his residence, immediately realized that this mission was an excellent opportunity to contact his family. The Golden Dragon branch altar was quite far from Dragon Abyss Marsh. Their quest to plunder the Scaled Frog race there would undoubtedly involve numerous encounters. If they could manage to slip away for a while, he could reach the agreed-upon contact point with Clan Chief Zhou Daoai, leaving behind a message and the various spiritual items they had collected. The next day, Zhou Chun and the other 5 instructors departed the Golden Dragon branch altar on 2 crimson-eyed dragon vultures, heading towards Dragon Abyss Marsh, 2,000 to 3,000 miles away. Whether intentionally or not, Zhou Chun happened to ride alongside Instructor Guo, the leader of the expedition. This Instructor Guo, named Guo Chen, was a confidant of Grand Protector Guan Cheng and was said to be extremely powerful. He seemed to be a man of few words, issuing only orders along the way and showing no inclination to engage in casual conversation with Zhou Chun. However, Zhou Chun wanted to glean some information from him. So, showing curiosity, he asked Guo Chen, "Instructor Guo, what exactly is the situation with the Scaled Frog race in Longyuan Marsh? I've only heard of this race living near Longyuan Marsh, but I've never actually seen them." Hearing this, Guo Chen frowned, hesitated for a moment, and then replied in a low voice, "There's not much to say about the Scaled Frog race. They're weak, the strongest sorcerer in their race is only at the 3rd rank, and they usually hide, afraid to confront us human cultivators. When we go to plunder these scaled frogs, we just need to be careful not to kill their 2nd-rank sorcerers too easily. Otherwise, without the protection of the 2nd-rank sorcerers, the Scaled Frog tribe will be easily wiped out by the monsters in the marsh, and they won't be able to continue collecting various aquatic treasures for us." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression changed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Since the Scaled Frog race is so weak, why doesn't our sect tame them all as servants and actively use them to collect aquatic treasures for our sect?" Upon hearing this, Guo Chen immediately shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Since the higher-ups in the sect haven't done that, they must have their reasons. We shouldn't speculate. Zhou Chun, however, understood the warning in his words and nodded slightly, saying, I understand, thank you for your explanation, Instructor Guo. He didn't ask any further questions. After flying for 4 or 5 days, Zhou Chun and his group arrived at the edge of the vast Dragon Abyss Marsh. This side of the Dragon Abyss Marsh was relatively low-lying and open, with forests extending dozens of miles into the water along the shore, many trees having a portion of their trunks submerged. The scaled frog aliens lived in wooden huts built in the forest. From a rough view in the sky, Zhou Chun estimated that this scaled frog alien tribe living in the forest numbered over 100,000, definitely a large tribe. This Linhai tribe previously had 3 second-tier sorcerers. I wonder how many they have left. Now, you all come with me. If we can get them to hand over their treasures without a fight, that would be ideal. On the back of the crimson-eyed dragon vulture, Guo Chen surveyed the scaled frog tribe within the forest before revealing his plan in a deep voice. Since he was in charge, no one objected. The 2 crimson-eyed dragon vultures, driven by the group, swooped down towards the forest. Croak, croak, croak. The forest instantly erupted in a chorus of frog croaks, followed by the continuous splashes of frogs entering the water. Upon discovering the approaching enemy, the aquatic scaled frog tribe immediately sought refuge in the water. Guo Chen, however, leaped off the crimson-eyed dragon vulture's back, unleashing the dragon transformation secret technique, revealing his dragon claws and scales. He then took a breath and croaked, communicating with the scaled frog tribe. This scene surprised Zhou Chun slightly, seemingly understanding why Guan Cheng had sent Guo Chen to lead the team. Not long after, some scaled frog aliens emerged from the forest carrying various aquatic treasures, placing them on a clearing on the shore. Zhou Chun looked around and saw that the items were various pearls, jade, ores, and aquatic herbs, each containing considerable spiritual energy. He even spotted a fist-sized blood-red pearl. If he wasn't mistaken, it was a rare and precious blood spirit pearl, one of the many famous treasures of Dragon Abyss, produced by a clam demon called the blood spirit clam. And now, these things had been delivered to the shore simply because of Guo Chen's words. This made Zhou Chun genuinely envious of the resources possessed by the Dragon Transformation Sect. It's like fishing. If there are only a few fish in a pond, no matter how good your fishing skills, equipment, or bait, your catch will be limited. But in a pond with many fish, even a novice can have a great catch. After all the aquatic treasures had been brought to shore by the scaled frog tribe, Guo Chen stepped forward, collected them, and waved to Zhou Chun and the other 3 who had been watching the whole thing, saying, Let's go, we're going to the next tribe. I heard that tribe recently acquired quite a few good things, hopefully they'll be as sensible as this Linhai tribe. Second update delivered. I'll try to finish the first update by noon tomorrow. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190 Silver Pattern Jade Spirit Frog, Flying Away When Disaster Strikes. The scaled frog race inhabits the waters surrounding Dragon Abyss Marsh, comprising hundreds of tribes of varying sizes and millions of people. The first tribe Zhou Chun and his group raided, the Forest Tribe, while considered a large tribe, didn't even rank among the top 10 of all the scaled frog tribes. The second tribe they targeted, the Black Spear Tribe, according to Guo Chen, was definitely in the top 10. Such a large tribe naturally possessed extraordinary strength, with at least 5 second-tier sorcerers. However, the second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race were weak, even weaker than some second-tier demonic beasts. Guo Chen believed that their team's strength was more than enough to handle the Black Spear Tribe. So they flew around Dragon Abyss Marsh, and after another 500 or 600 miles, they arrived near the Black Spear Tribe. But just as Guo Chen had the crimson-eyed dragon vulture stored away, preparing to lead his men directly to attack, Zhou Chun suddenly spoke up, Instructor Guo, the Black Spear Tribe is indeed formidable. What if we are no match for them? How will we retreat and escape? I suggest we discuss this as a precaution before we act. Hearing this, Guo Chen frowned slightly and said, Isn't it necessary? The scaled frog tribe is cowardly and weak. Even if they are strong enough to defeat us, they wouldn't dare to pursue us and kill us if we leave. Otherwise, The retaliation from our sect would be unbearable for them, but Zhou Chun remained unmoved and said earnestly, "It's just a precautionary plan. Even if we don't need it, it won't take much effort." Upon seeing this, Guo Chen's eyes immediately showed displeasure. Zhou Chun's insistence made him feel that he was not trusted. However, he didn't immediately react. Instead, he looked at the others and asked, "What do you all think? Instructor Zhou has a point. Being cautious might not be a bad thing. I also think Instructor Zhou makes sense. Instructor Guo, you decide." "I'll listen to you." The remaining three also spoke up, expressing their opinions. Seeing that two people supported Zhou Chun's suggestion, Guo Chen couldn't say anything more and could only nod, saying, "In that case, let's discuss it." Taking advantage of the discussion, Zhou Chun successfully reviewed the map of the Longyuan's coastline in Guo Chen's hand. By comparing the shapes of the waterways and land borders on the map, he easily determined his current location and the direction of the underground river's exit. The result pleased him greatly. If his estimation was correct, he was now less than 2,000 miles away from the meeting point he had agreed upon with clan chief Zhou Daoi. He could reach that distance in a day if he was fast. The only problem now was how to create an opportunity for himself to leave the group for a few days. In the rush, Zhou Chun couldn't think of any good solutions and could only proceed step by step. Following his advice, the group devised a retreat plan, determined a rendezvous point, and then charged towards the Black Spear tribe. Unlike the Lin Hai tribe, who lived in tree houses, the Black Spear tribe carved caves into the cliffs adjacent to the Great Swamp, their habitat situated on the mountainside where the mountain met the water. This unique habitat protected them from many aquatic and terrestrial monsters, allowing the tribe to develop much better than other scaled frog tribes. With a relatively higher level of civilization. Although they lived in caves on the cliffs, the Black Spear tribe had also established sentry posts in many places on the mountain. Therefore, when Zhou Chun and his companions flew in from afar, a series of urgent croaking sounds from all over the mountain echoed. Immediately afterward, the scaled frogs in the caves either jumped off the cliffs into the water or hid deep within the caves, not daring to show their faces. However, this was only the behavior of ordinary scaled frogs and most first-tier sorcerers. The second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race swiftly took to the air to meet Zhou Chun and his group of 5. There were 7 of them in total, including 1 high-grade second-tier sorcerer and 3 mid-grade second-tier sorcerers. This was the first time Zhou Chun had seen second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race, and he couldn't help but curiously examine them from head to toe. These second-tier sorcerers were significantly larger than ordinary scaled frog race members, almost as tall as normal human cultivators. They were no longer naked, but wore leather armor sewn from demonic beast hides, and carried bone staffs and jade swords made of animal bones or spirit jade, perhaps their race's magical artifacts. The most striking difference between them and ordinary scaled frog race members was their scales. Their scales were much more vibrant, and each person's scales were a different color, displaying red, blue, cyan, and yellow. At this moment, the second-tier sorcerers hovered in mid-air. The high-grade second-tier sorcerer immediately began croaking loudly at Zhou Chun and the others. Zhou Chun and the others couldn't understand its frog language and could only look at Guo Chen. However, Guo Chen didn't bother to translate or explain, he simply frowned and responded in frog language. It was clear that after Guo Chen finished speaking, the second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race became agitated, glaring angrily at the group and shouting loudly. Although they couldn't understand what they were saying, their expressions and tone were enough for Zhou Chun and the others to realize that they were being cursed. However, Guo Chen remained unmoved, showing no reaction whatsoever. He simply stared coldly at the high-grade second-tier sorcerer, waiting for the latter to make a choice. The high-grade second-tier sorcerer, however, had drooping eyelids, seemingly deep in thought and hesitant, and remained silent. After a stalemate lasting about 15 minutes, as Guo Chen's gaze grew increasingly impatient, it finally looked up at him and let out a series of loud cries. Upon hearing its words, the other second-tier sorcerers' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly cried out in disapproval. However, they ultimately failed to change its decision. The 7 second-tier sorcerers quickly turned and flew back into the cave on the mountainside. Guo Chen then finally spoke to Zhou Chun and the others. They're quite sensible, agreeing to offer a batch of aquatic treasures. We'll see if what they bring is of sufficient quality. If it doesn't satisfy us, we'll probably have to give them a good beating. Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the others remained silent. Guo Chen's behavior had displeased them. After all, they were all instructors, and even though Guo Chen was a confidant of the great protector Guan Cheng and the designated captain, he shouldn't be treated so disrespectfully. Therefore, they protested silently. Seeing this, Guo Chen's face darkened. His gaze swept over the group, and he coldly said, "Since you have no objections, then you'll have to follow my orders later." He emphasized the word orders, clearly reminding them that he, as their captain, had absolute command over them. However, this only made them more uncomfortable, so they didn't respond. Guo Chen's expression turned even uglier. He opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something, but no words came out. This tense atmosphere lasted for quite a while before being broken when some scaled frog tribesmen brought various aquatic treasures to the walkway platform built on the mountainside. "Let's go, I'll go take a look," Guo Chen said in a low voice, and flew ahead to investigate. Zhou Chun and the others exchanged glances and followed. They saw various aquatic treasures laid out on the mountain walkway, far more numerous and diverse than those from the Linhai tribe. Among them were spiritual items comparable to the blood spirit pearl, a rare treasure of Dragon Abyss. However, Zhou Chun noticed upon closer observation that Guo Chen showed no sign of satisfaction or joy. This stirred something within him, and he immediately prepared for battle. Sure enough, after Guo Chen looked around and stored everything in his storage bag, his expression suddenly turned cold. He then croaked loudly at the several second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers standing on a certain platform of the walkway. Upon hearing his words, the second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers also showed their anger and croaked back without giving an inch. After a brief argument, Guo Chen suddenly said, "Attack! Teach them a lesson." With that, he immediately unleashed the dragon transformation secret technique, wielding a golden longsword magic weapon as he charged towards the second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers. At the same time, Zhou Chun, who had already prepared for battle, instantly wielded Flying Dragon Strike and charged towards one of the second-tier sorcerers. However, he held back, not releasing the Silver Lightning Python for nothing. The second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers weren't fools, they had been on guard. Seeing their sudden attack, they didn't panic at all, but instead reacted quickly, casting spells and engaging in fierce combat. Despite their numerical advantage, the combat strength of the second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers was less than impressive. Their casting speed was indeed much faster than human cultivators, almost as fast as the instant cast spells of demonic beasts. However, they lacked both the magical artifacts of human cultivators and the powerful physiques of demonic beasts. Relying solely on a few spells was simply ineffective against human cultivators. Moreover, Guo Chen and his fellow Dragon Transformation Sect leaders had all cultivated the second level of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, each possessing formidable close combat abilities. Therefore, after only a few exchanges, the 7 second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers were in dire straits, clearly unable to withstand the onslaught of Guo Chen and his group of 5. Just then, spells suddenly erupted from the water below and from the caves on the cliff face. The first-tier sorcerers had also joined the fray. While these first-tier spells were like a tickle to Foundation Establishment cultivators, their cumulative effect helped the second-tier sorcerers reverse their defeat, at least giving them the strength to continue fighting. This enraged Zhou Chun and his group. Zhou Chun immediately activated his Golden Cauldron Mystic Light, which transformed into countless golden needles that shot towards the scaled frog alien sorcerers in the water. Instantly, a chorus of screams filled the air as over a dozen first-tier sorcerers were either killed or wounded. The others also unleashed their own attacks on the first-tier sorcerers, killing and injuring many as well. This not only terrified the first-tier sorcerers but also filled the second-tier sorcerers with shock and fury. Croak. The second-tier high-grade sorcerer let out a shout, and several other second-tier sorcerers suddenly fled towards the water below, seemingly intending to escape by water. Seeing this, Guo Chen hurriedly shouted, "Stop them," and gave chase. Zhou Chun and the others, seeing this, didn't have time to think and immediately launched a fierce attack on the second-tier sorcerers, trying to force them to turn back and defend themselves. But at that moment, several powerful magical fluctuations suddenly erupted from the water below. Not good. Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly activated his dragon-scale golden shield magic weapon to block in front of him and fully activated Golden Cauldron Profound Light to protect himself. Immediately, a thick blue water column slammed into the dragon-scale golden shield magic weapon, instantly blasting it away and then striking Zhou Chun's protective golden light. Zhou Chun was then blasted away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But he was actually relatively unscathed. 3 people were suddenly attacked. Guo Chen and Zhou Chun were injured in the sneak attack, but at least their lives were not in danger. However, the other instructor, surnamed Wang, was instantly cut in two by a huge blue water blade and died instantly. At this moment, the assailant finally revealed himself. It was 3 enormous, azure blue giant frogs. The frogs were crystal clear like jade, radiating a blue spiritual light, with silver stripes on their backs. Their auras were astonishing. 2 were high-grade second-tier demonic beasts, and 1 was a mid-grade second-tier demonic beast. Silver-patterned jade spirit frogs. These scaled frog aliens actually raised such demonic beasts, Guo Chen exclaimed in shock as he looked at the 3 azure blue giant frogs. Zhou Chun didn't know what silver-patterned jade spirit frogs were, but he knew that the opportunity he had been searching for had arrived. Immediately, he clutched his chest and cried out, "Instructor Guo, things have changed. Let's retreat first." He then turned and fled. Hearing this, Guo Chen and the others snapped back to reality and hurriedly tried to escape as well. But how could the second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race simply watch them flee? The 3 silver-patterned jade spirit frogs croaked loudly, unleashing powerful water-based spells that bombarded the group, giving them no chance to escape. Even Zhou Chun, who was the fastest to flee, was chased by 2 second-tier sorcerers. Zhou Chun had only escaped a dozen miles when he heard a scream from behind. Looking back, he saw another instructor had been shot down by the silver-patterned jade spirit frogs, his fate unknown. This made him hesitate no longer, and he immediately cast a spell, activating the flowing golden rainbow secret technique. A golden ray of light shot from his mouth, then returned to his body, instantly transforming him into a golden rainbow and allowing him to escape at breakneck speed. In just over 10 breaths, he had left the 2 pursuing second-tier sorcerers far behind. It's 12:30, which should still be considered noon. I'll try to update around 8 p.m. tonight. Chapter 191 Connecting with the Family, Another Anomaly. Flowing golden rainbow secret technique proved as effective as Zhou Chun's in escaping. He covered nearly 100 miles in less than a quarter of an hour, thus escaping danger completely. After quickly determining his direction, he released the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, to carry him. He then quickly consumed healing pills and rejuvenation pills, slowly refining their power to recover his injuries and mana. Actually, his injuries weren't very serious, as the only one attacking him was a mid-grade second-tier silver-patterned jade spirit frog. If it hadn't been for the frog's well-prepared sneak attack, he might not have been injured at all. After consuming the healing pills, his internal injuries quickly stabilized within half a day, barely affecting his ability to fight. When the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, grew tired and needed to rest, Zhou Chun put it in his spirit beast pouch to rest, and then continued his journey. Throughout his journey, he continuously consumed rejuvenation pills to replenish his depleted mana. After traveling for over 10 hours, Zhou Chun finally arrived at a meeting point he had agreed upon with clan chief Zhou Dai. He reached a large blue stone on a mountainside, took out the flying dragon snatcher, hooked it onto a protrusion on the top of the stone, and pulled hard. A large slab of stone was pulled up, revealing a storage bag that had been pressed down inside. Seeing the storage bag, Zhou Chun was delighted, knowing that the clan had received the message he had sent back last time. He then placed his storage bag, filled with a large amount of spiritual herbs, inside, closed the stone slab again, and checked it several times before leaving. After leaving the meeting point, Zhou Chun randomly found a deserted mountain and began to examine the things the clan had given him. Inside the storage bag were not only magical artifacts such as the sun-radiant golden wheel and the mysterious spirit golden bell, but also 7 second-tier magic talismans, 2 bottles of cultivation-enhancing pills, 3 bottles of demon spirit pills, and a letter left to him by clan chief Zhou Dai. Zhou Chun first looked at the jade slip containing the information. Zhou Dai mainly told him about the changes in the Zhou family's situation. For example, Zhou Xingyan's successful foundation establishment and the refinement of the demon spirit pill. He also advised him to act cautiously and not to take risks for the sake of merit. Sixth brother's successful foundation establishment means my undercover mission wasn't in vain, as long as the family can obtain the purple-veined golden peach, and sixth brother continues to produce and refine demon spirit pills, the strength of all the family elders will increase dramatically. Now it depends on whether I can complete this undercover mission as soon as possible and successfully return to the family. After reading the information on the jade slip, a faint smile appeared on Zhou Chun's face. Zhou Xingyan's successful foundation establishment and the successful refinement of the demon spirit pill were definitely a major boost to the Zhou family's foundation. If either the patriarch Zhou Daoyi or the third elder Zhou Daoquan could successfully open their purple mansion, then the Zhou family would truly have a chance to revive. Because Zhou Chun had already refined the sun-radiant golden wheel and other magical artifacts beforehand, he could use them immediately upon receiving them. Therefore, he didn't linger there, only resting for 2 hours before returning to the Black Spear tribe. With several handy magical artifacts at his disposal, the return journey was much easier than the journey there. He managed to injure and drive away the 2 second-tier demonic beasts that dared to attack him. By the time he arrived at the agreed-upon rendezvous point with Guo Chen and the others, 2.5 days had passed since they parted ways at the Black Spear tribe. This naturally displeased Guo Chen, who was already waiting there. Therefore, upon his return, Guo Chen stared intently at him and questioned, "Instructor Zhou, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come?" Zhou Chun was naturally prepared for this and quickly explained, "Instructor Guo, please forgive me. After escaping the Black Spear tribe, I panicked and encountered a second-tier high-grade demonic beast, the earth-splitting bear, in the wilderness. I was chased for hundreds of miles before I managed to escape. As you saw, Instructor Guo, I was already injured in the attack of the silver-patterned jade spirit frog. Being chased by the earth-splitting bear only aggravated my injuries. Therefore, after escaping the pursuit, I had to find a place to stabilize my injuries, which delayed my arrival. Is that really so?" Guo Chen looked at Zhou Chun, his eyes full of suspicion. He felt that what Zhou Chun said was too coincidental, but he had no evidence to prove that Zhou Chun was lying. Facing his skepticism, Zhou Chun calmly replied, "If Instructor Guo doesn't believe me, I can take you to the place where I fought the earth-splitting bear. We should still be able to see some traces of it, and perhaps even encounter it." Upon hearing this and seeing his confident expression, Guo Chen was almost convinced. He waved his hand and said, "That's unnecessary. As long as Instructor Zhou returns safely, I'll be at ease." Then, his face darkened, he added, "This time, we've lost Instructors Wang and Pan, and failed to collect enough aquatic treasures. Our mission has been a complete failure. What do you suggest we do next?" He then looked at Zhou Chun and another instructor surnamed Wu. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu immediately suggested, "I believe we should return to the branch altar and report this matter to the Great Protector. The Black Spear tribe has 3 extra silver-striped jade spirit frogs. This is something no one expected. The Great Protector shouldn't punish us for this." Zhou Chun nodded in agreement, agreeing with Instructor Wu's view. While he hadn't shown any outstanding performance in this mission, he hadn't made any mistakes either. Even if the mission failed, at most he wouldn't receive a reward, he certainly wouldn't be punished like the first time. However, Guo Chen didn't immediately respond to their words. As a confidant of Great Protector Guancheng, Guo Chen naturally understood what kind of person Guancheng was. The mission's failure was indeed due to the appearance of the 3 silver-striped jade spirit frogs, but as the captain, Guo Chen certainly bore responsibility for improper command. Even if he wouldn't be punished because he was Guancheng's confidant, it would inevitably affect Guancheng's opinion of him, perhaps even causing him to distance himself. Therefore, after hesitating for a while, he said in a low voice, "Going back like this might make it difficult to explain to the Grand Protector. In my opinion, it would be better if we went to raid some smaller tribes, obtain more aquatic treasures, and then return to report to the Grand Protector." But as soon as he finished speaking, Instructor Wu shook his head repeatedly, saying, "Instructor Guo, I cannot agree with you. We are all injured. What if we encounter another unexpected event like the Black Spear tribe while raiding the smaller tribes?" He then glanced at Zhou Chun and said, "You should know that if it weren't for Instructor Zhou's foresight and advanced planning of the retreat, we would have scattered and fled, and it would have been difficult to reunite here." These words darkened Guo Chen's face, and he was at a loss for words. Clearly, the failure to plunder the Black Spear tribe had completely eroded Instructor Wu's confidence in him, and he no longer wanted to follow his orders. At this opportune moment, Zhou Chun spoke up, The fact that a foreign tribe like the Black Spear tribe contained 3 silver-striped jade spirit frogs suggests there must be a hidden story. If we report this immediately, and our sect gains any benefits from the Black Spear tribe afterward, it will be a meritorious deed. Upon hearing this, Instructor Wu nodded repeatedly, saying, Instructor Zhou is right. I firmly believe we should immediately return to the branch altar and report this to the Grand Protector. Alright, let's go back and report to the Grand Protector first. Guo Chen sighed dejectedly, agreeing to their request. The 3 of them immediately set off, returning directly to the Golden Dragon branch altar. After several days of travel, they successfully returned to the Golden Dragon branch altar and reported the Black Spear tribe's situation to Grand Protector Guancheng. What a waste. They can't even handle such a simple matter. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, after hearing Guo Chen's report, Guancheng's face darkened, and he angrily rebuked him without mercy. This reprimand made him tremble with fear, and he hurriedly knelt down to beg for forgiveness, saying, This subordinate is incompetent, please punish me, Protector, don't worry, you will receive all the punishments due. Guancheng coldly glanced at him, then waved his sleeve and said, Go back and rest today. Tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to take you to wipe out that Black Spear tribe, giving you a chance to atone for your sins. Yes, your subordinate obeys. Zhou Chun and the other 2 responded, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief as they left the hall. The next day, Zhou Chun and the other 2, having just rested, returned to the Golden Dragon Hall. At this time, besides the Great Protector Guancheng, there was also a middle-aged man with a mustache wearing a golden robe. Upon seeing this, the 3 hurriedly knelt down and bowed, saying, Your subordinates greet the Great Protector and the 4th Protector. After the 3 finished their greetings, the Great Protector Guancheng looked at them and said in a deep voice, Listen up, you 3. Today, the 4th Protector will lead you to wipe out the Black Spear tribe. If you dare to slack off again, don't blame me for punishing you according to the rules. Your subordinates obey. The 3 responded in unison, and then left the Golden Dragon branch altar with the 4th Protector. As the 4th Protector of the Golden Dragon Hall and a cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage, the middle-aged man with a mustache had tamed a 2nd-tier flying demon beast, the azure-winged dragon bat, which could carry 4 or 5 people. Therefore, this time, Zhou Chun and his group traveled much faster to the Dragon Abyss Marsh than before, arriving near the Black Spear tribe in just over 2 days. Upon arriving at their destination, the middle-aged man with a mustache put away the azure-winged dragon bat and instructed Zhou Chun and his companions, Don't worry, I'll be there to support you. He seemed to be keeping his presence hidden. This made Zhou Chun and his companions somewhat uneasy, adding another layer of worry. However, they dared not disobey the 4th Protector's orders and could only steel themselves and appear together to attack the Black Spear tribe. Croak, croak, accompanied by the noisy croaking of frogs, the Black Spear tribe's scaled frogs began their diving competition once more. Soon, 7 2nd-tier sorcerers appeared simultaneously, immediately launching spells at Zhou Chun and his companions without a word. With 7 against 2, they held an absolute numerical advantage. Even without summoning the silver-patterned jade spirit frogs, they were not afraid of Zhou Chun and his companions. Zhou Chun and his companions were well aware of this. Therefore, they dared not underestimate their opponents and focused intently on dealing with the attacks of the 7 2nd-tier sorcerers. After exchanging blows for a while, perhaps having discovered something, the 2nd-tier high-grade sorcerer shouted again, summoning 3 silver-patterned jade spirit frogs hidden in the water below. However, this time Zhou Chun and his companions were prepared. Sensing the movement underwater, they immediately went all out to protect themselves and create distance. Then, a scene that shocked them unfolded. First, a golden light descended from the sky, instantly shattering and piercing the head of one of the 2nd-tier high-grade silver-patterned jade spirit frogs. Before the remaining 2 silver-patterned jade spirit frogs could react, a half-dragon, half-human figure covered in pale golden dragon scales swooped down from the sky, transforming into golden light and landing on another 2nd-tier high-grade silver-patterned jade spirit frog. With a swipe of its claws, it pierced through the frog's body, tearing apart its heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. Croak. The last silver-patterned jade spirit frog was terrified and let out a loud cry, trying to dive into the water to escape. But the half-dragon, half-human figure merely opened its mouth and spat out a golden beam that instantly struck its body, punching a large hole in its head. Within moments, all 3 silver-patterned jade spirit frogs were dead. This scene not only stunned Zhou Chun and his companions but also terrified the second-tier sorcerers of the scaled frog race. When the half-dragon, half-human figure raised its head and looked at them, they immediately let out a loud croak and scattered in panic. "Kill them all, leave no one alive," a cold voice came from the half-dragon, half-human figure, who immediately gave chase to the second-tier high-grade sorcerer. This person not only had the highest cultivation but also the fastest reaction. As the third silver-patterned jade spirit frog died, it had already escaped into a cave. Hearing the half-dragon, half-human's command, Zhou Chun and his companions were also alarmed and quickly mustered their strength to pursue the fleeing second-tier sorcerer. It was truly a case of the tables turning. Those who were being hunted were now the ones being hunted. However, while those second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerers were weak, their escape skills were quite impressive. Especially since they were all adept at water, once they escaped into the water, they were very difficult to catch. Zhou Chun dared not reveal his magical artifacts like the sun-radiant golden wheel at this moment, so he could only rely on the silver lightning python's help to kill 2 low-grade second-tier sorcerers. Guo Chen and the instructor Wu each killed 1 second-tier sorcerer. Damn it, they still managed to get away with 2 more. In mid-air, Guo Chen stared at the spot where the 2 second-tier sorcerers had disappeared into the water, cursing angrily. He had hoped to kill a few more second-tier sorcerers to atone for his sins, but in the end, he only gained 1 head. But just as he was furious about the 2 second-tier sorcerers escaping, a roar filled with shock and anger suddenly came from a cave in the mountainside. That roar, in the sky, Zhou Chun and the other 2 exchanged glances, recognizing the voice of the 4th protector. Immediately, Guo Chen shouted resolutely, "Let's go. We must help." The 4th protector absolutely cannot be harmed. Without waiting for Zhou Chun and instructor Wu's reactions, he rushed into the cave from which the sound had come. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and instructor Wu exchanged a glance, both seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. Then, they could only grit their teeth and follow Guo Chen into the cave. Second update for today. Let's see if I can finish tomorrow's first update by morning. I'll try to resume the normal update schedule of 1 update in the morning and 1 in the evening the day after tomorrow. Chapter 192 Zhou Chun's absurd speculation, revealing his identity. The caves carved into the mountainside by the scaled frog alien varied in size, some large enough for 2 or 3 people to stand side by side, others so small that one had to bend over to enter. The size of the caves generally depended on the status of their inhabitants. The lowest-ranking scaled frog alien commoners lived in small, shallow caves, barely enough for 2 or 3 people. The caves inhabited by the scaled frog alien sorcerers were much larger and deeper, housing not only the sorcerer but also their spouses, children, and servants. Among these caves, the one inhabited by the second-tier high-grade sorcerer was the largest and deepest. Located in the central area of the mountainside, its entrance was 8 feet high and over 10 feet wide, with a suspended platform made of wooden planks connecting to a walkway. Standing on the platform, one could enjoy a panoramic view of the vast, azure waters of Dragon Abyss Marsh, a truly excellent vantage point. But Zhou Chun had no time to appreciate it. After landing on the platform, he and instructor Wu immediately rushed into the cave, descending the steps and heading deeper into the cave. As they entered, a series of heavy rumbling sounds emanated from the depths of the cave, clearly indicating a fierce battle taking place inside. This made Zhou Chun and his companion, already filled with anxiety, even more fearful, and the pace unconsciously slowed. "Instructor Zhou, who do you think is fighting the 4 protectors inside? Could it be a 3rd-tier sorcerer from the scaled frog race?" Instructor Wu's voice suddenly reached Zhou Chun's ears as they walked. He paused slightly, then replied in a low voice, "I don't know, but it's very likely." Hearing this, Instructor Wu seemed relieved and muttered to himself, "If it really is a 3rd-tier sorcerer, then he shouldn't be a match for the 4th protector." He then nodded vigorously, adding, "Yes, a 3rd-tier sorcerer definitely can't be a match for a purple mansion stage cultivator," but his self-hypnotic words didn't elicit any agreement from Zhou Chun. He didn't know exactly how strong a 3rd-tier sorcerer was, but clearly, the person fighting the 4th protector below was no weakling. Otherwise, the 4th protector wouldn't have called for help by shouting, "Instructor Zhou, Instructor Wu, what are you two dawdling for? Do you want to put the 4th protector in danger?" Suddenly, a sharp shout rang out from the depths of the cave ahead of Zhou Chun and the others. It turned out that Guo Chen, who had entered first, had noticed that the two hadn't kept up and directly questioned them. This shout instantly cornered the two. "That damned bastard. He's asking for death, and he's dragging us down with him," Instructor Wu cursed under his breath, then quickly sped up to catch up. Clearly, despite his anger, he understood the dire consequences if the fourth protector won and they didn't catch up quickly. Zhou Chun followed suit. Catching up with Guo Chen, the three of them rushed into the deepest part of the cave and finally discovered the enemy fighting the fourth protector. It was indeed a third-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer. But unlike others, this scaled frog alien sorcerer could also wield cultivators' magical artifacts, and the artifacts he wielded were quite powerful. When Zhou Chun and the others arrived at the battlefield, the fourth protector was already being suppressed and beaten. The underground cavern where the battlefield was located had also partially collapsed due to the battle between the two third-tier beings, which looked quite worrying. Upon seeing Zhou Chun and his companions arrive, the fourth protector, his face beaming with joy, hurriedly shouted, "You've come at the perfect time. Quickly join me in slaying this fiend." But before he could finish speaking, the scaled frog alien sorcerer suddenly raised his hand and pointed, unleashing a beam of crimson light towards Zhou Chun and his group. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and his companions quickly dodged. They soon discovered that the crimson light wasn't aimed at them, but rather at the passage they had come from. The crimson light struck a spot on the passage, instantly creating a deafening roar, and the entire underground cavern began to shake violently. Amidst this violent shaking, the passage Zhou Chun and his companions had entered was completely blocked by countless rocks and silt. Upon seeing this, not only did Zhou Chun and his companions' expressions change drastically, but the fourth protector also roared in shock and anger. "What do you want to do? You've sealed off the exit, aren't you afraid you'll have nowhere to escape?" Before his voice faded, a strangely pronounced human voice rang out from the scaled frog alien sorcerer. "Why should I escape? Since you dragon transformation sect scum have discovered me today, I can only bury you all here. You can speak human language." The fourth protector was startled, staring at the scaled frog alien sorcerer with a shocked expression. Seeing his shocked expression, the scaled frog alien sorcerer suddenly chuckled strangely. "Hey, surprised? After you die, I'll tell you more." Before the voice finished, it suddenly puffed out its mouth and then let out a loud croak. A thunderous croak exploded, instantly rupturing Zhou Chun and his companions' eardrums, throwing them into a state of confusion and brief disorientation. Even the fourth protector, a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage, was momentarily stunned. Although this lapse was only momentary, perhaps less than a breath, in a battle between experts, a single breath can decide the outcome. A flash of crimson light appeared, and the fourth protector, who had been momentarily stunned, let out a scream as if struck by lightning. This scream seemed to awaken Zhou Chun and the other two. When they regained their senses, they saw a crimson short sword embedded in the fourth protector's chest. The crimson short sword, of unknown grade, was a magical artifact that even the dragon scales on the fourth protector's body could not defend against. It pierced straight through his heart, leaving only the hilt exposed. The fourth protector seemed unable to believe that he had been defeated so quickly. As he coughed up blood, clutching the crimson short sword to his chest, he stared incredulously at the scaled frog alien sorcerer, saying, "The Crimson Dragon Dagger, a magical artifact of the Crimson Dragon Hall. How could you possibly possess such a thing? Who are you?" Before the scaled frog alien sorcerer could react to the fourth protector's words, Guo Chen's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "The Crimson Dragon Dagger? How could it be the Crimson Dragon Dagger? Instructor Wu, what is the Crimson Dragon Dagger?" Zhou Chun, bewildered by their cryptic conversation, turned to Instructor Wu for clarification. He had only been a member of the Dragon Transformation Sect for a short time. He hadn't even grasped the affairs of the Golden Dragon Hall, let alone the Crimson Dragon Hall. Upon hearing his words, Instructor Wu swallowed hard and said, "The Crimson Dragon Dagger is indeed the Crimson Dragon Dagger. It's a magical artifact that only Crimson Dragon Hall Protector level cultivators can possess, and it's usually only bestowed upon the top 3 Crimson Dragon Hall Protectors. It's said to be forged from the dragon teeth of a 4th-tier Crimson Fire Flood Dragon, possessing immense power." Just as he finished speaking, the scaled frog alien sorcerer let out a strange laugh. "Hey, didn't I just say? After you die, I'll naturally tell you everything." Then, with a flick of his claw, the Crimson Dragon Dagger magical artifact, which the 4 protectors had been clutching, flew out of his body and landed in his frog-like hand. As the artifact was taken away, the 4 protectors seemed to lose their lives, collapsing limply to the ground, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. It was clear they were beyond saving. Now it's your turn. All members of the Dragon Transformation Sect must die. The scaled frog alien sorcerer's gaze shifted to Zhou Chun and the other two, his tone icy cold. Hearing this, Zhou Chun and the other two were utterly shocked. Zhou Chun, while shocked, quickly thought and shouted, "Wait! Senior, please hold your hand. I am not a member of the Dragon Transformation Sect. I am an undercover agent sent by the Jing Kingdom." "What?" Instructor Zhou, you, Guo Chen and Instructor Wu were both stunned, looking at Zhou Chun with shocked expressions. Even the fourth protector, who was not yet completely dead, stared wide-eyed at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun swiftly raised his hand and patted his storage pouch at his waist, summoning a golden bell-shaped magic artifact that hovered above his head. He then continued shouting, "This junior's real name is Zhou Hengjin, the vice-patriarch of the Zhou family, a cultivation family in Lanzhou, Jingguo. I was entrusted by Senior King Wheezy, the abbot of King Lian Temple, to infiltrate and gather intelligence for the Hulong sect." Gagan. Interesting, very interesting. The scaled frog alien sorcerer's frog eyes lit up with amusement, and it chuckled, "Since you say you're not a member of the Hulong sect, I'll give you a chance. Kill them and I'll believe you." The them it referred to were naturally Guo Chen and Instructor Wu. "Thank you, Senior," Zhou Chun exclaimed. Then without another word, he patted his spirit beast pouch at his waist, releasing the silver lightning python bye-bye, and immediately used the ancestral revival secret technique to transform it into a thunder dragon. He then summoned the sun-radiant golden wheel, and launched it at Guo Chen. "You really are a spy?" Guo Chen roared angrily, hastily parrying the attacks from Zhou Chun and his servant. The Wu instructor, unwilling to surrender, also activated his magical artifact in a fierce battle against Zhou Chun and his servant, his face filled with shock and rage. While their combined strength wasn't as great as that of the scaled frog alien sorcerer and the four third-tier protectors, it still caused significant damage to the underground cavern. Large amounts of rocks and mud began to pour down, making it seem as if the entire cavern was about to collapse. This scene caught the scaled frog alien sorcerer's eye. Then, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed his crimson dragon dagger, instantly beheading Guo Chen. Without Guo Chen, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, to share the burden, the Wu instructor, his face filled with despair, was cleaved in two by Zhou Chun's sun-radiant golden wheel. "Now, Senior, you should believe what I just said, right?" Zhou Chun raised his hand, and the golden circular magic artifact flew back to him. He held it in his hand and then gave the scaled frog alien sorcerer a forced smile. To be honest, he wasn't sure if the other party would really let him go just because he wasn't a member of the Dragon Transformation Sect. But in that situation, after sensing the other party's extreme hatred towards Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators, he had no choice but to reveal his true identity to reduce the other party's hostility. As for the fight with Guo Chen and Instructor Wu just now, that was something he had to do after revealing his true identity, even without the scaled frog alien sorcerer's coercion. Looking at Zhou Chun, who seemed humble and ingratiating but was actually full of vigilance towards him, and then at Bye-Bye, who had transformed into a thunder dragon beside Zhou Chun, the scaled frog alien sorcerer couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression. After a moment of contemplation, it nodded slightly and said, "Judging from your methods and magical artifacts, they certainly don't seem to belong to the Dragon Transformation Sect. I'll trust you for now." With that, it flicked its wrist, sending the crimson dragon dagger hurtling towards the corpse of the fourth protector on the ground, piercing his head. Faintly, Zhou Chun seemed to hear a scream of unbearable agony emanating from the fourth protector's body. The scaled frog alien sorcerer shook its head and said, "I was originally going to give him a chance to dissolve his soul, but who would have thought he still harbored such unrealistic hopes? He's truly courting death." Hearing this, Zhou Chun instantly understood the scream he had just heard. After a cultivator opens their purple mansion, their soul manifests within it, granting them various profound supernatural abilities. One such ability is that after the physical body dies, the soul can leave the body and possess another. If possession is successful, although one will lose their original powerful cultivation, their realm will remain. The difficulty of returning to the Purple Mansion realm will undoubtedly be much less than for a normal Foundation establishment cultivator. The fourth protector's heart was shattered by the scaled frog alien sorcerer, making physical death inevitable. However, he was unwilling to perish, his soul refusing to dissipate, hiding within his Purple Mansion, attempting to find an opportunity for possession and rebirth. Unfortunately, the situation presented no opportunity for possession, and the scaled frog alien sorcerer had already seen through his unwillingness to disperse his soul. Now, his soul has been forcibly dispersed by the scaled frog alien sorcerer, resulting in complete annihilation. But how could the scaled frog alien sorcerer even know that Purple Mansion cultivators could possess other cultivators? It's important to understand that due to different cultivation systems, not everyone who reaches the third stage possesses the ability to possess other cultivators. For example, demons can condense their inner core at the third stage, while humans must wait until the fourth stage, the golden core stage, to form the more profound golden core. Although Zhou Chun didn't know what special abilities the third-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer possessed, he knew it was unlikely he could perform soul possession like a human cultivator in the Purple Mansion stage. Considering this scaled frog alien sorcerer not only wielded human cultivators' magical artifacts, possessing multiple third-tier artifacts, but also wielded the Crimson Dragon Dagger, a weapon typically reserved for the top 3 protectors of the Crimson Dragon Hall. Furthermore, based on his previous use of the Ancestral Revival secret technique and the Sun Radiant Golden Wheel artifact, Zhou Chun couldn't help but conjure an extremely absurd guess. First update today, an hour earlier than yesterday. The second update tonight should be stable at 8 p.m. I'll strive to completely stabilize the update schedule starting tomorrow. Chapter 193 The guess has come true. The scaled frog reveals a secret. An utterly absurd guess surfaced in Zhou Chun's mind. He felt he might be driven mad by the immense pressure he was under, otherwise, how could he have come up with such an absurd idea? However, because of his own experiences, he also felt that this seemingly absurd guess might actually be the truth. After all, his own bizarre experiences were far more bizarre and absurd than his current speculation. So, almost unconsciously, he suddenly looked at the scaled frog alien sorcerer and exclaimed, "Senior, were you perhaps a human cultivator before, huh?" The scaled frog alien sorcerer's expression instantly changed, his eyes sharply fixed on Zhou Chun. Then, he said in a deep voice, "How did you know? It was actually true." Zhou Chun was incredibly shocked. He hadn't expected his absurd guess to actually be the truth. Gulp, his throat contracted slightly, making a soft swallowing sound. He suppressed his inner shock and recounted his guess. Of course, he wouldn't reveal that he himself had transmigrated and possessed a body. He only mentioned that he had once seen a record in a certain book about human cultivators possessing the bodies of other races. Such matters were impossible to verify, so he wasn't afraid of the scaled frog alien sorcerer exposing him. Upon hearing his words, the scaled frog alien sorcerer's expression relaxed, and he muttered to himself, "So there were others who did the same thing as me before." Then, looking at Zhou Chun expectantly, he asked, "Do you know what happened to that senior who possessed the body of another race like me? Did he ever return to the human race? There's a story here." Hearing the scaled frog alien sorcerer's words, Zhou Chun immediately sensed the deeper meaning. Clearly, even if a human cultivator successfully possessed a body of another race, there would likely be unspeakable hidden dangers. The story he had casually fabricated was undoubtedly meant to convince the other party, making him want to know if there was a way to resolve these dangers. Although Zhou Chun noticed this, he couldn't really answer the other party's question. He could only shake his head slightly and say, "That book only records this story of what I saw. The senior who recorded this only made a deal with that senior who possessed the alien race, and then didn't record anything further. How could this be? Why is this happening?" The scaled frog alien sorcerer's face darkened, and he cried out with disappointment in his eyes. Even his magical power was on the verge of going berserk and out of control. Zhou Chun was also shocked to see this. He hurriedly and quietly took a few steps back. But the only entrance to this underground cave was blocked, and his few steps back were at most just a psychological comfort. Fortunately, after venting his anger, the scaled frog alien sorcerer quickly came to his senses, controlled his almost out-of-control magical power, and regained his rationality. Then, looking at Zhou Chun, it said, "This is not a place to linger. The Guardian-level cultivators of the Dragon Transformation Sect have all had Dragon Soul seeds planted in them. Once they die, the sect will immediately know, and it won't be long before Golden Core cultivators arrive to check the situation." After speaking, it instructed Zhou Chun to collect the belongings from the corpses on the ground and burn them to ashes, including the second-tier high-grade sorcerer who had been killed here by the 4 guardians. Then, It walked to a certain stone wall within the cave, pressed its claws against a spot on the wall, and suddenly pushed it open. There was a well-disguised stone door there. Behind the stone door was an escape passage leading directly to the Dragon Abyss swamp below. Zhou Chun followed it through the passage into the Dragon Abyss swamp and was then taken by it to the other scaled frog alien sorcerers. Upon seeing Zhou Chun captured by their clan saint, the two second-tier sorcerers who had narrowly escaped immediately began croaking, threatening to tear Zhou Chun to pieces for their clansmen to eat. However, the scaled frog alien possessed by a cultivator showed no mercy, berated the two, and then ordered them to lead their clansmen to migrate immediately to another backup habitat, abandoning their current settlement. But instead of following the Black Spear tribe to the new habitat, it led Zhou Chun deeper into the Dragon Abyss. The Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan have an agreement that cultivators of the sect are not allowed to enter the Dragon Abyss. As long as we venture deep into the Dragon Abyss, even the leader of the Golden Dragon Hall wouldn't dare pursue us, the scaled frog alien who had captured Zhou Chun explained on the way. This made Zhou Chun even more curious about its true identity before the possession. Previously, seeing its hatred for the Dragon Transformation Sect, Zhou Chun had assumed it was an enemy of the sect, a cultivator from Jing Kingdom or another country who had been killed by Dragon Transformation Sect cultivators. However, its ability to wield the Crimson Dragon Dagger and its profound understanding of the Dragon Transformation Sect seemed to contradict this conjecture. Curious as he was, Zhou Chun knew he was currently under someone else's control, and it was best to be careful with his words. He would satisfy his curiosity after figuring out more about the other party. Thus, led by this scaled frog alien, he traveled 600 or 700 miles through the Dragon Abyss swamp before finally landing on an island in the middle of the swamp. The island wasn't large, only about 10 miles long and less than 6 miles wide. However, the vegetation on the island was lush, and it was inhabited by various demonic and mortal beasts, including turtles, crocodiles, snakes, and birds. But upon sensing the aura emanating from the scaled frog alien, the demonic beasts quickly scattered and fled into the swamp. Finally, Zhou Chun and the other creatures settled down temporarily in a cave on the island. After the two occupied the cave that had originally been inhabited by a demonic crocodile, the scaled frog alien used a little magic to cleanse the cave of its stench before sitting down on the ground and saying, "Alright, we're here now, so we should be safe for the time being." He then glanced at Zhou Chun beside him and said meaningfully, "While I can still control myself, let's be frank and exchange some information we both want to know." The implied meaning in these words made Zhou Chun's heart skip a beat, and he hurriedly replied, "Senior, please speak freely. As long as I can answer, I will not hide anything." "Very good. Since you are so sensible, then I will not stand on ceremony." The scaled frog alien nodded and immediately looked at Zhou Chun, asking, "You said before that you were sent by the abbot of the Kinglian Temple, a major sect of the Jing Kingdom, to infiltrate the Hulong sect and gather intelligence. What intelligence are you trying to gather? Since the Kinglian Temple sent you here to gather intelligence, does that mean that the Hulong sect is already at war with the Jing Kingdom? If war breaks out between the two sides, which side has the advantage now? What is your status and that of your family in the eyes of the abbot of Kinglian Temple? Does he listen to what you say?" It was not polite at all, asking Zhou Chun 7 or 8 questions in one breath. Fortunately, however, none of these questions were beyond Zhou Chun's ability to answer. Therefore, after thinking for a while, Zhou Chun replied earnestly, "Senior, you are wise. The Dragon Transformation Sect did indeed launch an invasion of Jing Kingdom more than a decade ago. The two sides fought for several years in Yunzhao of Jing Kingdom, and both sides lost many low and mid-level cultivators. The Dragon Transformation Sect also lost several protectors. However, that war was only a probing attack by the Dragon Transformation Sect. Neither side had any Golden Core stage cultivators participating in the war. Although the Dragon Transformation Sect suffered considerable losses, it also plundered many mortals and cultivators from Jing Kingdom. Since then, both sides have deployed heavy troops to confront each other in the border region. The reason I was sent to infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Sect this time is because the various factions in Jing Kingdom felt that since the Dragon Transformation Sect had taken action, it wouldn't be just a small skirmish like last time. There would definitely be a more intense attack later. Therefore, we wanted to find out how deep the relationship between the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan was, and whether the Flood Dragon Clan would intervene in the war between the various factions in Jing Kingdom and the Dragon Transformation Sect. At this point, Zhou Chun suddenly bowed respectfully to the scaled frog alien opposite him, saying, "As for how high my and the Zhou family's status is in the eyes of the abbot of King Lian Temple, I dare not boast. I can only say that my Zhou family currently has several members with third-tier combat power, and in order to help me successfully infiltrate the Dragon Transformation Sect, Abbot King Wheezy even taught me the secret technique of King Lian Temple's Heart Lotus Orthodox method, and had me consume the precious purple jade soul lotus." After speaking, he went on to answer the other party's remaining questions. After answering all the other party's questions, Zhou Chun saw an indescribable complex expression in his eyes, seemingly joyful yet also sorrowful, in short, extremely complicated. Seeing this, he dared not disturb the other party and could only silently wait for him to recover. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Zhou Chun finally heard the other party speak again. He opened his mouth and sighed deeply. "I never imagined that such a great thing would happen outside in just over 100 years. It truly broadens my horizons." He then nodded slightly to Zhou Chun and said, "You must have many questions on your mind. Speak freely." Zhou Chun immediately bowed and said, "Then this junior will forgive my intrusion." He then looked at the man and asked, "Where did you come from before you possessed this body, senior? Why did you end up possessing the body of a scaled frog alien?" Hearing this, the man slowly said, "This is a long story, but it has been on my mind for over 100 years. Today, I will speak my mind." He then began to recount his origins in a low voice. It turned out that over 100 years ago, he was the second protector of the Crimson Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect, named Lu Ran. Over 100 years ago, a major event occurred in the Crimson Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation Sect. The sudden death of the Crimson Dragon Hall's Grand Elder, who perished alongside one of its fourth-tier superior-grade Crimson Fire Dragons, resulted in the Crimson Dragon Hall losing not only two major combat forces but also control over many protectors, envoys, and followers. The usual solution was to quickly arrange for these protectors, envoys, and followers to use the blood of other dragons to establish their foundations for cultivation. However, Lu Ran, the Crimson Dragon Hall's second protector, was targeted because he was the Grand Elder's personal disciple, and was sentenced to death. Naturally, he refused to accept his fate. He used a secret treasure bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder to escape the Crimson Dragon Hall and flee to Dragon Abyss, intending to use its unique environment to survive. But the Crimson Dragon Hall's leader and other elders wouldn't let him go. Although the death of the Crimson Fire Dragon prevented them from instantly killing Lu Ran with the Dragon Soul Seed, they still used secret techniques to discover Lu Ran's hiding place and plans, and dispatched a Golden Core Elder to hunt him down. As a protector of the Dragon Transformation Sect, Lu Ran knew he couldn't escape the pursuit. After several unsuccessful attempts, he had no choice but to risk abandoning his original body and possess a first-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer. Whether a human cultivator could possess an alien race was unknown to Lu Ran, but he had no other option but to take this gamble. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. He successfully devoured and merged with a scaled frog alien sorcerer's soul, taking over the other's body. Because he abandoned his original body, which was cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique, and burned it, the Crimson Dragon Hall Elder, who tracked him based on their shared dragon blood, naturally assumed he had died in Dragon Abyss Swamp. Afterward, Lu Ran, posing as a scaled frog alien sorcerer, mingled within the scaled frog alien tribe and, through trial and error, gradually mastered the cultivation methods of the scaled frog alien sorcerers. After more than 100 years of cultivation, with the help of various aquatic treasures collected for him by the scaled frog tribe, his cultivation level smoothly rose to the 3rd rank, and he is now a mid-grade 3rd rank sorcerer. Moreover, although he is a scaled frog, due to his special soul, he not only mastered the abilities of the scaled frog tribe, but could also wield magical artifacts. He can be said to possess the strength of 2 tribes, making him even stronger than human cultivators of the same rank. Because he was forced to abandon his physical body, Lu Ran naturally harbored deep hatred for the Dragon Transformation Sect, wishing he could kill all its cultivators. However, he also knew how powerful the Dragon Transformation Sect was, far beyond what he and the Scaled Frog tribe could contend with. Therefore, he had always hidden in the shadows, instructing the sorcerers of the Black Spear tribe in their cultivation, while having them collect various aquatic treasures for him. The 3 silver-patterned jade spirit frogs were actually his tamed spirit pets. If it weren't for the 4th protector bringing Zhou Chun and the others to the Black Spear tribe this time, intending to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Lu Ran might have continued to live in hiding. When Zhou Chun heard this, he was also amazed by Lu Ran's bizarre experience. But he quickly seemed to realize something and suddenly said, "That's not right, Senior Lu. You've been cultivating alone for 100 years without the protection of a purification array. How did you manage to resolve the effects of the turbid evil energy on yourself?" He didn't know how the scaled frog race cultivated, but since they could still wield magical artifacts, it meant that Lu Ran's cultivation must have involved the soul. Therefore, the influence of the turbid evil energy on a cultivator's soul was unavoidable. How could Lu Ran maintain his current rationality after more than 100 years of continuous erosion? Lu Ran quickly provided an answer to Zhou Chun's question. The turbid evil energy is indeed one of the biggest obstacles to human cultivators achieving immortality, but it's not without ways to neutralize it. In Dragon Abyss, there's a type of demonic beast called the soul-cleansing water demon. Once they reach the second tier, a special pouch forms within their bodies, containing soul-cleansing spiritual water that can cleanse the soul and remove the turbid evil energy. I rely on hunting 1 or 2 second-tier soul-cleansing water demons every few years to mitigate the effects of the turbid evil energy on my soul. After saying this, Lu Ran suddenly spoke to Zhou Chun in a seductive tone. "Do you want to know how the leader and deputy leader of the Dragon Transformation Sect are chosen? Do you want to know the conditions for cooperation between the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan? Do you want to know how to overthrow the Dragon Transformation Sect? Do you want to obtain spiritual objects to help your family open the Purple Mansion and assist in Foundation establishment?" This is the second update today. I'll try to update the first chapter at 6:30 a.m. tomorrow, then resume the fixed update schedule of 1 chapter each at 6:30 a.m. and 8 p.m. Chapter 194 Trader, Harvest. On the Nameless Island, after Lu Ran spoke enticing words in a seductive tone, Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically, and he was indeed tempted. He couldn't help but be tempted. Every word Lu Ran spoke hit him where it hurt. Whether it was the secret of the birth of the Dragon Transformation Sect's leader and deputy leader, or the cooperation conditions between the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan, or the spiritual objects he mentioned that could assist in opening the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment, these were all things Zhou Chun desperately wanted to know and obtain. Knowing the former would allow him to end his undercover mission early and return to report to the Azure Lotus Temple. The latter would be enough to greatly increase the strength and power of his Zhou family. But while he was incredibly tempted, he also knew that there was no free lunch in the world. Lu Ran wasn't a saint. Why would he tell him all this so easily? There must be some conditions. Yet even so, Zhou Chun still took the bait. After a brief moment of rapid heartbeat, he looked at Lu Ran with expectant eyes and asked, "Senior, I want to know all of this, but how can you tell me?" Hearing this, a smile flashed in Lu Ran's eyes, seemingly pleased with his question. However, he didn't immediately satisfy his thirst for knowledge. Instead, he suddenly looked at him and asked, "Do you know what kind of hidden dangers arose after I possessed the body of the scaled frog alien race?" Without waiting for Zhou Chun's reply, he answered his own question. "Although I successfully possessed the body of the scaled frog alien, I later discovered that even though I still consider myself human, I was inevitably affected by the physical body and bloodline. The scaled frog aliens crave raw meat and snakes and insects. It's an instinctive craving. Even with my powerful soul, I can't constantly control this craving, and I'm forced to eat things I find utterly repulsive. If it were just that, it wouldn't be so bad. Once I got used to it, what difference did it make what I ate? But as I gradually began cultivating with this new body, and my cultivation deepened, I discovered that my soul also began to twist and change. I don't know if it's because I possessed and devoured the soul of that scaled frog alien sorcerer, or if the physical body inherently affects the soul, but in any case, my soul has indeed been affected. Sometimes I suddenly experience a clouded consciousness, like those madmen and demons completely corrupted by the turbid energy, unable to control myself. As if I've become a true scaled frog alien. Several times, I've almost lost my life because of these sudden, uncontrollable outbursts." At this point, Lu Ran looked at Zhou Chun, who seemed lost in thought, and said, "Therefore, my first condition is that you contact the abbot of the Kinglian Temple and help me find a feasible solution, at least so that I won't perish at any moment due to losing control." Zhou Chun was slightly startled upon hearing this, immediately understanding the meaning of his earlier statement. While you can still control yourself, he quickly looked at Lu Ran and said, "Senior's condition isn't difficult to fulfill, but words are meaningless. If I only offer empty promises, how can Senior King Wheezy believe me? She might even suspect that I've been turned by the Hulong sect. In short, he wanted Lu Ran to deliver a benefit first. Without tangible benefits, he couldn't explain himself to King Wheezy. Now that the 4 protectors of the Golden Dragon Hall are dead at Lu Ran's hands, and Zhou Chun and Instructor Wu are also dead, Zhou Chun was taken away from the scene by Lu Ran. Even if Zhou Chun returned to the Golden Dragon Hall, he couldn't explain how he survived or how he disappeared. The matter has escalated so much that neither the Grand Protector Guan Chang nor the Golden Dragon Hall Master Li Xiangxing will likely let him off easily. They might even abandon him and use soul-searching techniques to extract useful information. Therefore, he really has no way out now. Lu Ran also knows this. So, after hearing Zhou Chun's words, he quickly replied, "Of course, I won't let you make a wasted trip." Didn't that Abbot King Wheezy want to know the extent of the cooperation between the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan? I can tell you some inside information so you can use it to your advantage. The cooperation between the Dragon Transformation Sect and the Flood Dragon Clan is very deep. You could even consider the Dragon Transformation Sect as a vassal of the Flood Dragon Clan. They not only built a purification array for the Flood Dragon Clan in Dragon Abyss Marsh, assigning trusted envoys and followers to maintain its operation, but they are also cultivating 5th-tier Flood Dragons for the Flood Dragon Clan. As far as I know, in just the past 800 years, the Dragon Transformation Sect has cultivated at least 5 5th-tier Flood Dragons for the Flood Dragon Clan. Therefore, if you don't have the strength to wage war against the Flood Dragon Clan, it's best not to think about destroying the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters, because the Flood Dragon Clan will definitely not abandon the Dragon Transformation Sect. Lu Ran smiled at Zhou Chun, saying, "This is only part of the inside story. I also know how the Dragon Transformation Sect helped the Flood Dragon Clan cultivate 5th-tier Flood Dragons, and I know many other inside stories beyond your imagination. These were all told to me by my master before he decided to perish together with that Crimson Fire Flood Dragon. I guarantee they are absolutely true." Hearing this, Zhou Chun was indeed shocked. He couldn't help but exclaim, "How dare the Dragon Transformation Sect do this? Aren't they traitors? Aren't they afraid of being targeted by the entire human cultivation world? That's why they kept this a secret so well. Even ordinary Golden Core stage elders might not know the deeper secrets, and those who do know are basically impossible to escape their control," Lu Ran added with a hint of sarcasm. "Moreover, with the protection of the Flood Dragon Clan, and without any direct conflict of interest with any human nations, how many cultivation sects do you think would risk such a huge expedition to the Dragon Transformation Sect deep in the wilderness?" These words left Zhou Chun speechless. The saying goes, everyone sweeps the snow from their own doorstep, and doesn't care about the frost on someone else's roof. Even in his previous life, in a world where nations interacted closely, they all used the pretext of non-interference in the internal affairs of other countries to turn a blind eye to the horrific tragedies occurring in some less developed nations. In this cultivation world, where human nature is even more selfish, it's extremely unrealistic to expect the major sects and nascent soul cultivators to unite and eradicate the Dragon Transformation Sect under the banner of human righteousness, unless their own sects and interests are threatened. War means death. Those nascent soul cultivators have long lifespans and live carefree lives. Why would they be willing to fight to the death against cultivators of the same level for the sake of so-called human righteousness? Not to mention that the Dragon Transformation Sect has the Flood Dragon Clan of Dragon Abyss behind it. Perhaps only the various sects of Jin Kingdom, who have a deep-seated hatred for the Dragon Transformation Sect, would consider eradicating this formidable enemy to prevent it from growing too powerful and destroying them in the future. Zhou Chun shook his head at this thought. Then, he bowed to Lu Ran and said, "This junior understands. I will convey Senior Lu's request and these words to Senior King Wheezy." Hearing this, Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. After you get the solution from King Lian Temple to resolve the hidden danger in my body, you can go to the old side of the Black Spear tribe to find me. I will have someone wait there for you every day." After a slight pause, he continued, "Of course, it is also possible that when you come, I will be out of control. So if you do not see me in time, put the scale and the method of contacting you in a hidden place there. I will naturally go to check and contact you after I recover." As he spoke, he handed a crimson scale that he had plucked from his body as a token to Zhou Chun. After Zhou Chun carefully collected the scales, he tempted him again, saying, "Don't worry, As long as you can provide me with a solution to this hidden danger, I can tell you everything I told you before. I will do my best." Zhou Chun gave a bitter smile, his passion long gone. He had already experienced enough shock today, and his heart was somewhat numb. However, one thing was certain, he could now return to his family in peace. If Lu Ran wasn't lying, the inside information he had revealed today would allow Zhou Chun to give something to report to the Kinglian Temple. If he could reveal even more secrets, the Kinglian Temple would surely offer even greater rewards. But Zhou Chun quickly remembered something important he had almost overlooked, and immediately looked at Lu Ran with a grim expression, saying, "Senior Lu, in order to gain the trust of the Dragon Transformation Sect, I also cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique. Although I haven't reached the second level yet, if I go ashore now, I'm afraid I'll be tracked down. Do you have any way to help me avoid being tracked down?" Zhou Chun was very uneasy when he asked this question. Because Lu Ran had been tracked down with nowhere to go, and in the end, he was forced to abandon his physical body and possess the scaled frog alien race. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Lu Ran quickly shook his head and said, "This matter is beyond my power to help you." He then hurriedly comforted Zhou Chun, saying, "But don't worry, you're not like I was back then, an accidentally missing envoy. Even if they knew you were still alive, no golden core cultivator would risk chasing you into Dragon Abyss to kill you. At most, they'd arrange for people to stake out you on the shore. In my opinion," he continued, "you should wait on this island for a year or two. After a long time without you coming ashore, no one will necessarily stake out you anymore." Despite this, Zhou Chun couldn't hide his disappointment. Seeing the change in his expression, Lu Ran seemed afraid that he might recklessly ruin his grand plan, so he comforted him again, saying, "It's only a year or two. Even if you absorb some turbid evil energy during that time due to some unexpected reason, it won't cause any major hidden dangers. Once you bring me a solution to the hidden dangers in the future, I'll find you some soul-cleansing water to help you remove the turbid evil energy." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression improved, and he immediately replied, "Junior understands. Then I'll listen to Senior's words and wait here for a while." "Yes, then you should wait here carefully. I'll leave first, lest I lose control and endanger your life." Lu Ran nodded with satisfaction, very pleased with Zhou Chun's obedience and understanding. He then gave Zhou Chun some instructions on what to be careful about while hiding in the Dragon Abyss swamp before leaving the island alone. Only then did Zhou Chun realize that Lu Ran hadn't asked him for the storage bag he had previously put away. Of the belongings found on the corpses in the underground cave, Lu Ran only took the storage bag, spirit beast bag, and magical artifacts from the fourth protector. He kept everything from Guo Chen and Instructor Wu. "This is quite an unexpected gain." A gleam of joy flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as he immediately opened the storage bags he had found on the two men. Inside were various spiritual herbs, pills, talismans, and several dragon blood artifacts. Their magical artifacts included 2 high-grade second-tier artifacts, 1 mid-grade second-tier artifact, and 1 low-grade second-tier artifact. These gains were worth nearly 20,000 spirit coins. With this unexpected windfall, Zhou Chun settled down to cultivate on the island. With his purification jar, as long as he didn't encounter any powerful demonic beasts, he wouldn't fear the corruption of the turbid energy even if he cultivated on the island for 10 or 100 years. His previous disappointment and worry were merely to gain Lu Ran's trust. Meanwhile, as Zhou Chun and Lu Ran were exchanging questions on the small island in Dragon Abyss, Li Xiangxing, the Golden Dragon Hall Master who had learned of the fall of the 4 protectors, quickly arrived at the Black Spear tribe with the Great Protector Guan Cheng. By the time they arrived, the scaled frog aliens had already dispersed. While these scaled frog aliens were extremely uncivilized, their lack of civilization had its advantages. For example, their migration was swift and effortless, requiring minimal transport. Hundreds of thousands of scaled frog aliens migrating away in just a few hours was something unthinkable in human nations. Looking at the now empty Black Spear tribe ruins, Li Xiangxing, a golden core cultivator, simply reached out and grasped the aura left by Zhou Chun and Lu Ran near the largest cave. Then, in a deep voice, he said, "The aura was severed inside the mountain. It must have been blocked by a collapse, preventing the aura from dissipating. The person likely died inside." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out more a ball of golden spiritual light, which, according to his will, fell towards the mountain wall. Rumble. Dust billowed, the earth cracked, and a massive gaping hole was blasted open in the hundreds of feet high mountain wall. effectively turning one side into two cliffs. This earth-shattering scene, witnessed by the great protector Guan Cheng, showed no surprise whatsoever. For a golden core cultivator, especially one using a magic weapon, to fail to achieve this was truly pathetic. Li Xiangxing then raised his hand to retrieve the magical artifact that had flown back from the mountain into his body. He scanned the area with his divine sense, then frowned and said, "The corpses inside are all destroyed. Cast a spell and see if anyone is still alive." "Yes, sir," Guan Cheng responded, immediately using a tracking technique to sense nearby cultivators of the same dragon bloodline. After a while, he said with a look of surprise, "There is indeed a vaguely perceptible target, but it's located somewhere within the Dragon Abyss Swamp, and we don't know who it is." Went into the Dragon Abyss Swamp, Li Xiangxing narrowed his eyes, looking towards the depths of the vast waters ahead. Finally, he shook his head slightly and said, "Forget it, it's not worth the risk for me and you for a mere sect leader. Let's return to the branch altar first and then arrange for others to come here and investigate slowly." I stayed up until 1:30 a.m. writing this chapter. The next chapter will be at 8 p.m. tonight. Finally, I can consistently update during these 2 time slots. So tired. Chapter 195 Returning to the Family. On the nameless island, Zhou Chun had been diligently cultivating in seclusion since parting ways with Lu Ran. Before leaving, Lu Ran had told him that high-level demonic beasts from Dragon Abyss Swamp generally wouldn't venture into the waters around the island, but there was always the possibility of an unexpected occurrence. Therefore, he advised him not to leave the island to enter the water. Zhou Chun remembered this well, spending his time meditating, cultivating, and practicing secret techniques on the island, or occasionally teasing the golden-winged tiger. To avoid being disturbed by the island's demonic beasts, he released the silver lightning python, Bai Bai, to guard the cave, effectively making it his lair. Although still weakened, Bai Bai, the silver lightning python, still possessed the aura of a second-tier demonic beast, and with Zhou Chun's help, no demonic beast on the island dared to provoke him. After cultivating in seclusion on the island for almost a year, Zhou Chun, having made significant progress in his flowing golden rainbow secret technique, began to consider leaving. The special spiritual power within him, capable of unleashing the golden rainbow of flowing light, was now nearly half as much again as it had a year ago. This meant that if he used the golden rainbow of flowing light to escape, he could fly over 100 miles. With this trump card for escape, and with the silver lightning python Bai Bai having recovered from its weakness, Zhou Chun felt he could return. So, on a bright sunny morning, Zhou Chun left the nameless island where he had lived for over a year and headed towards the mainland. He didn't choose to fly high in the sky, as that would be too conspicuous and might attract unnecessary disaster. Instead, he chose to ride Bai Bai on the water. On the vast blue water, a thin silver line cleaved through the waves, moving swiftly forward like a silver lightning bolt. But Dragon Abyss was Dragon Abyss after all. The number and strength of the demonic beasts within were far greater than those in the azure smoke marsh that Zhou Chun had previously swum through. Over a year ago, Lu Ran could travel freely through the water with him because Lu Ran's aura as a third-tier expert could intimidate second-tier demonic beasts, preventing them from blocking the path. Bai Bai, however, being only a low-grade second-tier demonic beast, clearly lacked this ability. After Zhou Chun rode it a short distance on the water, they encountered an attack from aquatic demonic beasts. These beasts treated both Bai Bai and Zhou Chun on its back as prey. However, the combination of Zhou Chun and Bai Bai was virtually untouchable, unless they encountered third-tier demonic beasts. Any beasts that dared to attack them were either injured and driven away or killed on the spot. After only half a day, Zhou Chun and Bai Bai could already see the outline of the continent in the distance. At this moment, Zhou Chun changed his orders, instructing Bai Bai to swim along the shore in the water, showing no intention of going ashore. He wasn't sure if any Golden Dragon Hall protectors were still waiting for him on the shore. If so, going ashore now would be dangerous. Therefore, he wanted to test the waters. About a day after Zhou Chun left the nameless island, in a dragon transformation sect settlement about 1,000 miles away from the old site of the Black Spear tribe, the third protector of the Golden Dragon Hall, during his daily routine of sensing, suddenly sensed that the target who had never moved had now moved in another direction. Finally couldn't hold back any longer and came out. A cold glint flashed in the third protector's eyes, and he immediately followed his senses, leaving the settlement and heading towards the target's location. Since the fourth protector's accidental death in the Scaled Frog tribe a year ago, And learning that a sect leader had survived, the Golden Dragon Hall Master, Li Xiangxing, had assigned this third protector to stake out a stronghold near the Black Spear tribe, using his daily senses to determine the survivor's life and location. To be forced to abandon everything to stake out a mere missing sect leader was, in the third protector's eyes, an insult. However, he dared not voice any objection to his hall master, Li Xiangxing, and instead directed his anger at the target he was staking out. Once he caught that guy, he was determined to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun and the Silver Lightning Python Bai continue their journey along the shore, encountering numerous attacks from aquatic beasts. Twice they were even forced to risk escaping onto the mainland, and Bai sustained serious injuries. Even so, he didn't change his plan, continuing to have Bai carry him through the water. On the third day after leaving the island, less than 1,000 miles from the entrance to the underground river, Zhou Chun's worst fears finally came true. Because he didn't need to exert himself, he had been constantly on the lookout, keeping watch. While observing the sky above the mainland, he spotted a golden rainbow hurtling towards Dragon Abyss from the depths of the continent. This startled him. He quickly put Bai into his spirit beast pouch and activated the flowing golden rainbow technique, transforming into golden rainbow and fleeing into the depths of Dragon Abyss. Such a swift escape technique. Who is that person? The third protector of the Golden Dragon Hall, watching the golden rainbow disappear into the distance above the water, was quite astonished. He had no idea which other envoy in the Golden Dragon Hall possessed such a powerful flying escape technique. However, with the target right in front of him, he had no reason to give up, so he gritted his teeth and chased after it into the Dragon Abyss swamp. But after chasing for nearly a quarter of an hour, covering over 100 miles, the golden rainbow still hadn't stopped, and he was filled with shock and anger. The Dragon Abyss swamp was no safe place. Even Li Xiangxing, the leader of the Golden Dragon Hall, hadn't dared to venture deep into it a year ago, showing how wary he was of this region. The third protector of the Golden Dragon Hall was well aware of the dangers. Therefore, he was considering turning back. But remembering his arduous wait over the past year, he steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and continued the chase. And this chase led to trouble. He had been chasing Zhou Chun for over 200 miles deep into the Dragon Abyss swamp, and was about to catch up with Zhou Chun, who was descending at breakneck speed. Suddenly, a powerful aura rose from the water below, and a strange, dark blue-green fish, several dozen feet long, leaped from the surface. The fish resembled a black fish, but possessed a long, dark blue horn, and its tail resembled that of a dragon. Undoubtedly, it was a dragon-descended demon beast. And a third tier one at that. Upon emerging from the water, it immediately spat out more a ball of dark blue-green spiritual light, striking the third protector. Simultaneously, it flicked its tail, creating a dark blue-green gust of wind that swept towards Zhou Chun. The gust was incredibly fast and sudden. Zhou Chun had no time to summon his magical artifact to defend himself and could only hastily activate his golden cauldron profound light to protect himself. But the attack of a third-tier demon beast was immensely powerful. Even the bluish-black wind that swept towards Zhou Chun was merely a casual strike, far beyond what Zhou Chun, a mere early Foundation establishment cultivator, could withstand. In an instant, the golden light protecting Zhou Chun was scattered by the wind, and he himself was blown dozens of feet away, crashing heavily into the swamp below. The strange fish seemed to believe that this attack was enough to kill Zhou Chun, and no longer paid attention to him, focusing all its efforts on fighting the third protector. Damn it! That kid isn't dead, is he? The third protector of the Golden Dragon Hall glanced at the spot where Zhou Chun had fallen into the water, a flash of anger in his eyes. He hadn't expected that his arduous and risky pursuit into the Dragon Abyss swamp would end like this. He wanted to go into the water to check, but the strange fish's attacks were so fierce that he couldn't break free. Moreover, fighting a third-tier demonic beast above the Dragon Abyss swamp would have consequences he couldn't bear. In the end, he could only fight and retreat, quickly retreating towards the mainland. But the strange fish refused to give up easily, relentlessly pursuing him all the way. After finally shaking off the strange fish and returning to shore, he hurriedly cast a spell to sense his surroundings again. The result astonished him. His senses revealed that Zhou Chun was still alive and seemed to be moving in a different direction. "He's still alive," he exclaimed in disbelief, shocked by the result. A Foundation establishment cultivator surviving an attack from a mid-tier third-level demonic beast, few would believe it. That kid probably has some big secret. The third protector's eyes flashed, knowing this was abnormal and couldn't be done by a normal Foundation establishment cultivator. Then, he frowned, as if thinking of something, and muttered to himself, well, at least I've seen the kid's appearance and know his identity. I can report back to the Hall Master. Let the others handle the rest. With that, he chose a direction and returned directly to the Golden Dragon Branch altar. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun was currently riding on the white back of the silver-horned thunder python. His face was ashen, as if he had been poisoned, and his aura was extremely weak. He shouldn't have been able to withstand the attack from the strange fish. But he survived. This was all thanks to Zhou Dai. As the clan leader, he had also placed the second-tier high-grade defensive inner armor, which only the clan leader could wear, in that storage bag. Zhou Chun had refined and worn this defensive inner armor when he came out of the Nameless Island. And his survival from that ashen-colored strange wind was entirely due to this defensive inner armor withstanding the damage from the wind. But although the inner armor protected his life, who would have thought that the ashen-colored strange wind also contained poison? Zhou Chun's current ashen face was due to the poison. This poison was from a third-tier demonic beast, which was far beyond what a Foundation establishment cultivator like him could withstand. If it weren't for the fact that the fire god Jackal was nearly poisoned to death by the purple crow serpent's venom, and that Elder Zhou Ming had traded an 800-year-old crimson essence mushroom for a potent antidote from the Li family, and had also given Zhou Chun one for self-defense, he would likely be dead by now. However, his cultivation was weak, and his physique was not as strong as the fire god Jackal's. Furthermore, the antidote wasn't specifically designed for the venom of the strange fish-like beast, unlike the one for the purple crow serpent's venom. Even with a potent antidote, he could only barely protect his heart meridian, unable to completely expel the toxins from his body. Moreover, he estimated that if he couldn't expel the toxins within 7 days, he would ultimately succumb to the poison. Therefore, his only hope now was to quickly return to his family via the underground river, and then seek help from the Golden Core cultivators of the Azure Lotus Temple to detoxify him. Perhaps his fate was truly not meant to end there. During the last few hundred miles of the journey, although he encountered several attacks from demonic beasts, none were beyond the capabilities of the Silver Lightning Python. Finally, under his guidance, Bai successfully led him to the underwater exit of the underground river, swimming upstream back to Laozhou. By this time, the demonic beasts in the underground river had long been cleared out by Zhou Daoi's Azure Dragon, and there were no powerful demonic beasts among them that could threaten Bai. Therefore, after another 3 days of swimming upstream, Zhou Chun finally returned to Laozhou. However, the poison in his body had worsened significantly, and the original estimate of 7 days was probably an optimistic estimate. He might not even last 5 days. Bai, the Silver Lightning Python, had been carrying him upstream for several days without rest, experiencing several battles along the way. Now, its physical strength and magical power had reached their limit, and it needed to rest. So Zhou Chun could only grit his teeth and put it into his spirit beast pouch to rest, and then released the Golden Winged Tiger. At this time, the Golden Winged Tiger was already as big as a normal tiger, and its cultivation level had reached a level comparable to a key refining level 3 cultivator. However, compared to the size of a normal Golden Winged Tiger, its size was still that of a child. Little tiger, it's up to you now. Whether my life can be saved depends on whether you can endure the hardship. By the pool, Zhou Chun struggled to reach out and stroke the golden-haired flying tiger in front of him, then made it lie down and climbed onto its back. At his command, the golden-haired flying tiger began to run swiftly through the forest. Zhou Chun didn't let it fly, because carrying a person while flying was too exhausting for its size. Running on the ground was more suitable. Moreover, the Golden Winged Tiger possessed the art of wind manipulation, and its speed was extremely fast when running at full speed, covering 200 to 300 miles in an hour. However, Zhou Chun's fears soon materialized. The Golden Winged Tiger's appearance was too conspicuous, and its cultivation level was not high. Less than 200 miles from the pool, several key refining stage cultivators searching for herbs in the mountains saw the Golden Winged Tiger carrying a person at high speed and harbored malicious intentions, wanting to harm it. At this moment, Zhou Chun needed to use all his magical power to suppress and resist the toxins in his body. Recklessly using his power would only hasten his death. Left with no other choice, he summoned the Silver Lightning Python, Bai, who had only rested for less than an hour, and used it to kill several oblivious key refining cultivators. Truly, a tiger fallen into the plains is bullied by dogs. Looking at the several corpses struck by lightning on the ground, Zhou Chun's face showed a helpless bitter smile. This was probably the weakest he had been in over 20 years, except when he first arrived in this world. After this reflection, he raised his hand and put the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, who had not yet recovered much strength, back into his spirit beast pouch. Then he patted the golden-winged tiger's head and whispered encouragement, "Several hundred miles left, little tiger, keep going. You must reach the clan today, awoo." The golden-winged tiger responded with a low growl to its master's encouragement and began to run swiftly along with its master's guidance. After carrying Zhou Chun for 700 or 800 miles, the golden-winged tiger, not even 2 years old, was exhausted, its tongue lolling out and its limbs trembling. It could no longer run. Tigers are not naturally suited for long-distance running, and even though demonic beasts have much stronger stamina than wild animals, there is a limit. If the golden-winged tiger hadn't known the art of wind manipulation, which allowed it to conserve energy, and if Zhou Chun hadn't fed it some restorative pills along the way, it probably wouldn't have been able to run at full speed for even an hour before it collapsed. A low, aggrieved growl escaped the golden-winged tiger's lips. It had never worked so hard in its life. "Don't cry, little tiger. You saved your master today. When your master recovers, I will repay you with good food and drink." Zhou Chun patted his exhausted pet, put it into his spirit beast pouch to rest, and then released the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, which had already rested. Although Bye-bye wasn't fully rested yet, it was enough to take him back to the Zhou family. A giant, silver-white python soared into the air, cutting through the clouds and hurtling towards the Zhou family's Nine Peaks Ridge. In less than half an hour, the familiar surroundings of Nine Peaks Ridge came into Zhou Chun's view. He was back. He had finally returned alive. Zhou Chun, atop the silver lightning python, twitched slightly, his listless spirit instantly invigorating. Second update. Chapter 196 Successfully Escaped Danger, Family Matters. Zhou Chun is back. When the silver lightning python, Bye-bye, ostentatiously carried Zhou Chun to the Zhou family's mountain gate, many rogue cultivators and Zhou family members inside the mountain gate witnessed this scene. Zhou Chun's ashen face and barely breathing condition were also unmistakably exposed to their gaze. In an instant, every cultivator who saw this scene paled. "Zheng Chun, what happened to you? Who injured you?" Soon, Zhou Mingde, Zhou Daoyi, and other Zhou family elders, who had rushed to the scene, arrived near the mountain gate to greet Zhou Chun. Seeing Zhou Chun's barely breathing appearance, the Zhou family elders present all changed their expressions drastically, filled with shock and anger. "This junior has been poisoned by a third-tier demon beast, and the poison has already attacked my heart. Now, I'm afraid only a golden core cultivator can help me heal. I beg the Supreme Elder to quickly send this junior to the Azure Lotus Temple." Zhou Chun looked at the Supreme Elder Zhou Mingde and weakly explained his condition. Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingde's expression of shock and anger vanished instantly, and he solemnly said, "All right, I'll take you to King Lian Temple right away." After saying this, he gave a few instructions to Zhou Daoyi and the others, and then summoned the fire god Jiaqual to carry Zhou Chun to King Lian Temple. On the way, Zhou Mingde took the opportunity to inquire about the details from Zhou Chun. After all, once they arrived at King Lian Temple, they might have to cover for each other. But this time, Zhou Chun shook his head slightly and said, "The matter is a bit complicated, it's best if I don't tell you for now." He felt that it was better for Zhou Mingde not to know the details than to know them. "All right, you've always been a person of your own opinion, then I won't ask any more questions." Zhou Mingde looked him over for a while, then nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The speed of a purple mansion stage cultivator and a third-tier demon beast is very fast. With Zhou Mingde and the fire god Jiaqual taking turns traveling, they arrived at King Lian Temple in less than half a day. Because it was a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage who personally came to visit, and specifically requested to see Abbot King Wheezy, the King Lian Temple disciple guarding the mountain gate dared not be negligent in the slightest. He hurriedly reported the matter to the Foundation establishment cultivator in charge, who then personally relayed the message to the abbot. Thus, in less than half an hour, Zhou Chun appeared before King Wheezy, brought by Zhou Mingde. "Young friend Zhou, what happened to you? Who injured you like this?" Inside the main hall, King Wheezy was also shocked when she saw Zhou Chun being carried in by Zhou Mingde, and hurriedly inquired about the details. "Senior, please understand. I was pursued by the Golden Dragon Hall's powerful protectors after discovering a crucial secret of the Dragon Transformation Sect, forcing me to flee into the Dragon Abyss for refuge. Unfortunately, I was unlucky. During our escape, both I and the Golden Dragon Protector were attacked by a third-tier demonic beast. The poison I suffer from today is thanks to that third-tier demonic beast. Zhou Chun, barely breathing, looked up at Qing Wheezy and recounted the details in a low voice, without any concealment. Upon hearing his words, Qing Wheezy's expression hardened, her gaze fixed on his face. After observing him for a moment, she nodded slightly and said, "I understand. I'll try to remove the poison from you." She then had Zhou Ming put Zhou Chun down, stepped forward, and placed her palm against Zhou Chun's back. Instantly, Zhou Chun felt an overwhelming force surge into his body. His own magical power instinctively tried to resist this external force, but it was easily overwhelmed. At the same time, Qing Wheezy's slightly deep voice entered his mind. "Sink your key to your dantian, relax your mind, and leave everything to me." Hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately gathered all his magical power into his dantian, relaxing his mind and letting Qing Wheezy's power flow through his body. After a short while, strands of bluish-black poisonous blood began to seep from his mouth and nose, and wisps of black energy rose from his shoulders and the top of his head. Seeing this, Zhou Ming breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Zhou Chun's life had been saved. Sure enough, as the poison was refined and forced out of his body, Zhou Chun's bluish-black face quickly turned white. By the time Qing Wheezy removed her hand from his back, his complexion had completely returned to normal, even appearing pale. This was due to the depletion of his vital energy. Alright, the toxins in your body have been removed. Now, you just need to take some restorative medicine to replenish your vital energy and recuperate for a few months to fully recover. Qing Wheezy withdrew her hand, clapped her hands lightly, and calmly announced the results of the treatment. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately knelt down and kowtowed, saying, "Senior, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. Please accept my bow." Qing Wheezy waved her hand, saying, "Get up. My Kinglian temple doesn't follow the practices of the Dragon Transformation Sect. There's no need for such grand gestures." She then gazed at Zhou Chun and said, "Now you can tell me about the important secret you discovered." "Yes, I will tell you immediately," Zhou Chun replied and immediately recounted in detail how he had coincidentally met Lu Ran, how he had learned the secrets of the Dragon Transformation Sect from Lu Ran, and Lu Ran's conditions. As he expected, Qing Wheezy's expression immediately changed drastically upon hearing his words. Enraged by the treacherous actions of the Dragon Transformation Sect. The Dragon Transformation Sect. They actually dare to betray my human race, dare to sell out our interests. Qing Wheezy roared in shock and fury, her aura extremely terrifying. This aura alone caused Zhou Chun in the hall to tremble, almost collapsing to his knees. Zhou Ming, though somewhat better, was still slightly bowed and trembling. Fortunately, Qing Wheezy only lost her composure for a moment before recovering and quickly suppressing her aura. Then, gazing intently at Zhou Chun, he said, "Young friend Zhou, the news you brought is indeed very important. I will take the conditions proposed by the Dragon Transformation Sect Protector seriously. Once there is a result, I will immediately summon you to discuss it." Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun hurriedly said, "Then what about the Dragon Transformation secret technique on my body?" He had suffered enough from the Dragon Transformation secret technique and didn't want to have this time bomb on his body again. Cleansing the traces of the Dragon Transformation secret technique from your body will cause considerable damage. In your current state, it's probably not suitable to do such a thing. Let's wait until you've recovered." Qing Wheezy waved her hand, giving a reply that made Zhou Chun somewhat uneasy. Cleansing the traces of the Dragon Transformation secret technique would damage his body. No one had told him this before. Back then, Taoist Mingxia only said that Kinglian Temple had a way to help him solve this problem, but didn't explain how. But since things had come to this, he couldn't say anything more and could only respectfully reply, "This junior understands." Then this junior will take his leave. He then left Kinglian Temple with Zhou Ming and returned directly to the Zhou family. The journey was uneventful. When they saw Zhou Chun return safely with Zhou Ming, Zhou Daowei and the other clansmen at the Zhou family gate, who had been worried sick for him all day, breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that he's alright, it's good that he's alright." Inside this haunting hall, Zhou Daowei looked at the safely returned Zhou Chun and couldn't help but nod in cheer. To be honest, Zhou Chun's appearance when the poison attacked his heart had truly frightened him. That was definitely the most tense moment he had experienced since the Zhou family settled in Jilfang Ridge. If Zhou Chun had really died, the most heartbroken person wouldn't have been his parents, but rather Zhou Daoyi, the clan head. After all, he had poured so much effort and expectation into Zhou Chun. Meanwhile, seeing that Zhou Chun was unharmed, fourth elder Zhou Jiaru looked at him with curiosity and asked, "What happened that caused you such a serious injury, Zhang Chun? Where is third elder? Wasn't he with you?" Most of the elders were kept in the dark about Zhou Chun's infiltration of the dragon transformation sect, genuinely believing he had gone on a trip with third elder Zhou Daoquan. Therefore, hearing Zhou Jiaru's question, Zhou Chun was momentarily at a loss for words. Fortunately, Zhou Ming, seeing the risk of being exposed, quickly intervened, saying, "Daoquan is fine." Zhang Chun encountered a powerful enemy on his way back after separating from Daoquan and was unfortunately ambushed. He then waved his hand, saying, "All right, if you have any questions, ask Zhang Chun after he recovers. Let him go back and rest for now." Seeing his words, the others, though still harboring many doubts, refrained from asking further and could only leave Pagoda Peak. Zhou Chun, indeed exhausted, returned to his lodgings to rest. Meanwhile, the third protector of the Golden Dragon Hall, upon returning to the Golden Dragon Branch altar, hurriedly reported his findings to Hall Master Li Xiangxing. Sure enough, that kid was indeed a spy sent by the Jing Kingdom. Upon hearing the third protector's report, Li Xiangxing's expression darkened, instantly confirming Zhou Chun's true identity. He then coldly stared at the third protector and said, "Are you sure that kid wasn't dead?" Startled by his gaze, the third protector shuddered and hurriedly replied, "Hall Master, you are wise. When I used my magic to sense him, I could indeed still sense him. Good, then I'll have Guancheng make another trip." Li Xiangxing sneered, "HMPH, daring to be a spy in my Golden Dragon Hall, he has quite the nerve." He then ordered the first protector, Guancheng, to immediately lead a group to the Black Spear tribe. However, when Guancheng and his men arrived near the place mentioned by the three protectors, their attempts to sense the location using magic failed, as there was no trace of it. This was a flaw, albeit not a major one, of the dragon transformation secret technique. When the distance between two entities is too great, the connection between those of the same dragon bloodline becomes less effective. This is why the dragon transformation sect strictly limits the time its followers can venture out alone, to prevent them from going too far. At the time Guancheng was casting his spell, Zhou Chun was already close to Lanzhou, so naturally, he couldn't sense Zhou Chun's presence. Upon realizing this, Guancheng's gaze sharpened slightly. He muttered to himself, 2 days have passed, and he was injured at the time, so he couldn't have gone far. In that case, it seems he truly died in the wilderness, devoured by demonic beasts. Despite this thought, he went to several more locations and tried to sense the location again. After numerous unsuccessful attempts, he confirmed his deduction and returned to report to Li Xiangxing, the head of the Golden Dragon Hall. "Since we can't sense anyone, let's just leave it at that. We'll leave the matter of that scaled frog alien to the White Dragon Branch. We should focus on developing ourselves." Li Xiangxing paused slightly, then added, "However, you still need to inform the Crimson Dragon Hall and Black Dragon Hall, send them that kid's information, and tell them to keep an eye out for which faction he comes from." "Yes, I will do it," Guancheng replied and withdrew. On Pagoda Peak, Zhou Chun slept for nearly 10 hours before naturally waking up. He felt much better after waking. After meditating for about an hour, he left his bedroom and went to the courtyard. He saw that the silver lightning python Bai and the winged tiger were still fast asleep, seemingly not fully recovered. Only the golden armored rock turtle, who had been in the courtyard, noticed him and excitedly raised its head, hissing as it greeted him. The hissing sound quickly awakened the sleeping silver lightning python Bai and the winged tiger. Hissing "Awau, wau." Both spirit pets hissed and growled as they rushed towards their master. All right, I'm fine now. You two have done a great service in saving your master this time, and I will definitely reward you handsomely." Zhou Chun stroked Bai's raised snake head with one hand and the golden winged tiger's approaching head with the other, comforting the two spirit pets with a smile. Then he walked to the golden armored rock turtle, reaching out to stroke its nose, saying, "Stone, you've worked hard guarding the home alone. Your master won't leave you alone again." Saying this, Zhou Chun fed Bai and Stone a demon spirit pill each, and gave the golden winged tiger 2 beast spirit pills, letting them slowly digest the medicinal effects in the courtyard. He then went to Zhou Ming's cave at the mountain top. Now that his injuries had stabilized, it was time to discuss many things with Zhou Ming and Zhou Daoyi. At this moment, he entered Zhou Ming's cave dwelling. After meeting the two, he didn't stand on ceremony and directly asked them, "Grand Elder, Clan Chief, have you retrieved the storage bag I left at the contact point? Have you done what I mentioned in my letter?" Hearing this, Zhou Ming and the other man exchanged a glance. And then Zhou Ming nodded and said, "We did." Lin Hongai was very efficient. She actually managed to get 3 purple-veined golden peaches. After saying that, his face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "However, that woman's appetite is too big. She actually wants our Zhou family to buy her a Crimson Sun flowing pearl pill in exchange. We haven't agreed to this yet. What kind of pill is the Crimson Sun flowing pearl pill? Is it very valuable?" A look of doubt flashed across Zhou Chun's face, and he couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him. "It's not just about being expensive," Zhou Ming sighed, immediately explaining, "The Crimson Sun flowing pearl pill is a type of pill suitable for Purple Mansion stage cultivators practicing fire element techniques to break through bottlenecks. One pill is worth tens of thousands of spirit coins, and it's very difficult to obtain. Although Lin Huangyu is willing to bear this portion of the spirit coins herself, where are we going to find such a pill for her in such a short time?" Hearing this, Zhou Chun was speechless. Finally, he could only sigh softly. It seems that the Crimson Dragon Protector has also encountered trouble, which is why he's in such a hurry to break through his bottleneck. First update of the day. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197. The Zhou family's descendants venture into the wilderness once more. Zhou Chun didn't care what trouble Lin Hongyu had encountered. He only cared about whether the 3 purple-veined golden peaches could be exchanged back to the Zhou family. But now that Lin Hongyu had specified that she wanted the crimson bright flowing pearl pill in exchange, he and the Zhou family were temporarily at a loss and could only try to gather information first. So Zhou Chun quickly shifted the topic to the Zhou family's internal affairs. He then asked, "How has the family fared in the 2 years I was away? Have the Zhang family in Xianjing Manor made any moves?" Hearing this, Zhou Daoyi immediately replied, "Everything is fine in the family. In the past 2 years, we've gained a foundation establishment cultivator named Zhang Yuan, and many new members. As for the Zhang family in Xianjing Manor, apart from the Zhang family sending someone to demand Master Jiang's relics, Xianjing Manor hasn't made any response." At this point, Zhou Ming snorted coldly, "HMPH, the Zhang family actually dared to send someone to demand Master Jiang's relics. They've really given them face." It's no wonder he was so angry. Back then, to settle this grudge, the Zhou family not only went to great lengths to ask Taoist Mingxia to act as a mediator and reconcile, offering to return Master Jiang's relics and arrange a life or death battle between Zhou Chun and their family's representative. However, the Zhang family refused without hesitation, as if they had the Zhou family cornered. This infuriated Zhou Ming. Not only was Zhou Ming angry, but Zhou Chun's face also darkened after hearing Zhou Daoyi's words. He immediately said coldly, "Does this Zhang family really think they can take our Zhou family by force? How laughable. In terms of true strength, the Zhou family is not afraid of the Zhang family. Their previous submissive appeasement was only because they didn't want their entire family of cultivators to take the blame for their personal matters. But now that the Zhang family is so stubborn, the Zhou family has no choice but to confront them. This time, I also gained quite a bit from the Dragon Transformation Sect, especially from Senior Lu Ran, who possessed the scaled frog alien race. If we can befriend him and establish a good cooperative relationship, then our Zhou family can continuously obtain various aquatic treasures from the dragon abyss from him. I've also learned a lot about the situation in the wilderness. In the future, I can lead a team there to establish a hidden stronghold to collect resources. With the resources of the dragon abyss and the wilderness, it will be difficult for our Zhou family not to take off." Zhou Chun then recounted his experiences of plundering the scaled frog alien tribe with Guo Chen. Zhou Ming already knew about Lu Ran of the scaled frog alien race, so he was fine. Zhou Daoyi, however, was extremely surprised when he first heard about Lu Ran's situation, repeatedly expressing various exclamations of amazement. He immediately nodded in deep agreement, saying, "Zhang Chun, you're absolutely right. The spiritual herbs and beast eggs you sent back to the family last time have greatly benefited us. If we can consistently obtain spiritual herbs from the wilderness and rare aquatic treasures from Dragon Abyss in the future, how could our Zhou family not prosper? My only fear is that Jing Kingdom will start a war with the Dragon Transformation Sect too soon, leaving us no time to develop gradually. Zhou Ming suddenly sighed, expressing his concern. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou Daoyi exchanged silent glances. Indeed, this might be the biggest obstacle to the Zhou family's rise. Once Jing Kingdom and the Dragon Transformation Sect go to war, the Zhou family will inevitably have to send many cultivators to participate in the war. At that time, they will not only be unable to develop resources in the wilderness, but will also face continuous blood loss and death. After a long silence, Zhou Chun said softly, "We can't control the war. Let's focus on developing our family according to our own plan." "That's right, we just need to do our own thing. Those big matters are not our concern." Zhou Daoyi nodded repeatedly, avoiding the heavy topic. After exchanging some ideas about developing the family, the three of them went their separate ways. Zhou Chun, due to his injury, was not in a hurry to take over the management of family affairs. Instead, he focused on recovering while considering the family's future reform and development plan. That day, Zhou Chun visited the Zhou Family Academy to see the young members of the family. Now, the Zhou family produces several new members with spiritual root aptitude every year, so the number of family members in the academy is increasing year by year. Currently, there are more than 20 people studying there. When Zhou Chun arrived outside the academy, Zhou Jiaxin, the headmaster in charge of teaching the students, was giving a lesson. Out of curiosity, Zhou Chun listened from the outside without disturbing those inside. In the classroom, Zhou Jiaxin's gaze swept over the 20-odd clansmen, young and old, seated cross-legged, and he slowly said, "You should all know that cultivation is the cultivation of the mind. If the mind is righteous, cultivation will be smooth, and everything will go well. If the mind is not righteous, one will go astray and bring about one's own destruction." Although he was already 95 years old, Zhou Jiaxin's voice was still extremely loud, and he was in excellent health. As the seventh person in the Jia generation, there were few in the Zhou family with a higher seniority than him. It was precisely because of this seniority, coupled with his still considerable energy, that he obtained this position as a schoolmaster. Hearing his words, a child who looked about 7 or 8 years old immediately asked curiously, "Grandpa Xian, what does it mean to have a righteous heart? What does it mean to have an unrighteous heart?" "That's a good question," Zhou Jiaxin nodded, then solemnly replied, "A righteous heart means that you should be upright, honest, and steadfast in your conduct. You should respect your parents and elders, care for your younger siblings and relatives, not actively harm innocent people, and not do anything that harms the interests of the family." An unrighteous heart is exactly the opposite. These profound principles were specially requested by Zhou Chun to be included in the classroom. He knew very well that it was difficult for minors to learn good, but very easy for them to learn bad. Therefore, if these clansmen were instilled with the idea that the cultivation world was full of deceit and that any means were acceptable to achieve one's goals before they came of age, then this person would most likely grow into someone like Zhou Henkang, who betrayed the family. Conversely, if these grand principles are first used to instill a righteous and sound worldview in them in the classroom, and then, as they grow older and develop the ability to distinguish right from wrong, they are then exposed to the harsh realities of society and help to understand the true environment of the cultivation world. They will gradually become more well-rounded, possessing a moral compass without becoming a pushover. Of course, this is only an ideal scenario. What a person ultimately becomes depends on their inherent nature. External forces can only help and promote, not fundamentally change their character. There will always be some people in the world who are inherently wicked, born evil. Educating people with virtue and guiding them with morality is the educational policy Zhou Chun specifically set for the academy. In this cultivation world, even clan rules and laws are not particularly binding on clan cultivators. Often, they do things that violate clan rules and laws without being detected. Since the law cannot effectively restrain them, the only option is to cultivate and strengthen their moral compass from a young age. Of course, this moral compass is one established by Zhou Chun based on the situation in the cultivation world, not a moral compass of his previous life. Etiquette is also a set of rules used to regulate people. By observing etiquette and respecting its rules, clan members learn to be polite and respectful from a young age. forming a habit that prevents them from committing acts that violate propriety and morality later in life. For cultivators, the path of cultivation is always led in by a master, but the actual practice is up to the individual. The master's teachings are limited, often, they only impart experience. Therefore, Zhou Chun's emphasis on moral and etiquette education in the academy was unanimously agreed upon by all the high-ranking members of the Zhou family. Having listened to Zhou Jiaxin's lecture for a while, Zhou Chun clapped his hands in praise and entered the classroom. He clapped his hands and said, "Seventh uncle's explanation is excellent. Even I, your nephew, found it quite enlightening. Vice clan leader, you flatter me. This is all thanks to you. I was merely repeating what others have said." Zhou Jiaxin quickly rose and greeted Zhou Chun, then looked at the young clansman and said, "Hurry up and pay your respects to the vice clan leader." Hearing this, the seated students, regardless of age, immediately raised their hands together and bowed their heads, saying, "This humble one greets the vice clan leader. No need for such formalities, everyone. Please be seated." Zhou Chun waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise and sit down. Then, he glanced at the 20-odd students below and smiled slightly, saying, "You all know me, but I don't know you yet. Could you all introduce yourselves?" Hearing this, the students remained silent for a moment. For those of them who had not yet entered the path of cultivation, or whose cultivation was still very shallow, Zhou Chun's mere status as vice clan leader already made them feel immense pressure. Although they were children, they had been exposed to the power of vice clan chief Zhou Chun within the Zhou family. Zhou Chun understood the younger generation's thoughts and immediately pointed to one of the girls in a white dress, saying, "Then let's start with you, you Dai, you lead the way for these clansmen." The girl in the white dress he pointed to was none other than Zhou Yu Dai, the 3-yin body girl he had brought back to the family from Zhou City in Fen Kingdom. Upon hearing him call her name, Zhou Yu Dai, already overjoyed to see him again, immediately stood up with a flushed face and bowed, saying, "Vice clan chief, greetings. I am Zhou Zindai, 15 years old, 4th in my generation, and currently at the first level of key refining." Hearing her refer to herself as Zindai, Zhou Chun showed a very satisfied expression. The fact that she could do this so naturally meant that she had completely integrated into the Zhou family and no longer harbored any resentment towards the family because of the Zhou family's abandonment of those mortal clansmen. He immediately smiled and praised, "Very good, Zindai's introduction is excellent. You should all follow her example." With someone taking the lead, the others relaxed and followed suit, introducing themselves one after another. A rather robust young man immediately stood up and said, "Hello, vice clan leader. My name is Zhou Zinli. I am 11 years old, 10th in my generation, and currently at the first level of key refining." Zhou Zinli, I'll remember you. Study hard in the future and serve the clan when you grow up." Zhou Chun smiled and nodded, offering a word of encouragement. As soon as he finished speaking, a pretty girl stood up and bowed to him, saying, "Greetings, vice clan leader. My name is Zhou Zinayu. I am 9 years old, 15th in my generation, and currently at the first level of key refining." Zhou Chun nodded with a smile. Zinayu is a very nice name. I'll remember it. Greetings, vice clan leader. My name is Zhou Zinwen. I am 9 years old, 16th in my generation, and currently at the first level of key refining. Greetings, vice clan leader. My name is Zhou Zinmei, 10 years old, 13th in my generation, and currently at the first level of key refining. One by one, the younger members of the Zhou family introduced themselves to vice clan leader Zhou Chun with nervous excitement, hoping to leave a deep impression on him. Although most of them were still children, they might not truly understand the benefits of being close to the vice clan leader. After everyone had finished introducing themselves, Zhou Chun smiled and waved his hand, saying, all right, I've remembered all your names. I've also brought you all a gift today. I hope you all like it." He then patted his storage pouch at his waist and took out the gift. It was a spiritual fruit he had gathered in the wilderness, somewhat like an apricot, but turning purplish red when ripe, with a sweet and fragrant taste. He had picked over 100 of these, enough for one for each person. After personally distributing the spiritual fruit to everyone, he smiled and instructed, one for each person. Those who haven't entered the Dao should eat it before going to bed tonight. Those who have entered the Dao can eat it and then circulate their inner energy to refine the spiritual power within. He then waved his hand and said, all right, I'm leaving now. Study hard and serve the clan in the future. Seeing this, Zhou Jiaxin immediately took the lead and said, Respectfully seeing off the Vice Clan leader. Respectfully seeing off the Vice Clan leader, Zhou Xindi and the others also bowed in farewell. Thus, Zhou Chun visited every corner of the Zhou family estate, the academy, the beast garden, the cultivation area for independent cultivators, and the various branch offices. He even made a trip to the Red Cliff Market to inspect the spirit beast shops on behalf of the family. After spending nearly a month with the family, Zhou Chun was finally summoned back to the Azure Lotus Temple by Qing Weizi. When he met Qing Weizi again in the sect leader's hall, she said in a deep voice, "After much inquiry and consultation, I have learned how to resolve the difficulties faced by fellow Taoist Lu Ran. If you are not in any physical condition, fellow Taoist Zhou, please take your junior sister Mingxia to the Dragon Abyss Marsh to meet fellow Taoist Lu Ran." Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart sank. He knew his fears had come true. The Azure Lotus Temple indeed did not intend to allow him to continue contacting Lu Ran directly. They wanted a trusted member of their sect to trade with Lu Ran. However, this was within his expectations, and at this point, he could only abandon his illusions. He could only respectfully reply, "Senior, my injuries don't really affect my movement, but I'm afraid that if I return to the wilderness, the dragon transformation sect might use their secret techniques to sense the dragon blood within me, which could endanger Senior Mingxia." Qing Weizi seemed to have anticipated his response and immediately waved her hand, saying, "Don't worry about that. When junior sister Mingxia travels with you this time, she will bring a secret treasure of our sect with that treasure concealing your aura. Unless you enter within 1,000 miles of that third-tier golden dragon, the bloodline sensing technique alone won't be able to detect you." She then looked at him meaningfully and added, "Moreover, after you complete this matter and return, our sect will help you completely eliminate this hidden danger." Second update today. Chapter 198 Reunion with Lu Ran, Shocking Secret. Accompanied by Taoist Mingxia, Zhou Chun once again embarked on his journey to Longyuan's. Actually, when deciding to have Taoist Mingxia accompany him, Qing Weizi also took the opportunity to inquire about his escape route. Zhou Chun naturally wouldn't reveal the secret passage of the underground river, only saying that he had detoured through the wilderness towards Jingguo. Although the Hulong sect had established numerous strongholds near the Yunzhao border, the area connecting the wilderness and Jingguo was so vast that it was impossible to completely blockade them. Therefore, while Qing Weizi was somewhat curious about how Zhou Chun escaped back to Lanzhou despite being poisoned, she didn't delve into his secrets when she needed his help. Even if Qing Weizi racked her brains, she couldn't have imagined that there was an underground river within Lanzhou that led directly to Longyuan's. This time, Zhou Chun and Taoist Mingxia traveled to Longyuan's via Bian's. The other side of Bian's was also wilderness, somewhat far from Longyuan's, but it bypassed the Hulong sect's heavy forces on the Yunzhao border, making it more suitable for their journey. With a Mingxia Taoist, wielding a pseudo-magical artifact, escorting them, Zhou Chun was certain to be safe along the way. The two traveled through the wilderness for about 6 or 7 days before reaching the vast, Azure Dragon Abyss Marsh. Led by Zhou Chun, they then circled the riverbank for another 2 days before arriving near the old side of the Black Spear tribe. Fortunately, the Mingxia Taoist had borrowed a mid-grade third-tier demonic beast, the Wind Thunder Leopard, from a senior cultivator in the sect for easier travel. Otherwise, with no place to resupply on this long journey, they would have needed to carry dozens or even hundreds of rejuvenation pills just to restore their mana. When Zhou Chun arrived at the old side of the Black Spear tribe, his expression changed slightly upon seeing the mountain wall that had been cleaved in two, leaving a huge gap. Then, pointing to the gap in the wall beside him, Mingxia Taoist said, "That's the old side of the Black Spear tribe. It used to be a complete mountain wall, but now it's like this. To cause such extensive damage in one strike, it must be the work of a golden core cultivator." Mingxia Taoist's gaze lingered on the gap for a moment before she spoke her opinion in a deep voice. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately thought of Li Xiangxing, the leader of the Golden Dragon Hall, and knew that it was most likely Li Xiangxing who had personally intervened. Mingxia Taoist quickly looked at him and said, "Didn't fellow Taoist Lu, who possessed the scaled frog alien race, say he would arrange for someone to come and wait for you every day? Fellow Taoist Zhou, why don't you go out and try this?" "Junior obeys," Zhou Chun replied, immediately taking to the air and flying above the old side of the Black Spear tribe. Then, his eyes darted around, surveying the waters and surrounding forests below, trying to find the scaled frog alien race that Lu Ran had arranged. Unfortunately, after looking for a long time, he still found nothing. Finally, He could only return to Mingxia Taoist's side, sighing softly. It's possible that Senior Lu is currently out of control. If so, we're afraid we'll have to wait in this desolate place for quite some time. Upon hearing this, Mingxia Taoist calmly replied, it's alright. As long as the person you mentioned truly exists, waiting 2 or 3 years is no problem. It wasn't hard to tell from her words that King Lian Temple still harbored doubts about Zhou Chun's claim regarding Lu Ran's existence, and didn't fully believe him. However, Zhou Chun himself had a clear conscience, and upon hearing her words, he remained silent. In the following days, Zhou Chun would fly into the air every day to expose himself so that the scaled frog aliens arranged by Lu Ran could see him. The rest of the time, he and Mingxia Taoist hid in a cave in the mountainside, reading books and playing with beasts to pass the time. Fortunately, before this trip, Zhou Chun had anticipated that it might be boring, and had specifically brought many books from the Zhou family's library. With Mingxia Taoist watching over him, he couldn't meditate or cultivate, nor could he practice secret techniques, so he could only read. Zhou Chun carried with him everything, from records of various spiritual herbs, ores, and rare beasts to basic introductory texts on the 4 cultivation techniques, weapon crafting, alchemy, talisman making, and array formation. Time passed slowly, and soon Zhou Chun and Taoist Mingxia had been staying by the Dragon Abyss for a year and a half. During this time, Lu Ran never came looking for them, but Zhou Chun spotted several scaled frog aliens coming and going. He even captured one of the scaled frogs and stuffed a letter he had written into it, hoping it would deliver it to Lu Ran. Unfortunately, even so, he never received a reply from Lu Ran. This made him realize that Lu Ran was most likely out of control and unlikely to come to see him anytime soon. Fortunately, with the captured scaled frog as proof, Taoist Mingxia seemed to believe in Lu Ran's existence and waited with great patience. As a result, during this year and a half, although Zhou Chun's cultivation and secret techniques made no progress, he read extensively and his knowledge greatly increased. Moreover, in the past year and a half, the golden-winged tiger, thanks to excellent feeding and nurturing, not only grew in size but also rose in cultivation to a level comparable to a mid-grade first-tier key refining cultivator at the 5th level. At this point, the golden-winged tiger could barely serve as a flying spirit pet, carrying Zhou Chun. Meanwhile, the silver lightning python, after consuming several demon spirit pills, also experienced a significant acceleration in its growth rate. Zhou Chun felt that if he continued to feed it demon spirit pills, it would definitely reach the mid-grade 2nd tier before him. Therefore, Zhou Chun's year and a half had not been without gains. On this day, when Zhou Chun reappeared above the old side of the Black Spear tribe, a scaled frog alien sorcerer quickly emerged from the water, croaking loudly at him. Seeing this, Zhou Chun was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly flew down to contact the sorcerer. However, the scaled frog alien sorcerer simply tossed him a jade slip, then plunged into the water and vanished instantly. This is. Zhou Chun looked at the jade slip in his hand, his eyes flickering with hesitation. After a moment, he suppressed his doubts and, without immediately examining it, put it away and flew ashore. This scene, observed secretly by Taoist Mingxia, earned her a nod of approval. She was quite pleased with Zhou Chun's tact. Soon, she took the jade slip from Zhou Chun and began to examine its contents intently. Then, Zhou Chun saw her expression change drastically, turning grim. After what seemed like an eternity, she took a deep breath and composed herself. Then, she handed the jade slip to Zhou Chun, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Zhou Chun, already incredibly curious about its contents, didn't bother with formalities and readily accepted the jade slip to examine it. Upon reading it, he quickly understood why Taoist Mingxia's expression had been so unpleasant earlier. It turned out that Lu Ran had somehow discovered Mingxia Taoist's existence and then sternly warned him in a letter that if he wanted to complete the transaction, he should go through Zhou Chun as an intermediary, otherwise, he would absolutely not appear within Mingxia Taoist's perception range. Clearly, Lu Ran didn't believe that King Lian Temple would trade with him, a former protector of the Hulong sect, on an equal footing, and worried that if he met Mingxia Taoist, he would be captured and taken back to King Lian Temple. However, this made Zhou Chun very comfortable. Once King Lian Temple could no longer directly contact Lu Ran, he, as the intermediary, had many more options and didn't have to worry about King Lian Temple discarding him after using him. Of course, no matter how happy he was inside, he dared not show it on his face. Instead, his expression changed slightly as he hurriedly explained to Mingxia Taoist, "Senior Mingxia, please understand, This junior absolutely did not reveal your existence in the slightest. This matter has absolutely nothing to do with this junior, you don't need to explain anything, this humble Taoist knows everything. Mingsha Taoist waved his hand, indicating that he didn't suspect him. Then, in a low voice, she said, but I'm also very puzzled. How did that fellow discover me? With his abilities, there's no way he could have detected my presence while I was concealing my aura with a heaven-concealing pearl. The heaven-concealing pearl she mentioned was the secret treasure Queen Wheezy had previously mentioned, a very precious third-grade high-quality magic artifact. It was said that its ability to conceal aura was so great that it could even fool ordinary golden core cultivators. This treasure had played a crucial role in Zhou Chun's unimpeded journey through the wilderness. For the past year and a half, she had been activating this artifact to conceal both Zhou Chun's and her own aura. But now, no matter how many doubts she had, she couldn't change the established facts. Lu Ran's refusal to see her meant that Queen Wheezy's best-case scenario was impossible. If she wanted to obtain more secrets of the dragon transformation sect from Lu Ran, she would have to resort to another plan. After a moment of contemplation, she took out several items and handed them to Zhou Chun. This jade slip contains a secret technique to alleviate the difficulties faced by fellow Taoist Lu. The pills in the elixir bottle can also help him regain his senses when he is out of control. This magic artifact is called the Mysterious Light Recording Mirror. When you are talking to Lu Ran, summon it and let it circulate around your body. In this way, it can record the scene and content of your conversation. This talisman is a high-grade third-tier defensive talisman. If Lu Ran wants to attack you, you can summon it to protect yourself. I will then quickly come to your rescue. Taoist Mingsha handed several items to Zhou Chun while explaining their uses. Clearly, this was all a well-prepared plan. Upon seeing this, Zhou Chun quickly replied solemnly, "Please rest assured, Senior. I will strictly follow your instructions, fellow Taoist Zhou. I naturally trust you to do things your way." Taoist Mingsha gave him a deep look and smiled faintly. After briefly refining the Zhuangguang recalling mirror magic artifact, Zhou Chun left his cave and went to the skies above Dragon Abyss Swamp. A second-tier scaled frog alien sorcerer was waiting for him there. Led by the sorcerer, he headed deeper into Dragon Abyss Swamp. It seemed Lu Ran had chosen to hold their meeting and exchange deep within the swamp. Mingsha Taoist, seeing this from afar, had a slightly grim expression. Meanwhile, after following the sorcerer for over 100 miles into Dragon Abyss Swamp, the sorcerer suddenly changed direction and began moving laterally. This made Zhou Chun's expression harden, as if he had realized something. Sure enough, he was then carried laterally for over 1,000 miles by the sorcerer, encountering several attacks from second-tier demonic beasts along the way. But this time, he had even brought out the golden armored rock turtle, so the mere second-tier demonic beasts were no match for him. After many battles along the way, Zhou Chun finally met Lu Ran on another island. This island was much smaller than the one he had stayed on before, and apart from Lu Ran, there were no other scaled frog aliens on it. Clearly, this was just a temporary meeting place chosen by Lu Ran. Upon seeing Zhou Chun arrive, Lu Ran grinned at him and said, "It's been 2 or 3 years since we last met. Fellow Taoist Zhou, how have you been?" Zhou Chun, however, gave a bitter laugh and said, "It's really not good. Last time, I almost died in this Dragon Abyss Swamp." Hearing this, Lu Ran asked in surprise, "What do you mean, fellow Taoist? Did you perhaps encounter a protector of the dragon transformation sect?" Indeed, Zhou Chun sighed and immediately recounted his previous encounter with the 3 protectors of the Golden Dragon Hall. After hearing his story, Lu Ran was at a loss for words. On the one hand, Zhou Chun was lucky. He was first chased by a purple mansion stage cultivator and then ambushed by a third-tier demonic beast. On the other hand, he managed to return to his family and obtain medical help from a golden core stage cultivator. In the end, he could only comfort Zhou Chun, saying, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, rest assured, after this transaction, I, Lu, will personally escort you ashore." Speaking of this transaction, I must first inform Senior Lu, lest you misunderstand. Zhou Chun then explained about the mysterious light recalling mirror that Taoist Mingsha had given him. Upon hearing this, Lu Ran immediately nodded and replied, "No problem, I agree to this, then let's begin." After speaking, Zhou Chun summoned the mysterious light recalling mirror, causing it to emit a hazy white light that enveloped the area where he and Lu Ran were. Then, with a serious expression, he looked at Lu Ran and said, "Senior Lu, after learning about what you are asking for, Senior King Wheezy of Kinglian Temple has found a good solution for you. But I wonder what you are willing to give in exchange. Then let me tell you how the Hulong sect helps the Jiaolong clan cultivate 5th order Jiaolongs. Lu Ran glanced at the Zhuangguang recording mirror floating above his head and said an important secret in a low voice. The Dragon Transformation sect and the Flood Dragon clan have reached a pact. First, the Flood Dragon clan will provide 3rd or 4th tier Flood Dragons with a potential to advance to the 5th tier for the sect leader and vice leader to form a pact with. Then, all members, envoys, and protectors will use the Flood Dragon's spiritual blood to cultivate the Dragon Transformation secret technique. During this period, any Dragon Transformation sect cultivator whose lifespan is nearing its end after cultivating the Dragon Transformation secret technique, or a cultivator who is unable to serve the sect due to some serious injury or disability, will be secretly fed to the Flood Dragon to nourish its body, and when the Flood Dragon grows to the upper 4th tier and faces the hurdle of breaking through to the 5th tier, the Dragon Transformation sect will use 1 or more Golden Core stage cultivators who have cultivated the Dragon Transformation secret technique using the Flood Dragon's spiritual blood as nourishment to help the Flood Dragon break through, because their physiques have been profoundly modified by the Dragon's spiritual blood, and they possess the Golden Core, representing the Dao fruit of immortal cultivation, as nourishment. Such Golden Core cultivators are excellent tonics for 4th tier dragons, enough to help them break through their shackles and advance to higher realms. In the past 800 years, the Dragon Transformation sect has used this method to cultivate many 5th tier dragons for the dragon race. In return, the dragon race has bestowed upon the Dragon Transformation sect a large amount of cultivation resources to support its members' cultivation. First update of the day. Chapter 199 Secret Story, 1000-Year Grass. Shock. The Dragon Transformation sect actually dared to do such a thing. It's utterly outrageous. Zhou Chun's expression changed drastically after hearing Lu Ran's recounted secret, his face filled with shock and anger. This was far more infuriating than simply hearing a few years ago that the Dragon Transformation sect had sided with the Flood Dragon clan and become their vassal. Even the Corpse Demon sect, which sacrificed its own ancestors to create corpses, was far less infuriating than the Dragon Transformation sect's actions. After all, those in the Corpse Demon sect knew about this rule passed down within the sect after joining. If they truly didn't want to do this, they could have ended their own lives outside. There were many ways to avoid becoming corpses after death. But the Dragon Transformation sect's act of feeding humans to demons was coercion, and it was even aiding an enemy of humanity. No matter how evil the Corpse Demon sect was, they were still a genuine human force that would protect the interests of humanity. But the Dragon Transformation sect was a complete traitor, a heartless and insane demon. So, Senior Lu, your master perished alongside that 4th tier high-grade Crimson Fire Flood Dragon because he refused to become its nourishment, Zhou Chun asked Lu Ran with a somber expression. When he first heard about this scandal from Lu Ran about the Crimson Dragon Hall of the Dragon Transformation sect, he had been curious about the reasons behind the Crimson Dragon Hall's Grand Elder's resolute actions. Now he finally knew the answer. Sure enough, Lu Ran nodded slightly and said in a heavy tone, "That's right. My master was unwilling to let his 1000 years of arduous cultivation become mere nourishment for a beast, so he chose to perish with it." He then sighed deeply. "My master was a genius, reaching the late Golden Core stage at over 700 years old, with the potential to form a nascent soul, but because that Crimson Fire Flood Dragon was also at the critical moment of its breakthrough, the Dragon Transformation sect leader and several vice leaders made the decision to abandon my master to help that beast. How pathetic and laughable, how pathetic and laughable." His words were filled with indignation and sorrow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun's expression shifted slightly, deeply moved. From Lu Ran's words alone, he could imagine the situation of the Crimson Dragon Hall's Grand Elder. 800 years of arduous cultivation, just one step away from the nascent soul stage, the highest realm most cultivators in this world could achieve. Yet, he learned that he was merely a human core kept by the sect's higher-ups and the Flood Dragon clan, nothing more than food to feed a beast. What a devastating blow that would be. Zhou Chun knew that if he were in Lu Ran's shoes, he might be capable of anything. But then, as if struck by a sudden thought, he asked, "Why didn't your master spread the news back then?" If the news had spread and the other elders and protectors of the Dragon Transformation sect had known, they would surely have risen up in rebellion. Impossible. After the Dragon Transformation sect leader and vice leader made the decision to sacrifice master, they arranged for a vice leader to hold master hostage. Master had no chance to spread the news. If Master hadn't sensed something amiss and left a clone by my side using a secret technique, I wouldn't have known about this. Lu Ran shook his head repeatedly, saying, besides, even if you had told those elders and protectors, it wouldn't have made as much difference as you imagine. Many of them aren't even qualified to be the resources for a 4th-tier dragon to break through to the 5th tier. Don't worry about this before your lifespan ends. Moreover, even if they knew, what could they do? With a dragon soul seed restraining them, anyone who dares to openly betray the sect is courting death. It's better to live a miserable life than to die a good death. For the protectors and elders of the dragon transformation sect who had been implanted with a dragon soul seed, even knowing that they might be fed to the dragons as resources for their breakthroughs, few would dare to immediately stand up in rebellion. Therefore, Lu Ran's words were not without reason. However, Zhou Chun knew that even if announcing this matter did not achieve the goal of causing the elders and protectors of the dragon transformation sect to betray the sect, it would definitely sow discord among them, making them no longer loyal to the sect. Therefore, the effect of this news alone could be said to be no less than adding 10 golden core cultivators to the Jing kingdom. Senior Lu's news is indeed very important. If this matter is true, then there is a great hope of overthrowing the dragon transformation sect. Zhou Chun nodded repeatedly, very satisfied with the secret Lu Ran had told him. Then he reached out and patted the storage bag at his waist, took out the jade slip, and handed it to Lu Ran. This jade slip contains a method to help Senior Lu resolve the potential danger of losing control. Senior Lu, you can take a look first. If you find it feasible, we can proceed with the transaction. Hearing this, Lu Ran hurriedly took the jade slip and began to examine it. Zhou Chun waited for almost an hour before Lu Ran raised his head and nodded slightly, saying, although I haven't personally verified it, I truly cannot see any errors in it. It's worth a try. Upon hearing this, Zhou Chun immediately added, I also have some pills that Senior King Wheezy prepared for Senior Lu, which can also help Senior suppress the potential danger. Does Senior have any other secrets about the dragon transformation sect that you can exchange? Of course, Lu Ran's eyes lit up, and he immediately revealed another secret. Although my master perished, he learned how the leader and vice leaders of the dragon transformation sect came to be. According to my master, those vice leaders were also beneficiaries of the compromise between the Flood Dragon clan and the dragon transformation sect, to avoid being influenced or controlled by the Flood Dragons. Before forming their nascent souls, they would use a secret method to transform the foundation of their cultivation of the dragon transformation secret technique into a 4th-tier Flood Dragon from the Flood Dragon clan, a rank they had no hope of reaching the 5th tier. If they successfully formed their nascent souls, they would then use the blood, inner core, and soul of that 4th-tier Flood Dragon as nourishment to cultivate the 5th level of the dragon transformation secret technique. It is precisely because of this that the Flood Dragon clan strictly controls the number of nascent soul cultivators in the dragon transformation sect. A 5th-tier Flood Dragon must first be cultivated for the Flood Dragon clan before any golden core cultivator from the dragon transformation sect is allowed to successfully form their nascent souls. Any dragon that successfully breaks through to the 5th rank within the dragon transformation sect will have their contracts severed with the sect leader and vice leader. They will either return to the dragon clan's main camp or continue to stay in the dragon transformation sect to devour humans. After Lu Ran finished speaking, Zhou Chun was utterly astonished, his mouth agape, his face filled with shock. Zhou Chun had previously asked Taoist Mingxia how the dragon transformation sect's leader and vice leader had escaped the threat of being controlled by dragons under the dragon transformation secret technique, but even Taoist Mingxia had no idea about this at the time. Now Zhou Chun finally knew the answer. So this was the answer. This also seemed to explain why the dragon transformation sect had completely submitted to the dragon clan. After all, submitting to the dragon clan allowed them to obtain a vast amount of resources that no other sect in the Jing kingdom possessed, rapidly expanding the sect's strength. Only the dragon clan could provide so many 4th-rank dragons for their leaders and vice leaders to practice with. If they didn't submit to the Flood Dragon clan, they would face threats from various factions within the Jing kingdom and also be purged by the Flood Dragon clan. After all, the Flood Dragon clan wouldn't stand idly by while a declining dragon transformation sect continued to enslave and slaughter dragons. It was just a pity for those dragon transformation sect cultivators who perished in the mouths of the dragons. They dedicated their lives to the dragon transformation sect, only to be ruthlessly abandoned by the sect in their old age, fed to the dragons as fodder. How about it? Could this secret be exchanged for the pills you have? Lu Ran's voice broke Zhou Chun's reverie. Looking at the ugly head opposite him, he immediately replied, "No problem, of course." He then handed over the pills that Taoist Mingxia had given him to Lu Ran. After Lu Ran accepted the pill, Zhou Chun continued, "Senior Lu, the information you provided this time is of great value. I need to return immediately to explain it to Senior Mingxia. Let's end the transaction here for now." "Very well, I'll also go back and test the secret technique in that jade slip first." Lu Ran nodded, readily agreeing. Zhou Chun then raised his hand and gestured towards the Zhuangguang recording mirror in midair, storing the magic artifact into his storage bag. Only then did he look at Lu Ran with a wry smile and say, "Senior Lu, please forgive me. The secrets you revealed are simply too important." Senior King Wheezy dared not completely believe my one-sided account. Hearing this, Lu Ran couldn't help but grin, then looked at him meaningfully and said, "Fellow Taoist Zhou, is there anything else you wish to say?" Zhou Chun knew he had seen through his thoughts, so he didn't mince words and bowed directly to him, saying, "Senior, you are wise. My family and I are very interested in the spiritual objects you mentioned that assist in opening the Purple Mansion and those that assist in Foundation establishment, and we are willing to pay a price to exchange with you. Furthermore, I would like to request from you the secret technique for transferring the Foundation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual, as well as the method for deciphering the Dragon Transformation Sect's secret foil." When he heard Zhou Chun's first words, Lu Ran still had an expression of unsurprised expectation. However, after hearing Zhou Chun's last words, his eyes narrowed, and he looked at Zhou Chun with surprise. He repeatedly asked, "What do you want to do with the secret technique that transforms the Foundation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique? Could it be that you can find another dragon to draw blood from? And why do you want to decipher the secret formula of the Dragon Transformation Sect? Did you obtain a secret formula involving the core inheritance from the Dragon Transformation Sect?" This time, Zhou Chun dared not tell the truth. He immediately replied, "There are also cultivators in Jing Kingdom who tame dragons as spirit pets. I thought that if I really couldn't resolve the hidden dangers left by cultivating the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, it would be better to transfer my foundation to another dragon. That would be much better than being constantly controlled by the Dragon Transformation Sect. As for the secret formula of the Dragon Transformation Sect, my family does have a piece. It was obtained from the remains of a Dragon Transformation Sect cultivator from more than 800 years ago, and it has never been deciphered." His half-truthful answer made Lu Ran narrow his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "All right, I can tell you the secret technique for transforming the Foundation of the Dragon Transformation Secret Technique, but in exchange, you must bring me the secret foil from your family's collection so I can personally decipher it." Zhou Chun was overjoyed upon hearing this and immediately nodded in agreement. "No problem, I completely agree to this condition." Then he looked at Lu Ran and said, "Senior Lu, could you tell me how you would be willing to tell me about the spiritual object that can assist cultivators in opening the Purple Mansion and Foundation establishment? I have a Silver Star Soul Jade that assists in opening the Purple Mansion. And I also know the location of a Foundation establishment fruit tree." Lu Ran said in a low voice, "If you want these two items, you must help me obtain the 1,000-year grass, guarded by a third-tier high-grade demon beast, the Azure Flame Dove." "What? Senior Lu, you actually know where the 1,000-year grass is?" Zhou Chun looked at Lu Ran in shock, stunned by his words. To be honest, if Zhou Chun hadn't spent the past year and a half reading extensively and gaining a great deal of knowledge, he might not have known what the 1,000-year grass was. But now he did. The 1,000-year grass is an extremely remarkable herb. Its greatest effect on cultivators, or even living beings, is extending lifespan. It is said that for every 100 years this herb grows, consuming it can increase a living being's lifespan by 1 year, with the longest extension reaching 1,000 years. This life-extending substance holds immense appeal for any cultivator. Therefore, even those 1,000-year grass plants that are only a few hundred years old often fetch very high prices. Some cultivators nearing the end of their lifespan, such as those in the Purple Mansion stage, Golden Core stage, or even Nascent Soul stage, will spare no expense to purchase this life-extending herb to extend their lives, even if it's just for a few more years. After all, money is an external thing. You can't take it with you when you die. No high-level cultivator would be stingy with money if they could buy longer lifespan. I do know the location of a 1,000-year grass, but it's only 1,000-year grass with an age of less than 2,000 years. Its life-extending effect is far less than that of a silver star soul jade or a foundation establishment fruit tree for your family, Lu Ran said, looking at Zhou Chun with a slightly nervous expression. He knew that such a life-extending elixir as the 1,000-year grass absolutely couldn't be known by a powerful force like the Azure Lotus Temple, otherwise even nascent soul cultivators might be tempted to come and capture him for soul searching. After all, even a 1,000-year grass with an age of less than 2,000 years could extend one's life by more than 10 years. If he didn't know that he alone was no match for that third-tier high-grade demonic beast, the Azure Flame Dove, he would never have told a second person this information. But that's a 1,000-year grass. Senior Lu, you must know how valuable it is. Zhou Chun looked at the nervous Lu Ran, his tone somewhat unsteady, his mind racing. Yes, the value of the 1,000-year grass is indeed very high, but does your Zhou family have any golden core cultivators? If not, its value certainly can't compare to the foundation establishment fruit tree, which can continuously produce enough to assist in foundation establishment, or the silver star soul jade, which can increase the success rate of opening the purple mansion by 1 or 2%, Lu Ran said loudly, trying to prove that he hadn't gained any advantage. But the louder he shouted, the more Zhou Chun saw his inner weakness. He then smiled lightly and said, Senior Lu, rest assured, I, Zhou, will definitely not inform the Kinglian Temple about the 1,000-year grass. Just these words made Lu Ran's expression change drastically. Zhou Chun had instantly struck a nerve. Before Zhou Chun could answer, he continued, however, exchanging the 1,000-year grass for a silver star soul jade and a foundation establishment fruit tree would indeed be a loss for our Zhou family. If Senior Lu would be willing to add some aquatic treasures, then it would be about right. Hearing this, Lu Ran, whose expression had changed drastically, immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, That's easy. As long as you help me obtain the 1,000-year grass, you can choose 10 of my various aquatic treasures, then it's settled. After I settle things with Kinglian Temple, I'll find a way to discuss this matter with Senior Lu in detail. Zhou Chun smiled broadly and agreed. Second update today, a bit late, no choice, it's all because of the fever. Tomorrow morning's update will probably be delayed until close to noon. I'll try to resume normal updates the day after tomorrow. Chapter 200 The Uses of the Secret Foil, the Discussion of Death Squads. When Zhou Chun returned to Mingxia Daoist, she had been eagerly awaiting his arrival. How is it? Did you complete the mission? She asked impatiently, her eyes filled with anticipation. I have successfully obtained crucial intelligence from Senior Lu, intelligence powerful enough to bring down the Dragon Transformation Sect. Zhou Chun nodded slightly and immediately took out the Mystic Light Recall Mirror, handing it to Mingxia Daoist for her to examine. Mingxia Daoist, naturally, didn't stand on ceremony. She accepted the artifact and immediately began examining it. As she expected, even a cultivator at the Purple Mansion stage like Mingxia Daoist was utterly shocked and lost her composure after reading the secrets of the Dragon Transformation Sect revealed by Lu Ran. After a long moment of disarray, she suddenly gripped the precious mirror tightly in her hand and said in a deep voice, Let's go, we must return to the sect immediately to report to the abbot. Then, as if remembering something, she frowned and looked at Zhou Chun, saying, Fellow Taoist Zhou, you should be alright returning to the Zhou family alone, shouldn't you? Hearing this, Zhou Chun's heart sank instantly. He immediately understood her meaning. She was annoyed that having him along would slow down his journey and wanted him to fend for himself. While not exactly discarding him after he had served his purpose, it was still tantamount to kicking him aside. Although he was extremely angry and disheartened, Zhou Chun only showed a reluctant expression and said, If Senior Mingxia finds me a hindrance, then I will return on my own. He knew very well that it would be strange if he didn't show any dissatisfaction at this moment. Mingxia Daoist, however, seemed oblivious to the reluctance in his words, calmly stating, This matter is of great importance. I hope fellow Taoist Zhou understands. Consider that third-tier high-grade magic talisman my apology to you. With that, she released the third-tier mid-grade demonic beast, the Wind and Thunder Leopard, and rode it back to Kinglian Temple alone. Seeing this, Zhou Chun's eyes flashed, and he immediately took to the air, flying towards the underground river's exit. 4 days later, Zhou Chun returned to Lanzhou and the Zhou family even faster than Mingxia Daoist. However, only the clan head, Zhou Daoyi, and the supreme elder, Zhou Mingde, knew of his return. Furthermore, He only stayed in the clan for less than 2 days before quietly leaving with the clan head, Zhou, and once again traveling through the underground river to Longyidong Marsh. Following this, Zhou Chun established contact with Lu Ran within a few days using the contact method Lu Ran had given him, and then brought the clan leader Zhou to meet him on a peninsula surrounded by water on 3 sides. Senior Lu, this is Zhou, the clan leader of my Zhou clan. We have come here today to ask for your help in deciphering that secret foil. As soon as they met, Zhou Chun introduced Zhou to Lu Ran. Zhou bowed to Lu Ran and said, Junior Zhou greets Senior Lu. Greetings, fellow Taoist Zhou. Lu Ran nodded slightly, then looked at Zhou Chun with surprise and asked, Young friend Zhou, how did you arrive so quickly? Zhou Chun had naturally expected him to ask this, and immediately replied with a wry smile, I dare not deceive Senior Lu. The clan leader had actually secretly accompanied me and Senior Mingxia to the wilderness, but I was abandoned by Senior Mingxia halfway there as a burden. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Lu Ran's eyes, and he couldn't help but say with emotion, it seems that my previous caution was correct. Indeed, there are very few trustworthy people among those powerful forces. Who says otherwise? Zhou Chun recalled the Zhou family's years of offerings to Taoist Mingxia, only to be treated this way by her, and sighed deeply. He was well aware of Taoist Mingxia's thoughts. Through him, she learned of the dragon transformation sect's secrets, and Mingxia Taoist's status in the Qinglian temple would surely rise steadily. At that time, many would try to curry favor with her, so why would she care about the mere Zhou family? If the Zhou family were to stop their offerings to her because of this, it would be the Zhou family that suffered the loss. Relying on heaven, earth, or others is not as good as relying on oneself. This incident made Zhou Chun understand the meaning of this saying even more deeply. This is the secret foil obtained from the remains of the dragon transformation sect cultivator. Thank you, Senior Lu. Zhou then spoke up, taking out the secret foil he had been carrying and handing it over. Of course, Lu Ran responded, reaching out to take the silver-white metal foil. He then formed a hand seal and channeled spiritual energy into the silver-white metal foil, causing it to glow with a silver light. Lu Ran then focused his divine sense into examining it. Seeing this, Zhou Chun and Zhou also turned their expectant gazes to him. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, Lu Ran raised his hand and retrieved the metal foil floating in midair, handing it back to Zhou. Then he sighed softly, I don't know how to tell you too, but this does indeed contain the precious secret techniques of the Dragon Transformation Sect, specifically the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual and its derivative techniques, and only the cultivation methods for levels 1 to 4, was that really the case? Zhou Chun and Zhou couldn't help but exchange a glance. In fact, they had both guessed this before. After all, the Dragon Transformation Sect was facing the danger of annihilation at the time, and to prevent the extinction of its lineage, it was normal for them to entrust the Dragon Transformation Secret Manual to those missionaries to take it out of the sect for transmission. Seeing that the two remained silent, Lu Ran assumed that they were filled with disappointment and didn't want to speak. He immediately said, I will now teach you both the incantation to activate this item. You can verify it yourselves. Furthermore, this jade slip also contains the foundation transfer technique of the Dragon Transformation secret technique that you requested, young friend Zhou. He then took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, however, didn't rush to examine it closely, simply putting it into his storage bag. He then looked at Lu Ran and said, Senior Lu, I naturally believe your words. We won't bother you any longer. Next time, when we are ready, we will come to retrieve the 1,000-year grass for you. Then I will await your good news. Lu Ran's eyes lit up, and he responded with a smile. After parting ways, Zhou Chun and Lu Ran traveled upstream along the underground river back to their family. Zhou Chun still didn't reveal his whereabouts, directly staying in Zhou Ming's cave. Inside Zhou Ming's cave, the three high-ranking members of the Zhou family, using the special incantation provided by Lu Ran, all reviewed the contents of the secret foil. Just as Lu Ran said, the secret foil contained the first 4 levels of the cultivation method of the Dragon Transformation secret technique, including secret arts based on the Dragon Transformation Ascension technique, Dragon Vein Sensing technique, Dragon Soul Heart Planting technique, and Blood Transformation Dragon technique. It could be said that, except for the most core 5th level of cultivation method, this secret foil contained all the fundamental techniques of the Dragon Transformation sect. Anyone who obtained this secret foil, as long as they could tame a dragon as a spirit pet, could rebuild the dragon transformation sect. So, what do you think of this? Inside the cave. After the three had finished reading the contents of the secret foil, Zhou Ming looked at the two Zhou family patriarchs before him. It can be said that heaven is helping us, Zhou Daowei said in a low voice. Then Zhou Chun nodded seriously and said, that's right, this is heaven's blessing upon our Zhou family, destined for our rise and prosperity. Their words seemed somewhat rambling, but Zhou Ming understood their meaning. Then, he raised his finger slightly and asked, there's a problem. What if someone discovers that our Zhou family is secretly cultivating the dragon transformation secret technique? After asking, he continued, if this matter is exposed, not to mention the reactions of the various factions in Jingle, the dragon transformation sect and the Flood Dragon clan will not let our Zhou family off easily. After he finished speaking, Zhou Daowei and Zhou Chun also showed thoughtful expressions. After pondering for a while, Zhou Chun spoke first, saying, I believe it's best if few of our Zhou family cultivators cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique, so we won't be associated with this matter. At the same time, our Zhou family can use marriage alliances or other means to recruit and win over many powerful cultivators from other clans and independent practitioners, having them cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique, and sending them to the wilderness to establish strongholds and collect resources for our Zhou family. We can even have them impersonate cultivators of the dragon transformation sect to help our Zhou family do things that are inconvenient for our own clansmen to do. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Ming shook his head, saying, Zheng Chun, your idea is certainly good, but have you considered this? Once the Kinglian Temple exposes the dragon transformation sect's practice of feeding demons with humans, how many cultivators outside our family will dare to cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique? This, Zhou Chun frowned, unable to answer for a moment. He had indeed overlooked this point. Fortunately, Zhou Daowei spoke up to help him out of the predicament. Zhou Daowei slowly said, we can do it this way. First, we'll wait for Kinglian Temple's actions and see how significant the impact of this matter will be, then we can proceed in 2 steps. The first step is to start now by gathering mortals with spiritual root aptitude and training them as family assassins. Preventing them from contacting outside cultivators. Once they've been trained sufficiently, we'll send them to the wilderness to establish new strongholds. If any promising talents emerge, we'll carefully recruit them and send them back to the family to serve. The second step is to capture bandit cultivators as before and send them to strongholds in the wilderness, letting them cultivate the dragon transformation secret technique to gather resources for the family, and giving them appropriate rewards and hope. After he finished speaking, Zhou Ming's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands in approval, saying, these 2 methods are excellent. The dragon transformation secret technique is the best technique for training assassins. It can both enhance their combat power and prevent them from betraying the family and escaping. Assassins? Zhou Chun listened to the words of his 2 elders and fell silent. If it were shortly after he transmigrated to this world, he would definitely have been strongly opposed to training assassins. But now he knows that assassins are indeed indispensable to a family in a power. Not to mention families and sects, even some high-level cultivators train such assassins to protect their important relatives. If the Zhou family can train a group of assassins, then the family's strength will indeed see a significant improvement in the future. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke, training assassins consumes a considerable amount of resources and takes a long time. Although our Zhou family has some savings, I'm afraid this is not easy. Unexpectedly, Zhou Daowei gently shook his head and said, it shouldn't be a big problem. If it only involves resources for key refining stage cultivation, without considering other benefits and offerings, our Zhou family should be able to support 20 or 30 assassins. Moreover, isn't our Zhou family going to exchange aquatic treasures with its senior Luran later? If we can earn a large amount of spirit coins by trading aquatic treasures in Dragon Abyss, then we won't have to worry about the resources for training assassins. After saying this, Zhou Chun had nothing more to say. If no other benefits and offerings are provided, raising a key refining stage assassin is indeed not difficult. It only requires teaching them meditation, cultivation, and the practice of spells and secret techniques. Then let's do it this way for now. The matter of capturing bandit cultivators can wait, but the search for mortals with spiritual root aptitude can be arranged immediately. Zhou Ming quickly made the decision. Zhou Chun and Zhou Daowei naturally didn't object. Zhou Daowei then left the cave to do this, while Zhou Chun stayed in Zhou Ming's cave to cultivate and comprehend the blood transformation dragon technique. preparing to transform the dragon bloodline within him into the bloodline of the Azure Dragon Kinking. Kinking was the spirit pet of the clan leader Zhou Chun, and by using its dragon bloodline to transform his foundation, Zhou Chun wouldn't have to worry about being controlled by others. In the future, if his own spirit pet, the Silver Lightning Python Bye-Bye, could transform into a dragon, he could even use the blood transformation dragon technique to transform the dragon bloodline within him into Bye-Bye's bloodline. In this way, he would truly never be controlled by others again. On the other side, without Zhou Chun's burden, Taoist Mingxia successfully returned to Qinglian Temple in less than 5 days, handing the Zhuangguang recording mirror to the temple master Qing Huizi for examination. After seeing the images captured by Zhou Chun using the Zhuangguang recording mirror, Qing Huizi was shocked and angry, but also overjoyed. Good. With this evidence, not only will the Moon Wheel Sect and the Flame Sun Sect no longer dare to harbor any illusions about the Dragon Transformation Sect, but we might even have a chance to persuade some other countries' forces to send people to help. Then we can expose the Dragon Transformation Sect's practice of feeding humans to demons, inciting public outrage among human cultivators in various countries and fear among their own cultivators. Then we can openly and legitimately march south to conquer the Dragon Transformation Sect's headquarters. At that time, we'll see if the Flood Dragon clan will really risk war with our entire human race to fully support the Dragon Transformation Sect. First update today, second update at 8 p.m. tonight, as I said. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.